Chapter 22. Nova stayed on the roof for more than an hour. Longer than she'd meant to. But when she realized she was expecting one of the Renegades, expecting Adrian to come check on her, it sparked a sense of stubbornness that refused to ebb long after she knew she should have gone back down to their makeshift surveillance room. She wasn't waiting for him. Why would she? Even as she stood on the roof, watching the silent stone facade of the library, the stillness of its black windows, the occasional car that breezed past on the street, she could feel the words heavy on her tongue, waiting for the chance to come out. "Why did you stop sleeping?" he would ask. And against every ounce of logic inside her, she would answer, "I fell asleep the very last time I ever slept. And when I woke up, there was a man with a gun. He killed them both. He killed my sister. He tried to kill me. And the Renegades didn't come." After that, every time I tried to sleep, I would hear it happening all over again, until eventually, I stopped trying. That was her origin story. The whole of it. And it was none of Adrian's business, or anyone else's for that matter. She couldn't understand why talking about it had made her so defensive, or given her such a strong compulsion to tell them the truth of her power and where it had come from. She'd never told anyone, not in so many words, though she thought Ace understood the gist of it. And of course all the anarchists had figured out that she wasn't one for sleeping not long after she'd moved into the cathedral. But she'd never had any cause to actually tell someone the story. She'd never really wanted to. Why would she now? Instead, she paced, back and forth across the rooftop, enjoying the fresh air on her skin. Though she'd worn leggings and a simple t-shirt, civilian clothing, as instructed, she'd opted to wear the uniform boots she'd picked up at headquarters earlier that day. She figured she might as well use this reconnaissance mission to start breaking them in, though now she could tell it wasn't necessary. They were, in fact, ridiculously comfortable, and a part of her hated the Renegades for winning even at this. Finally, when she felt sure that any compulsion to give out unnecessary information was gone, Nova made her way back down to the 4th floor. Ruby and Oscar had fallen asleep. Oscar had not moved from his spot on the pillows, and Ruby was now lying with her head beside his, but her body perpendicular. So they made a kind of right angle on the floor with nothing but their heads nearly touching. It seemed almost as though Ruby had gone out of her way to place herself in a position that wouldn't suggest anything beyond the fact that she was tired and Oscar was hogging the pillows. Though she could have moved her pillow to the other side of the blanket if she'd wanted to. Stepping over Ruby's legs, Nova approached Adrian. He had pulled the desk in front of the window and now sat with his feet dangling over the side, with a sketch pad on his lap. He was drawing the library with quick, hasty lines, focusing mostly on the dark shadows that spilled from the alley. Nova climbed up onto the desk and sat beside him, her toes tapping against the glass. "You all right?" Adrian asked, without looking up. "Fine," said Nova. "The view from the roof looks pretty much the same as the view from here." "I know. I scouted it out yesterday morning." Her lip twitched, and again she wasn't sure what was more annoying, that he hadn't followed her to ask about her parents, or that she still sort of wished he had. "So, other than squiggly dinosaurs and bracelet clasps," she glanced at the sketch pad, "what sort of things do you like to draw?" He hummed in thought, sketching in a blur of shrubbery around the library's foundation. "I draw a lot of tools and weaponry for the Renegades. Armor pieces, handcuffs, things that might come in handy when we're out patrolling. Not just for our team, but for everyone. It's really made a big difference in the things we can accomplish." "I bet it has," said Nova, trying to keep any resentment out of her tone. But when I'm left to my own devices, said Adrian, I like to draw the city. The city? He set down the pen and turned back the pages of his notebook. A number of them were blank, and she wondered if there had been drawings there before, drawings that had since been brought into reality, until he arrived at a series of dark, detailed images. Unlike all the marker drawings she'd seen, these were done in charcoal. He handed Nova the sketchbook, and she took it delicately, feeling her breath hitch. The first image was of the beach at Harrow Bay, shadowed by the monumental Sentry Bridge. A couple was seated on the rocky shore, sharing a newspaper as they huddled beneath a single raincoat. She turned the page and saw Ashing Hill, a neighborhood of cobbled-together shacks and ruddy houses that had been a hot spot for drugs and crime during the age of anarchy. Probably still was, for all Nova knew. But in this picture, Adrian had captured 3 children harvesting bouquets of dandelions and clovers from the edges of the overgrown sidewalk. She flipped on, seeing a street musician strumming a guitar on the corner of Broad Street, 2 huge dogs curled around his ankles. Then a sketch of the ticket booth outside the old Sedgwick Theater. Most of the light bulbs burned out on the sign and the posters on the wall still promoting a musical act from years ago. Then a view of the crowded flea market on North Oldham Road, where people came from all over the city to sell everything from hand-crocheted baby mittens to broken clocks to garden-grown zucchini. Nova turned another page and paused. She was staring at a scene of a shadowed glen surrounded by a low stone wall and thick, crowded trees. In the center of the glen stood a single statue, half covered in moss. It was an elegant figure, covered head to toe in a long cloak, with a hood that fell so far forward as to completely cover its face. All that could be seen of the person within the cloak was their hands, which were held just slightly apart in front of the figure's stomach, as if they were holding an invisible gift. Nova exhaled and flipped past the drawing. She reached the end of the notebook and started to turn back through the pages again. These are extraordinary. Thank you, Adrian murmured, and though he must have known they were extraordinary, she still detected a hint of self-consciousness in his voice. Could you bring these to life? She asked. If you wanted to? He shook his head. I have to intend to bring it to life as I'm drawing it. Otherwise, it's just a drawing. Besides, even if I could, they wouldn't be any bigger than the page they're on. It would be sort of like making a super ornate pop-up book. He paused and added, though someday I would like to try making a life-size mural. A landscape that I could make real. It's been something I've been thinking about for a while. Nova flipped back to the drawing of the statue. She traced her thumb beside the hooded figure, careful to keep it hovering about the page so she wouldn't smudge the lines. This is at City Park, isn't it? You've been there? My parents used to take me to the playground when I was little. One time I wandered off without them realizing it, and I ended up here. She tapped her finger against the page, where the hooded figure stood serene but imposing. My parents were in such a panic when they finally found me, but I loved it. I felt like I'd just stumbled onto something no one else knew about. I even remember... She hesitated as filaments of memories spun through her thoughts. She frowned and glanced down at the drawing, then shook her head. You're really good. I've had a lot of practice, said Adrian, taking the sketch pad as she handed it to him. He fidgeted with the pencil, but didn't turn the page. But enough about me and my extraordinary artwork. What sort of hobbies do you have to occupy your extra 56 hours per week? Nova looked across at the library. It was far past midnight, and the building was dark as a tomb, its single lamppost by the sidewalk dim and flickering. Seeing it this way, the place might have been abandoned these past 10 years, just as it might have been if Cronin hadn't chosen to keep it operating even during the age of anarchy. Even if that philanthropic cause had been a cover for his black market dealing, it had to count for something, right? Mostly I train and study And, Tinker, she cast him a sideways smile, some of us can't just draw up a tool and get to use it. We have to actually invent it. I invent things, he said, tapping the eraser side of his pencil against his temple. In my mind. It's really not the same thing. He grinned. But I guess I've taken up lots of hobbies over the years. Not many stick, but I'm always trying to find new ways to keep busy. Like what sorts of hobbies? I don't know. I took up knitting for a while, but never progressed beyond really ragged scarves. Then there was birdwatching, juggling, embroidery, astronomy. Whoa, said Adrian, laughing. Start over. Knitting? Seriously? It's an undervalued art, said Nova, managing to keep a straight face. It had, in fact, been a 4-month preoccupation when she was 12 or so. But she'd been less interested in making winter accessories and more interested in the idea of being able to tote around weapons as vicious as 10-inch-long needles and no one batting an eye about it. And birdwatching? Said Adrian. Birdwatching, yep. That hobby had been Leroy's idea, who had insisted that it would help develop her patience, stealth, and observation skills. Mostly around the bay. Did you know this area is home to over 40 species of waterfowl? In fact, said Adrian, I was not aware of our waterfowl population, but that does seem like good information to have. You never know when it might come up in conversation. He grinned again, and Nova saw that his cheeks dimpled, just a tiny bit, once his smile got broad enough. She swallowed. Okay, what else did you say, juggling? She could still hear Ingrid waxing on about the many physical benefits juggling offered, from dexterity to balance to hand-eye coordination. I got pretty good at it, actually, she said. If I draw you some bowling pins, will you give me a demonstration? Nope. How about some scarves? Softballs? Flaming torches? She turned her head away, in part to hide the smile she was having trouble keeping back. We're supposed to be on a very important mission, you know. I'd hate to be a distraction. Fine. I'll let it go. For now. What was the other thing you mentioned? Astronomy? Right. Now that one I get. Being up all night, you've probably spent a lot of time looking at the stars. Nova looked up, to the few bright stars that could be seen dotting the sky between the buildings. There had been no ulterior motive for learning about the night sky, only that she found it fascinating. She could remember the sky being full of stars when she was a child. They were more difficult to see these days, now that so much of the city's power grid had been fixed. She liked electricity, but some nights she would have given almost anything to see the Milky Way again. Nova was still staring at the stars when, behind her, Ruby started to mutter in her sleep. Nova heard only, "Show you a 0, and then what might have been casserole. She looked back at Ruby, rolled onto her side and curled into a fetal position, her head sliding off the pillow and onto Oscar's outstretched arm. Are they? She asked, gesturing between their sleeping forms. No, said Adrian, who was turning pages in his sketchbook again. But they like each other. Hard to say. He found the sketch at the library and glanced back once, his eyes softening a bit as he looked at his friends. I'm almost positive Oscar likes her, but I think he's too afraid to do anything about it. And Ruby? She pretends to be oblivious. But I wonder. He thumped his pen against the paper. So, what are you training for? You said you spent a lot of your time training. For what? She leaned back on her hands. What did she train for? To destroy the Renegades, to avenge her family's deaths, to someday see Ace's vision realized, a world in which all people could be free, where the people would not be heralded over by villain gangs or the council, where prodigies would not be subjected to constant injustices and cruelty, as they had been before the age of anarchy. A world in which the anarchists could return to sunlight and not fear persecution for even the slightest misstep. "For this, I guess," she whispered, tracing the filigree of her bracelet. "To be a renegade." Adrian nodded, as if this were a perfectly reasonable thing to train for. "And is it everything you hoped for and more?" Smirking, Nova looked back at Oscar and Ruby again and saw that Ruby was drooling a tiny bit. "So far, I can honestly say that it is surpassing every expectation." Turning back to the window, she saw that a slivered moon had risen over the library and must have been going on 2:00 in the morning. "What's the significance of the bracelet?" Nova looked down. She hadn't realized she'd been fidgeting with it again. "Oh, it was my mom's." She cleared her throat. "Thank you, by the way, for fixing it." "My pleasure," he murmured. Reaching over, he took hold of the filigree between 2 fingers and twisted it around so he could see the empty setting. "What happened to the stone?" She pulled her hand away, settling it on her lap. "This is how it was when I got it," she said, picturing the bracelet abandoned on their tiny kitchen table. Ace had grabbed it as he carried her from the apartment, refusing to let another piece of David's work fall into the hands of the gangs. Her stomach tightened. "Aren't you tired?" she asked. Adrian blinked at the change of topic, but his surprise quickly turned to sheepishness. "Not too bad. I've worked night patrols before. Plus, I had one of those energy shots right before you came back down." "Go rest for a while." Nova brought her legs up onto the table. Sitting cross-legged and watching the street and alley and the pitch-black windows as nothing happened. "This is what I'm here for, right?" "I know, but I don't want to miss anything." "Miss anything of what?" said Nova, gesturing toward the library. He frowned. "Adrian," she said more firmly now, "I can handle this. If you don't get some sleep, you're going to be useless, so—" She gestured to the blanket. He sighed and lifted his hands in resignation. "Fine. But you'll wake me up the moment you see anything suspicious, right?" She sighed, feigning exasperation. "What do you think I am, an amateur?" Adrian stretched out on the blanket, pillowing his hands beneath his head. "Watch it, insomnia. You haven't even been a renegade for 3 whole days yet." She turned back to the window. In the glass, she could see her own reflection, and she was caught off guard by the faint smile still playing around her lips. She settled her focus on the library and said the words she thought Adrian would believe without question. What any renegade would hear as the absolute truth. "Yeah, but some days, I feel like I've been a renegade my whole life." Nova shut her eyes to hide the laughter in them. It sounded so painfully ludicrous, but she was proud of her delivery. She'd almost convinced even herself. She waited for some smart comment to be shot back her way, but none came. She frowned, waited some more, and heard only heavy breathing. Nova glanced back over her shoulder. Her jaw fell. He was already asleep. Ugh, you would be one of those. Sighing, she wrapped her arms around her legs, settled her chin on her knee, and stared out into the dark world beyond this abandoned office. She had always been astonished by people who could fall asleep fast. Like there was nothing to it. Like their spirits weren't burdened with suffering and resentment. Like their hearts and minds could so easily be at peace. After a while, she dared to look back at Adrian, just to make sure he really was asleep. She frowned as her gaze alighted first on the steady rise and fall of his chest. Her attention swept down his lean body to casually crossed ankles, then back up to his face. He had removed his glasses and set them, neatly folded, beside the wall. His face was different without them, more open and tranquil, though that could have been as much because of the sleep. She knew it was a stereotype, but the glasses really did give him an air of studiousness, of artistry. Without them, he looked like a superhero. A really good-looking superhero. Nova flushed, suddenly mortified at the direction of those thoughts, and hastily turned back to the window, vowing not to stare at him for another second. The vow was harder to keep than she ever would have admitted, but keep it she did. Listening to the sounds of deep breathing, the occasional rustle of fabric and peaceful sigh as her companions slept and shifted and slept some more. In the city, a distant siren, a motorcycle roaring to life a few blocks away. It wasn't the shortest night of her life, but it wasn't the longest either. She searched for any sign of activity inside the library, but there was nothing but stillness and darkened windows, which was good. Ingrid and the librarian would have had all the previous day to clear the library of incriminating evidence. There's nothing to do now but wait until morning, when Nova could encourage the Renegades to go inside and the librarian could prove that he had nothing to hide, thereby putting an end to this investigation. Nova was getting anxious to get it over with. She had other things to be doing than sitting with a patrol unit on a hopeless surveillance assignment. She had things to investigate at headquarters, secrets to uncover, weaknesses to ascertain, and she wasn't going to get any of that done here. Eventually, the sky overhead began to shift from black to navy to sapphire, a progression she was intimately familiar with. The window was facing north, so she had no hope of seeing the sunrise, but she sensed it in the gradual lightening of the clouds and the way shadows began to stretch long down the street, and how, all at once, the windows of the library began to glimmer with morning light. At 8 o'clock sharp, the closed sign in the window was flipped over to open. Nova couldn't see who had turned it, Narcissa or Gene Cronin himself. 9 minutes later, the first patron arrived, an elderly woman carrying a basket full of thick paperbacks, her head tucked beneath a plastic hood, even though there were no rain clouds in the sky. Nova climbed down from the desk and nudged Adrian with her toe. "Hey, sketch." It was Ruby who woke first, startling when she found herself restrained by Oscar's arm around her waist. She moved it off of her and sat up, brushing her black and white hair aside. Oscar and Adrian woke up moments later, Adrian jolting upward the moment he spotted Nova and remembered where they were. "Did something happen?" he said, his hand fumbling across the floor until it landed on his glasses. He unfolded them and slipped them back onto his face, blinking up at Nova. "Did you see something?" "Yeah," she said, leaning against the desk. "The library opened, an old woman just went in carrying a bunch of books, but I have a feeling she might have been hiding a machine gun under her jacket." Adrian blinked up at her, and she noticed he had a speck of white caught in the lashes of his left eye. What her mother had used to refer to as sleep dust. Nova had the most peculiar urge to lift up his glasses and run her thumb across the lashes to clear it away. "She's being sarcastic, right?" said Oscar, rolling a kink from his shoulder. Nova glanced at him. "Yes." A cacophony of giggles from outside drew them all to the window. On the street below, a crowd of young children had just arrived via 3 minivans and were being paraded into the library. Perhaps a daycare retreat or a school field trip. They stared until the last of the children and their teachers had disappeared through the large main doors. "Well," said Ruby, slapping her hands together, "we didn't really expect to catch anything on our first night, did we? I mean, who knows how often his illegal dealings go down?" Nova shifted her attention between the 3 renegades. "Is this really our plan? To stake this place out every night for all eternity? What if we never catch anyone? What if his black market clients don't use the alleyway but go in through some other entrance? He could have a secret underground tunnel for all we know. Or, just a thought, what if he's not actually dealing in black market guns and this is a waste of time? It's too early to determine any of that, said Adrian. So how long do we keep doing this before we try something else? Nova pressed. Adrian opened his mouth, but hesitated. Well, started Ruby. Longer than one night, at least. Nova gestured at the window. Look, I know I'm the new guy here, and maybe I don't have all the information to be making this call, but I really don't think we're going to learn anything from an abandoned office building staring at a closed public library every night. I think the only way we'll know if illegal activity is happening in there is to actually go inside. Adrian shook his head. The council was very specific. We can't do a search without first having some evidence of criminal activity. So let's go inside and get some evidence. It's a library. It's open to the public. It's not breaking any rules if we go... She trailed off, her eye catching a lone figure on the street below. Her breath hitched. She quickly pulled her attention away, but it was too late. Adrian followed the look, his lips parting in surprise. Jackpot, he whispered. What? What is it? Said Ruby, as she and Oscar pressed closer to see. See that woman down there? Said Adrian, his eyes tracking her as she crossed the street and ducked into the shadow of the library. I'm almost positive that's Ingrid Thompson, the detonator. Nova swallowed, staring at Ingrid as she paused on the front stoop of the library and looked back, in what was probably intended to give the Renegades a good look at her, but that also served to make her look extra suspicious as she slipped inside. Adrian lifted his communicator band to his mouth. Sketch to the council. We've just witnessed an anarchist, the detonator, entering the Cloven Cross Library. There are civilians inside. An extraction team is requested. We'll hold the area. An extraction team? Said Nova, gaping at him as she tried to muddle through what Ingrid could be thinking. The last thing she was supposed to do was give actual evidence that Jean Cronin was dealing on the black market, and seeing an anarchist enter the library may not be evidence, but it wasn't going to help the case for his innocence either. But Ingrid must have a plan. She knew Nova was up here. Did she still want Nova to bring the team inside? The extraction team will go in after the detonator, and maybe the librarian too, said Adrian. They'll probably bring backup. The detonator hasn't been active in almost 10 years, but she had a reputation for being pretty volatile back in the day. Inhaling sharply through her nostrils, Nova looked down at the closed library doors. Whatever Ingrid was thinking, she would have planned on there being only 3 renegades on this mission. Whatever she was planning, an extraction team probably wasn't on the agenda. We should go in, she said. Ruby looked at her. What? The detonator makes bombs, right? She could blow up that whole place in seconds. What if she gets into a fight with Cronin or something else sets her off? There are children in there. We can't risk anyone getting hurt. The others exchanged looks, significantly more anxious now than they had been even seconds ago. We're supposed to call for backup, said Adrian, but his words carried little conviction. We're not supposed to engage. That was when it was just us and the librarian, said Nova. But things have changed. Now there's an anarchist involved. What if this is our only chance to catch them both red-handed? Adrian looked at each of them in turn, his brow setting in determination. Making sure the civilians are safe is our top priority. But if we go in there and start ordering people outside, said Oscar, that'll just tip the librarian off that we're on to him. And probably scare off the detonator too, said Ruby. Adrian peered down at the library for an agonizingly long minute, as if mesmerized by the sunlight glinting off its windows. The civilians are our top priority, he repeated. We'll find the detonator and the librarian and hold them until help arrives. No violence if we can help it, and no need to cause a panic. He looked up, his jaw set. Now we're talking, said Oscar, a wisp of gray smoke curling around his fingers as he grabbed the head of his cane. Let's go be superheroes.
Chapter 23. The oak doors slammed shut behind them, and Adrian found himself engulfed by stale air and the aroma of leather and brittle pages. He paused in the vestibule, taking in the entryway and the lobby beyond. He had never been to this library before, and now he was wishing he would have come inside when he'd scouted out the area before. He wouldn't have felt quite so vulnerable now to be going into a place completely blind, having very little knowledge of its floor plan or exits. He could have come inside during business hours, attempted to be discreet. The problem with that was, thanks to his dad's, it was too likely he would be recognized. So, he took the time now to observe what he could. Inside the entrance hall, 2 alcoves stood to either side, each containing a marble statue. To his left, a noble scholar held an open book in one hand, the other raised up in a gesture of brilliance, as if the book had just revealed to him the secrets of the universe. In the other alcove, a scribe noted his thoughts into a journal with a long, feathered pen. Worn wooden floorboards stretched ahead into a central lobby where a silhouette on the floor indicated where the old administration desk had once been bolted down. A cheap banquet table stood off in one corner, framed by dark wainscoting on the wall and a large antique mirror that reflected what little daylight reached this central room. The beams of light that did enter through a couple of smartly placed upper windows illuminated drifts of thick dust circulating through the space. Adrian moved forward, one hand taking the marker from his back pocket and clutching it instinctively. Beside him, Nova gave his hand a curious look before meeting his gaze with something almost like teasing. He looked away. It may not be a gun or a knife, but it was still the most effective weapon he had. Tattoos notwithstanding. His jaw tensed as he approached the table where the lobby's only occupant sat on a stool entranced by what appeared to be a romance novel. The girl was perhaps a year or 2 younger than him, with ginger hair braided thickly over one shoulder. "Excuse me," Adrian said, sounding ridiculously polite even in his own head. The girl, though, did not even look up, just reached across the desk and slid a clipboard toward him, a form for checking out books. He cleared his throat and this time tried to sound not like a concerned citizen, but like a renegade, a superhero. "We're here for the detonator." The girl's head shot upward. She blinked at Adrian, then took in the others, her gaze lingering longest on Nova, long, pale eyelashes fluttering over grayish eyes. Her lips parted as she turned back to Adrian and squeaked, "I beg your pardon?" "The detonator," Adrian said again. "We saw her come in here, not 10 minutes ago. Where is she?" The girl's mouth opened, closed. Her eyes darted once more to Nova, then back. Aren't you... She looked at Nova again, dumbfounded. "Are they renegades?" It wasn't really a question. Adrian wasn't sure how she could tell without the uniforms. Maybe she recognized some of them from the media. Maybe they simply had a look to them. He liked to think so. What was odd, though, was the way she was staring at Nova, almost like she recognized her. "We sure are," said Nova, her voice run through with assertive pride. "Renegades, all of us, bold, valiant, and, just," whispered Ruby. Nova nodded. "That's the one. Now tell us where." "Are we in trouble?" the girl said, slamming shut her book and clutching it against her stomach, mostly covering the depiction of a shirtless swashbuckler on the cover. "We haven't done anything, I swear. Is this because we've been stalking that cookbook again? Because we were told it was within our rights to—" "The detonator," Adrian said more forcefully now. "Stop stalling and tell us where she is." The girl hesitated, looked once more at Nova, and this time Adrian frowned and followed the look. Nova turned to him and shrugged, apparently as baffled as he was. I don't know who that is," the girl stammered. Her face was red as a cherry now, and Adrian doubted it had much to do with her reading material. "I'm sorry. I can't help you." "A woman, about this tall," Adrian deadpanned, indicating her height. Wears lots of armbands and can make explosives appear out of thin air? Sound familiar?" The girl gave a weak, apologetic smile. "Not really." "How about the librarian?" said Oscar, stepping closer to the desk. "Where's he?" "He's in the back," the girl said, her attention darting over all four of them again. "Cataloging new reference materials." "Take us to him," said Adrian. "Now." "Oh, you can't go back there," the girl said. "He doesn't like to be disturbed." Adrian's teeth gritted. He could feel the ticking of time, like the steady drum of his own heart. Every second a chance for the detonator to get away, for Gene Cronin to hide whatever had brought the villain here in the first place. Disturb him anyway. The girl opened her mouth, poised to refuse, then looked at Nova again and hesitated. She cleared her throat and nodded. "Right away." Slipping off the stool, she turned and walked, not around the table or toward one of the doors or even the staircase that stood a few feet away, but to the large mirror hung on the wall behind her. She pressed her fingers against the surface, and the glass rippled outward as if she had just touched a vertical pond. Then, without fanfare, she stepped into the mirror and was gone. They all stood there, staring at their own mystified reflections for a long moment. Oscar, of course, was the first to break the silence. "That," he said, pointing, "is a cool trick." He walked around the desk and rapped his knuckles against the mirror, then pulled it away from the wall and looked behind it to ensure there wasn't a secret passageway of sorts. "Neat." "I remember hearing about her once," said Ruby. "A girl who can travel through mirrors. I remember wondering why she wouldn't apply to be a renegade, and eventually I figured it was probably just a rumor." "The problem," Adrian said, tapping the end of his marker against the table, "is now we have no idea where she went, or if she's really going to get the librarian, or if they're both about to make a run for it." Frowning, he looked around. From the main lobby, he could see a reading room to his right, the tables interspersed with short bookshelves and magazine racks. More bookshelves stretched the full length of the wall, broken up by the occasional rolling ladder or broad, dirt-covered window. To his left were the stacks, row upon row of tall, slender shelves. From that direction, he could hear the occasional giggles of children. "Ruby, Nova, let's start staking out the exits," he said, turning to inspect the staircase that led up to the second floor. Though the stairs were carpeted, in places that carpet had been worn through nearly to the wood steps beneath. The librarian or the detonator might be trying to escape right now. "Escape?" came a wary, roguish voice. "Have I been witlessly drawn into a trap that must be escaped from?" Adrian turned to see a stooped man standing in the doorway to the reading room. He had a pointed white beard and scraggly white hair. He wore socks with holes in them and no shoes. His trousers and cardigan were wrinkled and baggy on his slim frame, and his skin was so pale it looked as though he had never met the sun. Adrian stood straighter. "Are you the librarian?" "I am a librarian." "Are you Gene Cronin?" The man peered at him, uncertainty making the corners of his lips twitch, as if he wasn't sure if he was supposed to smile or not.
"My granddaughter said there were renegades who wanted a word with me."
He laughed, but it was an uncomfortable sound.
"I thought she must be playing a practical joke, but here you are. I should have known better. Narcissa likes jokes about as much as I do."
His lips gave up the fight and settled downward in a concerned frown.
"To what do I owe the pleasure?"
"Minutes ago we witnessed the detonator, a known anarchist, entering this library," said Adrian, "and we have reason to believe your dealings with her aren't of an entirely lawful nature."
"The detonator?"
barked the librarian, his eyes darting away from Adrian to scan the others.
"The anarchists? I haven't had anything to do with them for, well, close to 10 years now, isn't it?"
He reached up and spent a moment smoothing down a patch of unruly hair, though it popped right back up as soon as he let his hand fall to his side again. It hung awkwardly at his side before he reached out and pressed his palm against the doorway, knuckles turning white against the wood.
It pains me to think that even now the Renegades refuse to trust me. I pay the Council's taxes, I follow the Council's rules, and on top of all that, I provide a great service to this community.
He gestured around the lobby.
Do you know there are only 9 functioning public libraries currently open within Gatlin's city limits? There used to be well over 100, and all 9 of those are thanks to the selfless efforts of people like me, who have made it our lives' work to continue the free distribution and sharing of knowledge and wisdom, to make sure that the people have access to this, to books. Meanwhile, what has your beloved council done to respect the work of scholars of years past, to further the enlightenment of society?
Adrian furrowed his brow, not sure at first that the librarian wanted an answer. They reopened schools, he supplied, thinking that should have been obvious. Whereas you spent decades selling guns to villains who would just as soon keep the people ignorant and helpless. Beside him, Nova stiffened. He glanced at her and saw a flash of something cross her features, annoyance or denial, but it was gone as fast as it had come. Insomnia? He asked. She kept her gaze trained to the librarian as she said darkly, Are you telling us you have nothing to hide? Gene Cronin pursed his lips until they started to turn as white as his beard. Then he huffed, Of course I have nothing to hide. During the age of anarchy, I did what I had to do in order to survive. Now I am content to make my living through more peaceful means. And that includes hosting private meetings with villains like the Detonator? Said Adrian. You are mistaken, said Cronin. I have not seen the Detonator or any anarchist, his gaze swiveled back to Nova, in a long, long time. Then you won't mind if we look around? Said Adrian. This is a public library, said Cronin. Browsing is always encouraged. Adrian's fingers tightened around the marker. Maybe you'd be willing to give us a tour of the areas that aren't open to the public, if you really don't have anything to hide, like you say. Cronin inclined his head. It would be my pleasure. He crossed the lobby to the staircase and had gone up 3 steps when Adrian stopped him. Not that way, he said. Cronin glanced back. This building has a basement, right? Let's start there. The librarian's face went blank.
There is nothing in the basement but the furnace and outdated stacks.
Then it will be a quick tour, said Adrian. Nostrils flaring around his mustache, Cronin abandoned the staircase and headed toward the east room. They followed him through a pair of tall bookcases and down an aisle of desks. In the far corner, Adrian spotted a stone fireplace, though there was no fire currently lit. A young man was seated cross-legged on the floor, reading a picture book to the children scattered around him. The sight made Adrian's blood cool. He glanced at the others and saw the same apprehension mirrored on Ruby's and Oscar's faces, though Nova had her gaze intently latched to the librarian's back. There was no reason yet to alarm anyone, he told himself. But still. Smokescreen, he whispered. You stay up here. Clear the library at the first sign of trouble. Oscar glanced at him, and if he was annoyed to be excluded, it didn't show. Nodding, he stepped back into one of the rows of bookshelves, disappearing from view. Cronin led them to a door labeled Staff Only and spent a moment fishing around in his pockets for a key. Once he had opened the door, they descended a narrow staircase into the basement, where the air was mustier and thicker, permeated with the stench of molding paper. Cronin cleared his throat and stepped aside when he reached the bottom of the staircase, allowing them to spill into the room and look around. More bookshelves took up the space, though they were spaced more tightly together than those above, some allowing barely enough room to pass between them. Every spare inch was taken up with books. When a shelf could hold no more, the books were piled up on top of the books that were already there, causing some of the shelves to sag under their weight. There were books piled up in corners like snowdrifts, books stacked under and over desks, books with broken spines and bent pages tossed haphazardly into a pile that overflowed into the walkway. A single desk had been shoved against the far wall, its surface littered with take-out boxes and paper files. On the floor beside it stood a plain, full-length mirror like something that would be found in the dressing room of a cheap department store, though the mirror walker, Narcissa, he'd said, was nowhere in sight. Not far away, a short concrete stairwell led up to a door marked with an exit sign, probably, Adrian thought, the side door that led to the alley they'd been watching all night.
"And there you have it," said the librarian, picking a book off the discarded pile and lovingly unfolding its bent pages. "Anything else I can do for you? Perhaps you'd care to take back a book on political science for the council to peruse in their spare time. I think it might benefit them."
He placed the book onto a shelf, tenderly stroking its spine like a pet. Ruby groaned.
"Do you think we're idiots? We saw the detonator come in here. Just tell us where she is and things will go a lot easier for you."
Cronin drew himself upward, uncurling the slump of his spine.
"I am sorry, but you seem to be suffering from an overactive imagination."
Ruby cast Adrian a frustrated look. He knew the feeling. This had all taken up so much more time than he'd expected it to, and he found himself regretting his decision to enter the library rather than wait for backup like they were supposed to. Already he could see the error of his decision. If his team had merely blocked out the library's exits, they would have known if the detonator had tried to leave. They would have been able to stop her. Instead, she could have gone out through the back door ages ago. He felt like an idiot. He felt like his dad's had been right to doubt his ability to handle this, and that angered him as much as anything. But it was too late now to change direction. What would an experienced team do in this situation to make up for the mistakes he'd already made? Should they threaten Cronin if he didn't give up the detonator's location? Arrest him? Start punching holes in the walls looking for secret alcoves that held illegal contraband?
"So," said the librarian, heading back toward the stairwell, "if you'd like, we can continue the tour upstairs. We have a marvelous collection of rare books and first editions on the second floor."
A loud clunk made him freeze. Adrian spun, glancing at the wall the sound had come from. It was yet another wall sporting floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, no different from the others. But as he stared, the books began to tremble, and the wall began to move outward, scraping loudly against the floor.
"No," Cronin murmured. "What is she? No!"
Adrian took a step toward the bookshelf. Ruby twisted her wrist, unraveling the wire that held her bloodstone. Nova settled a hand on her belt. The wall of books swung outward, though what lay beyond was too dark for Adrian to see. Then there was a quiet click, and a single desk lamp flooded the space with dim green-tinted light. They were staring into a room not much bigger than the office cubicle they had spent the night in. There was a single desk in the room's center, holding nothing on it but the lamp. A woman sat in the rolling chair behind the desk, her boots kicked up on its surface as she tipped back in the seat. Ingrid Thompson, the detonator. But this was not an office. This was an armory. The 3 surrounding walls were lined with shelves and display cases and neatly labeled cabinets, only this room was not full of books, but weapons. Boxes of bullets and cartridges, rifles, shotguns, handguns, pistols, bandoliers stocked with ammunition, lethal-looking darts, crossbows, hunting knives, and what he suspected was a box of hand grenades. "Oh, for all the diabolical schemes," Nova murmured from behind him. "This is why we can never win." The detonator smirked.
Took you long enough, Renegades. I was beginning to think I'd have to come find you myself.
Chapter 24. Ingrid shouldn't have been there. The guns shouldn't have been there. Nova took in Ingrid's haughty expression, her mind buzzing with disbelief, with irritation, with betrayal. They'd had a plan. They'd had a good plan. What was Ingrid doing? Adrian Everhart, said Ingrid. She pulled one hand out from beneath the desk, gripping a handgun. She tapped the handle against the desk. What a sweet surprise. That girl told you we were here, said Adrian, his expression oddly neutral for having a gun aimed at him. The mirror walker? Nova swallowed. It was as good a guess as any, and Ingrid didn't seem inclined to correct him as her lips drew into a haughty smile. The best part of all of this, she said, is that I'm going to kill you, and no one will know it was me, because no one will be alive to tell them. Except... Her eyes narrowed as she scanned Adrian and Ruby, the librarian, and finally Nova. You're missing one. And you're missing some brain cells, yelled Ruby. She threw her bloodstone at one of the tall shelving units beside Ingrid. The wire spun around a shelf bracket, hooking tight, and Ruby yanked back, bringing the enormous structure toppling down. Ingrid screamed as a shower of guns and ammunition crashed onto her head. The heavy shelves landed on her shoulders. The desk chair rolled out from beneath her, and Ingrid collapsed onto the floor, the descent of the shelves caught by the top of the desk. Growling, Ingrid crawled beneath the desk and lifted the gun. Adrian turned and threw himself at Ruby in the same moment Ingrid pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space, the bullet lodging itself in a thick encyclopedia as Adrian and Ruby tumbled to the ground. They rolled behind a bookshelf. With a terrified cry, Jean Cronin turned and started for the stairs, but Nova reached out and grabbed the back of his shirt. She slammed him into a corner behind another teetering shelf. This wasn't the plan, she whispered. What's going on? You tell me, he spat back, his eyes wide with horror. Ingrid said she was here for new bombshells, but I have the distinct impression I've been set up. Nova frowned. What did she tell you yesterday? Yesterday? I didn't see her yesterday. A crash came from the artillery room. Releasing Cronin, Nova peered through a gap in the bookshelf as Ingrid cleared a path through the weaponry that had fallen from the shelves. Nova searched for Adrian and Ruby, but could see no sign of them in the labyrinth of shelving. Here's what's going to happen, said Ingrid. I'm going to kill you. Then I'm going to find your friend and kill him too. The smoky one, right? I'm sure he hasn't gone far. She cocked the gun again. Then, while Captain Chromium is reeling from the death of his only son, I'm going to burn down Renegade headquarters and everything they've built. I will show them what it's like to work so hard for something, only to have it destroyed in minutes. As Nova watched Ingrid pick her way through the mess, a movement near the floor caught her eye. She stood on her tiptoes, straining to see over a pile of books, and spotted Adrian. Or his hand, as he sketched hasty lines onto the floor. We could run for it now, whispered Cronin. The stairs are right there. We could... Shut up, said Nova, snarling. Ingrid rounded a shelf, the gun at the ready as she searched for Adrian and Ruby. She took another step and suddenly the lines drawn onto the floor jerked upward, a rope cutting across the aisle at her ankles. Ingrid tripped. She yelped, crashing to her knees. The gun flew from her hand. Stepping out from behind a shelf, Adrian stopped the skidding gun with his foot. You were saying? Ruby let out a battle cry and dropped down from the shelf beside Ingrid, landing on her back and wrapping her wire in front of Ingrid's throat, pulling her head back. Adrian grabbed the gun and aimed at Ingrid. But in the same moment, Ingrid flung herself at the shelf, throwing Ruby's back against it. Ruby cried out in pain, and her surprise allowed Ingrid to launch Ruby over her shoulders, sending her sprawling onto the floor. The shelf they had struck wobbled, books sliding and tumbling over the sides. With a roar, Ingrid hooked her elbow around the side of the shelf and tipped backward, pulling it toward her. The shelf fell, toppling over into the next shelf, which smashed into the next, like a row of precarious dominoes, until the room was full of collapsing shelves and falling books. Cronin shoved Nova aside, ducking past her before she could think to grab him. She snatched the shockwave gun from her belt and pointed it at him, but hesitated, watching as he bolted up the stairs. He was gone before the last encyclopedia had dropped onto the growing piles. "Ruby!" Adrian yelled. Nova crept forward but couldn't spot him in the chaos and dust. "Are you okay?" "Not Ruby," came a groaning reply. "Red assassin." "Right, sorry." Nova spotted him crawling out from the pocket of space left by one of the fallen shelves. Then a flash of royal blue caught her attention. A glowing sphere was anchored to the back wall, the energy inside it beginning to crackle. One of Ingrid's bombs, preparing to detonate. She saw Ingrid standing a dozen feet away from Adrian. Her face was cruel as she stared at him. Nova's heart jumped. She lifted the stun gun, but who was she supposed to aim at? Was she a renegade today or an anarchist? Who was she supposed to be protecting? Who was she supposed to stop? Ingrid raised her hand, her fingers poised to snap. Nova screamed, "Adrian, get down!" Without hesitation, he fell to the ground. Ingrid snapped. The explosion shook the building, blowing chunks of the foundation outward. The blow knocked Nova off her feet. She flew backward, crashing into a wall of shelves. A flare of almost unbearable heat surged over her skin, and she turned her face away, throwing her arm protectively over her head. At the same moment, an avalanche of books tumbled around her shoulders. It was a mere 2 seconds of pandemonium, and then it was over. Nova's ears were ringing, and when she dared to lift her head, the air was full of scattered papers and debris and smoke. Smoke. "Sweet rot," she muttered, though she couldn't hear her own voice inside her head. "Please let that be coming from smoke screen." She grasped a shelf and used it to pull herself from the pile of books. Blinking rapidly to clear the dust from her eyes, she spotted Ruby first, pushing a fallen chair off her legs. Then Adrian, rising to his hands and knees and shaking away the debris that covered him. The relief that washed over her was unexpected, a little disorienting, and completely overshadowed by the sight of Ingrid storming through the mess. She was holding a gun again. Nova didn't know if she'd managed to retrieve the one Adrian had taken from her, or if this was new, but she recognized the fury on Ingrid's face, the enraged eyes, the roar coming from her twisted mouth, even if Nova couldn't hear it. Adrian looked up. Ingrid lowered the gun, aiming for his head. Still clutching her own weapon, Nova targeted Ingrid and fired. It was an invisible force that knocked Ingrid off her feet, sending her sprawling over one of the toppled shelves. Adrian's head swiveled toward Nova. "Fire!" she screamed, though it sounded like she was yelling into a pillow. Though she hadn't yet seen the flames, black smoke was billowing up from the pile of books closest to the gaping hole in the foundation. The heat from the blast was smoldering inside those pages, waiting to combust, ready to burn through all the flammable material it could devour. Adrian scrambled to his feet and shoved his hands into his pocket. His determined expression faltered, replaced with a frown. Pulling out his hands, he patted down his pockets. Then his sleeves. Panic rising in his expression, he looked down at the floor, turning in a complete circle, before looking up at Nova and Ruby. He said something. Nova shook her head, gesturing to her ear. He said it again, and this time she could make out the shapes of his lips. "My pen." She gawked in dismay. What was he going to draw? A fire extinguisher? Wait, actually, that might work. Feeling around her own belt, she pulled out the ink pen with the hidden projectile dart and tossed it to Adrian. He caught it at the same moment another explosion blew back the stack of books. They went up in a bonfire of flames. Nova stumbled away, pressing back against the wall. On the other side of the room, Adrian stooped and grabbed Ingrid, heaving her unconscious body over his shoulder, then yelling at Ruby, "Go! Go! Go!" They bolted for the stairwell before the flames could cut off their path. Nova joined them, launching herself over fallen shelves, clambering over the desk, and flinging herself up the stairs. It didn't take long for the flames to spread, surging from one stack of books to the next, black smoke permeating the air and clouding the staircase as they climbed. They burst through the door onto the ground floor of the library, which seemed astonishingly bright and airy in contrast to the dim, smoke-filled basement. A terrified voice broke through her disoriented thoughts, and she saw Oscar charging toward them, arms flailing. "We're missing one!" Adrian drew up short. "What?" "There were 31 patrons," Oscar said. Nova tipped forward, straining to understand him. "I counted, and as soon as I heard that first gunshot, I started getting them out of here, but I only got 30. There was one more, a kid, I'm pretty sure. Maybe he got out already on his own, I don't know, but—" "Split up," Adrian yelled, and though his voice still sounded distant, Nova realized the ringing in her ears was beginning to subside. "Find the kid first. Then if you can, try to find Cronin and Narcissa too. But first, find that kid." Ruby and Oscar both spun away, dashing through the stacks. "What are you going to do with her?" Nova asked, staring at Ingrid's limp body and having the sickening vision of Adrian tossing her back down into the burning basement. "Arrest her," he said. "I'll secure her outside and do another head count of the civilians, just to make sure the kid didn't slip by unnoticed. Then I'll come back to help." Nova stuffed the stun gun back into its holster and held out her hands. "I'll take her." "What?" "I'll take her outside and secure her." Adrian's gaze darted down her body, and she knew what he was thinking. "I'm strong enough," she insisted. "If you find that kid, you'll be able to get them out faster than I could. Come on, you're wasting time. Hand her over." Adrian frowned for a second longer, then shifted his hold on Ingrid and draped her around Nova's shoulders so she could carry her like a sack of grain. Not that she had ever carried a sack of grain. She'd never carried an explosion-happy prodigy before, either. She gritted her teeth, adjusting her grip on the leg and arm that dangled over her shoulders. Truth be told, she didn't think Ingrid was that much heavier than her duffel bag when it was full. "Got her?" said Adrian. "Fine, go!" Nova stumbled toward the lobby. The entire place seemed abandoned, with no sign of anyone, not Cronin and his granddaughter, not Ruby or Oscar. Just her and Ingrid, and billows of smoke creeping along the rafters. She stared down at her own plodding feet, wondering if she was just imagining the heat rising up from the floor into the soles of her fancy new boots. The wooden floorboards, nailed to wooden beams. The exterior walls might be stone, but everything inside, all the framework, all the furniture, all those books. It was an inferno waiting to happen. And that didn't even take into account the room full of ammunition and explosives in the basement, any of which could start detonating once the fire's heat got to them. Ingrid's weight dragged on her as she crossed the vestibule and pushed her way through the main doors. A crowd of terrified civilians was clustered on the sidewalk in front of the steps. Not just the patrons from the library, but a growing collection of neighbors and onlookers, too. Soon, there would be media. Soon, there would be more renegades. Nova ignored them all as she shouldered her way through. The crowd parted, gasps and whispers replacing the fuzzy noises in her skull. "Official renegade business," she grunted, trudging into the street. A man stepped forward, hands extended as if to relieve her of the burden, but Nova snapped at him. "Don't touch! She's dangerous!" He recoiled. No one followed her as she crossed the street into the shade of the office building. The dead weight of Ingrid's body was just becoming unbearable when Nova reached the corner and dropped to one knee, rolling Ingrid off of her. Ingrid landed with a thud and a groan. Nova sat back on her heels, gasping, and did her best to work out the muscles of her neck and shoulders. "Next time," she said, "I'm going to let you burn." Ingrid groaned again. Grabbing her elbow, Nova pulled Ingrid up to sitting, then leaned her against the building. She unhooked the handcuffs the Renegades had assigned to her from the back of her belt. Evidently, they were handed out to every patrol unit, even though, in this case, Adrian and his team weren't supposed to be patrolling. "You shot me," Ingrid mumbled, her words slurring as she fought to recover from the effects of the shockwave. "Did not," said Nova. "I stunned you. There's a difference." She slapped one side of the cuff to Ingrid's wrist. Ingrid started, her expression starting to clear. "What?" "I'm only doing one hand," said Nova. Yanking Ingrid's arm upward, she attached the other cuff to the bars across the first-floor window. "You'll be able to free yourself easy, and I'll chalk it up to a beginner's mistake." Ingrid craned her head, staring blearily at her trapped wrist. "You were supposed to help me," she said. "They'd be dead by now." Releasing a hasty breath, Nova crouched closer to her. "You didn't warn him at all, did you? You set this all up. You set me up." Ingrid coughed. "If I'd told you, you would have gotten trigger-shy, and you know it. Just like at the parade. But you're a smart girl. You should have figured it out." She scooted herself closer to the wall. "A renegade team walking right into our hands. The captain's son, no less. Finally, our chance to show them the pain and loss we've had to suffer. And you ruined it." Nova's body began to shake with restrained anger. She stood and took a step back from Ingrid. "My goals are a bit more comprehensive than taking out one patrol unit. I thought we were together on that." She shook her head, blinded by frustration. "We'll talk about it later. Right now, I have to go do damage control because someone completely ignored my plan. The plan that would have protected the librarian and hidden our connection to him, I'll remind you." "They would have charged him with something," Ingrid grumbled. "They would have found a reason to arrest him. It was only a matter of time." Nova pursed her lips. Yesterday, she believed that was true. Now, she was no longer sure. All night long, Adrian and the others had done exactly what they'd said they would do. Watch and wait. They only decided to enter the library after Ingrid revealed herself. If Adrian had intended to plant incriminating evidence, she'd seen no sign of it. "Maybe, maybe not," she said. "All I know now is that we've lost the librarian and access to everything that was in that storeroom. The Renegades won. Again." Chapter 25. Nova stomped back across the street, her thoughts reeling. She was in this for the long haul. She was acting the part of the renegade, not so she could teach them a lesson today or tomorrow. Not so she could undermine a single mission or take out a single team. She would bring about the end of the Renegades. She would take down the council. She would avenge the family they had sworn and failed to protect. Her family. Ingrid was an idiot for being so short-sighted, for trying to take the easy road to revenge. But then, Nova had been an idiot too. She should have known something was wrong from the moment they stepped inside the library and she saw that speechless, terrified look on Narcissa's face. She should have reacted faster, before everything got so out of control. But she'd been so focused on completing the mission. She'd put too much faith in Ingrid, convinced there would no longer be any incriminating evidence left behind. The Renegades would search the place and, when they came up empty-handed, this investigation would be over. Instead, Ingrid had duped Nova, and now everything was in ruins. Or at least, the library was in ruins. Smoke was streaming out through the lower windows. Nova could see the massive hole in the foundation where the bomb had hit. The cloud of smoke spilling out from that crater was black as pitch. The crowd was watching her as she approached, their attention shifting from her to Ingrid to the library. "What's happening?" a woman demanded. "You're a renegade, aren't you? Aren't they going to do anything about this?" Nova stopped and turned to face the woman, annoyance growing fast inside her. "Do something?" she said. "Like, catch the bad guy?" She gestured back at Ingrid. The woman peered down her nose at Nova. "Like, put out the fire." "Where's Tsunami?" said a kid. "Yeah," another spouted. "Or someone else with water power. That's what you need." Nova opened her mouth, preparing to tell them that right now they were doing the best they could with the powers they had. But then she hesitated, remembering that the public's favorable or unfavorable opinion of the Renegades wasn't her problem. "Whatever," she muttered, shoving through the crowd and facing the library. She peered up through the windows. There was no sign of Adrian or the others. Had they found the missing kid? Were they still in there looking? They must have. They were professionals. They were actual superheroes. If they hadn't found the kid yet, they would, any minute now. But what about the librarian? Nova exhaled, struggling to retain focus in the upheaval, to not lose sight of her priorities. The librarian was found out. He would be arrested the moment they found him again, charged with illegal weapons dealing and conspiracy and who knew what else. Any hope of the anarchists maintaining their connection to his distributors was gone. Unless she could find him first. Unless she could somehow get him to safety. Maybe, just maybe, she could still right this sinking ship. Gene Cronin was a coward. That's what Ingrid had told her a dozen times. He would have run. He would be long gone by now, probably halfway to the city limits. Wouldn't he? She massaged the back of her neck, uncertainty crowding her thoughts, when a series of explosions rumbled the foundation of the library. They were followed by the deafening creak of wood caving in on itself. The crowd pushed back as a cloud of black smoke spewed out from the windows and the massive hole in the lower wall. Nova knew the explosions were from the stockpile of explosives in the basement, though she couldn't be sure if there were more detonations still to come. Then she heard the screams. At first, she thought she was imagining it, a terrified echo coming from her still, scattered mind. Someone shoved her from behind, the woman from before, crying, "Someone's still in there! I heard them! Do something!" And though it took all of Nova's willpower not to turn around and yell at the woman to do something herself, she ignored the instinct and took off running. Not into the library, but around the corner, sure the screams had come from the back. No sooner had she rounded the far corner than she saw him, a kid, 6 or 7 years old, hanging out of the second-story window. He had the collar of his shirt pulled up over his nose, and even from down below she could see his panicked, bloodshot eyes. Nova glanced in each direction, but there was nothing she could use to climb. No random ladder lying around, no convenient overgrown tree. She inspected the side of the building and, without giving herself a chance to overthink it, dug her fingers into the mortar of the stones and hauled herself upward. She only got a few feet up the side of the building before her foot slipped and she crashed back to the ground, landing hard on her back. Overhead, the boy sobbed, his fingers clutching the sill of the window. Nova got back to her feet, but another explosion rocked the ground, nearly knocking her over again. A window on the first floor had exploded outward, succumbing to the heat and pressure building up inside the library. Blinding orange flames roared inside, licking at the stone walls. Nova shut her eyes, calculating the risks. Though it took only seconds to make the decision, it felt like an eternity. Opening her eyes again, she reached into the compartment on her belt that held her handmade exothermic microflares, and buried, deep beneath them, her gloves. Nightmare's gloves. She shoved her fingers into the black leather and strapped down the buckles, then pressed the switch that engaged the pressurized suction cups. Stomping forward, she leaped for the building, pressing her palms into the facade. The suction held. Nova started to climb. Press, stretch, release. Her toes grappling for purchase in the mortar. Her arms burning with exertion as she hauled herself higher and higher. Billows of smoke streamed up from the windows below, filling the air around her. By the time she reached the window on the second story, her arms were ready to detach from her shoulders. But she made it inside, hauling herself in through the window and collapsing on the floor beside the child. He stared down at her, lip trembling. "Help," he said meekly. She nodded. "Give me a second." One breath in, one breath out. She sat up and staggered to her feet. This floor, too, was filling with smoke, though it wasn't yet too thick to see. "Come on," she said, wrapping an arm around the kid's shoulders. He followed her without resistance through a series of archive rooms until they reached the main staircase. Nova drew up short, staring down toward the lobby. What had been the main lobby was now a sea of smoke and flames. The floor itself was smoldering, and, even as she stared, the floor beneath the scholar statue in the vestibule gave out from the weight, collapsing in on itself. Nova backed away, nudging the kid toward the wall. "Okay," she said slowly. "Won't be going that way." She ushered him back the way they had come, to the open window she had climbed through. She stuck her head out and analyzed the fall. It wasn't too bad. For her. "Do you know how to tuck and roll?" The kid whimpered. Can't you fly?" She stared at him. "If I could fly, why would I—" She lifted her hands, still cloaked by the gloves, then groaned. "Never mind. Listen. You're going to climb onto my back and I'll scale the wall back down. You're going to have to trust me, okay?" Though the kid's face was full of fear, it was overshadowed by pure, inexplicable hope. "You're a renegade," he said. "Of course I trust you." Nova's gut clenched, and every instinct wanted to argue that point. Don't trust them. They don't deserve it. But she bit back the reply and had started to crouch down so he could climb onto her back when she heard yelling. Wrapping a hand around the kid's waist, Nova peered out the window again and spotted Ruby and Oscar running through the overgrown ivy below. "Nova!" Oscar yelled, then flinched. "By which I mean insomnia! You need to get out of there!" Relief pulsed through Nova's veins. She cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled back, "I found the kid! Look!" Turning, she scooped the kid beneath his armpits and held him up in the window for them to see. Ruby clasped a hand over her mouth. She and Oscar traded looks, but it was a short-lived, silent discussion. "Hold on!" said Ruby, unwinding the wire from her wrist. She stepped away from Oscar and started to twirl it like a lasso in the air. "Stand back!" Nova jumped away from the window, pulling the kid with her. A second later, Ruby's bloodstone flew over the sill. As soon as it jolted backward, the points of the gem peeled open, transforming it into a grappling hook that snagged tight to the windowsill. "Cool," the kid murmured. "Have you ever done a zip line?" said Nova, peeling off her gloves and stuffing them back into her satchel. "A what?" "Nothing. Come on. It's just like playing on the monkey bars. Hand over hand. If you fall, that guy with the cane will catch you, okay?" The kid peered at the thin wire, then down at Oscar, his brow creased with uncertainty. "He's a renegade too," said Nova. "He can bench press like—" She considered. "I don't know, a lot. More than you weigh, for sure." Seemingly comforted, the boy swung one leg over the sill. Nova helped him get started, showing him how to reach out with his hands while keeping his ankles locked around the rope. He was halfway down when she was beginning to relax, debating whether she would traverse the rope too or take the faster route of jumping, when Oscar yelled up to her, "Where's Adrian?" She tensed. "He's not with you?" Oscar shook his head. "We haven't seen him since you came out of the basement." Nova leaned back from the window and glanced around. The air inside the library made her feel like she was inside a sauna, a smoky, stifling sauna. Adrian wouldn't still be in here, would he? Unless the smoke had gotten to him. Unless he was unconscious somewhere, dying of smoke inhalation, or trapped beneath a burning bookcase, or... A scream cut over the roar of the fire. Nova stilled. It wasn't Adrian. But that only meant that someone else was still in the library. She followed the screaming to the far corner of the 3rd floor, where a walled-off room stood off from the main stacks, its contents visible through a glass window in the shut door. A sign beside the door read, "Rare Books and First Editions." Nova threw it open and found a room mostly clear of the smoky haze that had filled up the rest of the building, though it immediately began to spill in through the open doorway. Jean, Cronin, and Narcissa stood before an open window. Narcissa spun toward Nova and shrieked, "Shut the door!" Nova did, slamming it with a defiant shove. The librarian did not even glance over at her. He was too busy pulling books out of glass cases and hastily wrapping them up in paper towels before throwing them out the window in great armfuls. "Help me!" he cried. "Narcissa, quick! The manuscripts case! We have to save the manuscripts!" "They're just books!" Narcissa yelled back. "We have to save ourselves!" "Just books!" Cronin roared. "My life's work! Some of these are the only known copies left in the entire world! First editions, signed copies!" "Narcissa is right," said Nova, stepping farther into the room. She scanned the space again, thinking Adrian would appear from behind one of the cases. But it was only the librarian and his granddaughter. Adrian wasn't there. She gulped and tried not to picture him trapped in the fire below. "The ground floor is compromised. The whole building is going to collapse in on itself any minute. You have to get out of here." She scanned the room. 2 walls held double-hung windows, all of which had already been opened, perhaps in an effort to let out what smoke seeped through the cracks in the door. A brick fireplace stood on the western wall, looking ironically as though it hadn't seen fire in decades, with an ornate mirror hung over the mantel. Nova guessed this decorative element was intended more for Narcissa's convenience than an attempt at decorative elegance. Otherwise, there were 4 glass cases displaying ancient books, scrolls, journals, and manuscripts, and even an assortment of antique scribing and printing tools, from inkwells to lead type. More bookcases along the walls, crammed full of works that weren't quite as rare or valuable as those in the cases. There was the door Nova had entered through, and that was it. No other escape routes. They would have to go through the window. "Why did you bring them here?" Narcissa wailed, furious. Nova spun to face her. "What? You did this! You and the detonator, you tricked us! Why?" Frightened tears were pooling in Narcissa's eyes, and her fists were clenched so tight they were shaking. It occurred to Nova that she, at least, was not trapped here. There was a mirror. She could leave any time. But she hadn't left yet. She was still trying to save her grandfather. Nova bit the inside of her cheek, trying to think clearly, while Narcissa's hateful look cut into her. She'd always liked a librarian's granddaughter. She didn't know her well, but she'd always seemed nice enough when Nova had come with Ingrid to conduct their business. Though she was the librarian's granddaughter and obviously knew about his activities, she'd never struck Nova as particularly villainous. For the first time, she started to wonder what Narcissa thought about her. In their few interactions, she seemed quiet, even meek. Nova had assumed that was just her personality, but now she questioned if Narcissa might be afraid of her. Because she was Nightmare? Or because she was Ace's niece? "You need to leave," Nova said, pacing to the nearest window. "Can you take your grandfather through the mirror?" "It doesn't work like that," Narcissa snapped. "Well then, you get out through the mirror while you can. Jean and I will go out through the window." She looked down at the 2-story drop. "I think." This side of the room looked out onto the street in front of the library, where the crowd of civilians had continued to grow. A quick glance to the office building showed her that Ingrid was gone. The handcuffs lay on the sidewalk beneath the small, smoldering crater where Ingrid had set off an explosion between the wall and barred window. The other 2 windows opened toward the side alley and the theater. If they jumped, they could aim for the nearest dumpster, which would take the blow easier than concrete would. But Nova doubted Jean Cronin could handle that fall, even if she did instruct him in the basics of tuck and roll. "He's 74 years old!" cried Narcissa. "You really think he's going to jump out of a window?" Nova sighed. Where were Winston and his hot air balloon when she needed them? A crash resounded behind her, and Nova spun around, worried that the building was starting to collapse on them. But no, a window had broken. Shards of glass were flying through the air, scattering across the floor, following the trajectory of the figure that had just launched through the window. Nova's jaw dropped as she watched the figure pull off a perfect tuck and roll before bounding effortlessly back to his feet. He spun around, armored body braced for an attack, and daylight glinting off the blank visor. "Seriously?" Nova drawled. She'd known it was only a matter of time before more renegades started to show up, but she hadn't expected their secret warrior. Like those onlookers outside had said, a water elemental would have been nice. But maybe it made sense. The council knew about this mission and had a vested interest in Adrian's well-being. Maybe they'd sent the Sentinel to observe their progress, in which case the question wasn't, what was he doing here, but more, what had taken him so long? The Sentinel's head swiveled toward her as he said in a deeply concerned voice, "Is everyone all right?" Nova spread her arms wide. "We're trapped in a burning building. What do you think?" "I'll get you to safety," he said. "All of you, on one condition." He turned his focus toward the librarian, who had stopped tossing books out the window to gape at the newcomer. "I want to offer you a trade, Jean Cronin." Cronin's mouth worked in silence. He held a leather-bound book to his chest, squeezing it like a life preserver. Who are you?" "I am the Sentinel." It was said in that same righteous tone Nova remembered, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Answer me quickly," said the Sentinel. "We don't have much time." A trade? Yes, all right. I am a fair businessman, but everything's been destroyed. If you're here for guns or explosives, it will have to wait until I can re-establish connection with my—" "That doesn't interest me," said the Sentinel. "I'm here for information." Nova frowned, her suspicions growing. Outside, she heard someone calling her name, and she turned to see Ruby and Oscar racing through the alley, each carrying one end of a long aluminum ladder. Relief swelled through her chest. She wondered where they had gotten it from, though at the moment, it didn't much matter. "Information?" said Cronin. "Well, that I have in spades." "I'm looking for Nightmare." Her heart jolted, and she spun back to face the Sentinel. He wasn't facing her, and she could see the visor only in profile. But Cronin, she could see him just fine. And the way his stunned eyes shifted toward her made her pulse thunder beneath her skin. She gave a quick, desperate shake of her head. "Tell me where I can find her," said the Sentinel, "and I'll not only get you safely out of this building, but I'll take you somewhere that will give you a significant head start when the Renegades come looking. You and your granddaughter can leave this city and never come back." Narcissa's gaze swiveled from the Sentinel to Nova, her eyes wide. It was impossible to tell if the Sentinel meant what he was saying, or if the offer was merely a ploy to get the librarian to talk. Perhaps the Sentinel would betray their deal as soon as he had the information he wanted. That's what a villain would have done. But a renegade? Who were all about honesty and integrity? But if he did mean to follow through with such an offer, he'd be letting the librarian go free, a man who had put hundreds of illegal weapons out into the streets. What would the council say about that? Had they already approved this deal? All in an attempt to find Nightmare? To find her? Nova swallowed, debating whether or not she should be flattered. Nightmare? Cronin said. His eyes stayed focused on the Sentinel now, and Nova could almost see his thoughts grinding inside his head as he tried to work out his best chance for long-term survival. And freedom. She's wanted for an attempted assassination on the Council, though I suspect I don't need to tell you that. You supplied the gun she used, didn't you? The Sentinel took a few steps closer, his feet clopping against the floorboards. I want to know where she is and who she's working for. Answer that, and you'll have the rest of this day to find yourself accommodations other than a prison cell. Where she is, Cronin squeaked. Who she's working for. His focus slipped off the Sentinel and settled on Nova. Her hand dropped to her belt and the stun gun holstered there. Cronin's Adam's apple bobbed sharply. Well, he gasped, that's a complicated matter, he cleared his throat. You see, the girl who goes by Nightmare as some know her, by that name, well, she... A flaming blue sphere soared in through the broken window. It landed on the wooden floor, bounced once. Nova dived for cover behind a display case, throwing her arms around her head, while the Sentinel launched himself for Cronin and Narcissa, shielding them both. The detonation blew the corner off the library, tore a hole through the floor, and heaved the walls outward. Plaster and glass and roof shingles cascaded onto Nova's back. The floor beneath her tilted sharply toward the epicenter of the explosion. She grabbed for one of the built-in shelves, holding tight to the molding as the floor dropped out from under her feet. Books rained down around her, but she swung her knee upward for purchase and held on. The rumbling of the walls had not yet stopped when she felt a surge of heat and all the smoke released from the floor below, searing and thick. Nova coughed and looked around, trying to see through the haze. Flames were surging down below. The wall to her right was gone, and she could see the theater across the alley. But at least the opening allowed for the smoke to billow outward. She coughed, her eyes stung. There was no sign of the Sentinel or Cronin or Narcissa. Had they fallen through the floor below? There was no sign of them down there, either. The bookshelf she was clinging to began to cave inward, the exterior walls weakened by the explosion. She gritted her teeth and searched for a way to get out, but there was nothing else to grab onto. She sensed that to take a single step onto the splintered floorboards would send them crashing down. Her gaze snagged on a light sconce overhead. If she could get to it, she might be able to grab on and swing her body toward the opening. Though her palms were slick with sweat, she curled her fingers around the shelving and reached, scrambling upward, even as the shelves groaned and tipped toward the broken floor. Gravity tugged at her. She stretched, her arm reaching toward the sconce, inches away, what might have been a mile away. Her fingers slipped. Nova screamed as she fell into the fire. Chapter 26. Something grabbed her in midair. Nova felt her body being crushed against a hard, unforgiving shell, and she was soaring upward again. She sucked in a shocked breath as she stared up at the Sentinel's visor. The feeling of weightlessness was brief. He thudded down on the second-story floor, which cracked and groaned under the force of his landing. He turned and launched them both back toward the destroyed wall. Wind and smoke blew into Nova's face, and she turned away, shielding her eyes against the Sentinel's chest. This time, the sense of flying led to a sense of falling, and soon he had landed with the impact of a bulldozer on the roof of the theater. He dropped to one knee, his arms cradling her. "Are you okay?" Nova realized that she was shaking. All of her shaking, as she lifted her head and saw only her own stunned expression reflected back on the surface of his visor. He was holding her, like she was precious cargo, or an innocent bystander, or a damsel in distress. Clenching her jaw, Nova slammed both palms against his chest plate and forced herself out of his arms. He fell back in surprise, catching himself on one elbow as she leaped to her feet and backed away. She grabbed the shockwave gun from her waistband. The sentinel held a hand toward her. "I'm here to help." He slowly got back to his feet. "You can trust me." She laughed, a mad, disbelieving sound. "I highly doubt that." Her eye caught on movement, and she spotted Jean Cronin and Narcissa beside a large roof vent. Narcissa was clutching her grandfather's arm, but he was still holding one of the old, delicate books from the library. Narcissa's face was ashen, her braid mussed, and her clothes streaked with soot. Cronin wasn't faring much better. Though he had already been so disheveled, it didn't make that much of a difference. Another explosion roared from across the street, and Nova spun around, imagining more bombs being lobbed at them. But this time, it wasn't the detonator who had caused the noise. It was the library, succumbing to the fire. The remaining beams and rafters had caved in, sending a roar of sparks and flames that engulfed what remained of the roof. Soon, all that would be left would be a few exterior stone walls, a skeleton of the structure they had housed. Her heart squeezed. Was Adrian still... No. No. He was strong and clever. He was a renegade. Surely he'd found a way out. The librarian let out a pained wail and fell to his knees. "My library! My books!" Narcissa hovered over him, rubbing his back, but he did not seem to notice her beyond his devastation. "Paper and ink," drawled an angry voice. Nova grimaced. Ingrid appeared, stepping out from behind an old, rusting searchlight. What might have been used to promote a new movie premiere, back in far gone time. She already had a smirk on her face, and a new explosive crackling between her palms. "You'll get over it," she said. "It's all those lost weapons that are the real tragedy." Cronin smiled wistfully. "The weapons might have supplied my livelihood, but those books, those were my life." Ingrid snorted. "Pathetic," she said, turning her attention toward the sentinel. She started to toss the sphere of energy up, catching it in one hand before tossing it up again. "Well, well. If it isn't the Renegade's shiny new toy. Who would have thought you'd be involved in this little raid, too?" "Stand down, detonator. You've caused enough damage today." The sentinel's right hand began to glow, the gray-tinged metal turning white-hot from wrist to fingertips. Nova stared in disbelief. That was new. Surely he didn't have even more abilities that she hadn't seen yet. How could it be possible? "I know I have," Ingrid said with a cheerful laugh, "and it feels so good. After 9 years of smothering my power, feigning obedience to the Council's demands, to finally remind the world what I can do. Great powers, it feels good." She let out a hoot toward the sky, then started to laugh. "You know, my focus had been to take out that Everhart boy, but you might be even better. To take out the Council's own lackey. Do you think your armor can withstand a direct hit? I have my doubts." "Council's lackey?" said the sentinel. "I think you have me mistaken for someone else." "Oh, I don't," Ingrid countered. The sentinel extended his glowing gauntlet in front of him, fisted tight. "I'm not here on the Council's orders. I'm not here for anyone's business but my own." Ingrid sighed. "Do you really? A narrow beam of white energy launched from a cylinder on the Sentinel's forearm and slammed into Ingrid's chest. She stumbled and fell back, gasping for breath. Nova's jaw was hanging open now, her mind momentarily shocked into silence. The suit, the fire, the long-distance jumping, and now... What was that? Some sort of concussive energy beam? How many abilities did this guy have? The Sentinel lowered his arm. Why is it that some villains get so obnoxiously chatty? Is she dead? Said Nova. The Sentinel turned to her, stunned. He hesitated, glancing down at his arm, which had returned to the same dark gray color as the rest of his armor. I think. I've never actually used that one before. Nova gaped at him. What do you mean you've never used it before? They were interrupted by Jean Cronin's faintly dazed voice. She did this. He had made his way to the edge of the roof and was watching the library burn, its flames dancing in his sorrowful eyes. She set up this trap. She threw those bombs. She destroyed everything. He let out a small, humorless laugh. What can one expect from a woman who calls herself the Detonator? I should have known better. I should never have trusted an anarchist. He unfolded his arms, and Nova saw that he was still clutching the leather book he'd had inside the rare books room. But I remember everything, he whispered. Every single word. This knowledge, it will not be lost. He shut his eyes, and his face took on a look of exultation, of deep, driven purpose. This is why I was bestowed this gift, to preserve all those words, those stories, and ideas, to rescue them from extinction. If it takes the rest of my years on this earth, I will record them all. It will be the great pride of my life. Do you plan on doing that while you're in a jail cell? Said the Sentinel. Cronin turned to him, as if surprised anyone else was still standing there. Because the Renegades may or may not be willing to supply you with enough paper to replace, he gestured at the library, all of that. Cronin swallowed. The Sentinel stepped closer, his voice lowering. But my offer stands. I can get you and your granddaughter away from here. Just tell me what you know about Nightmare. Sweet rot, Nova muttered. Is that all you care about? The Sentinel did not look at her, but the librarian did. Nova drew herself up, fixing him with the most threatening look she could manage. Nightmare, said Cronin, and suddenly he started to laugh, as if it had just occurred to him what a hysterical situation this was. Oh, Nightmare. Yes, I might know where you can find... A gun ricocheted through Nova's ears. Jean Cronin's head snapped back, an arc of blood spraying across the rooftop. His body seemed to sway, momentarily suspended, before he collapsed backward. The book he'd been holding tumbled open beside him, its crisp yellow pages fluttering. Narcissa screamed. The world paused. Nova stared at the blood sprayed across the wall, and though she knew it was red, everything seemed suddenly awash in gray. Her lips were parted, but she might have stopped breathing. Her wide, disbelieving eyes swept toward Ingrid, landing on the gun in her hands. Ingrid raised her chin. There was little to read on her face. Anger, perhaps pride, but no remorse, so far as Nova could see. In her bleary thoughts, Nova pictured them sitting around the subway platform later that night, listening to Ingrid tell of how she had taken out the librarian moments before he could betray Nova's identity. She imagined Ingrid laughing about it, and the others joining her. But it didn't seem so funny at the moment. Nova knew Jean Cronin would have given up her secret, whether now to the Sentinel or later to the Council. If he survived this night, he would have eventually talked. even if merely to spite her and the anarchists who had caused the destruction of his library. He had to die if she was to go on with this mission. If she was to have any hope of staying in the Renegades and working to remove them from power once and for all. He had to die. It was the only way. Sometimes the weak must be sacrificed so that the strong may flourish. But those thoughts seemed very far away, and she realized she was hearing them not in her own voice, but in Ace's. As she watched Narcissa fall, sobbing over her grandfather's body, Nova knew that she could not have killed him, not even to protect herself. What sort of villain did that make her? Lips pulling into a sneer, Ingrid raised the gun toward Narcissa, the second liability. A bolt of blinding energy struck Ingrid in her side, knocking her off her feet again. The gun flew out of her hand. A second blast followed almost immediately, sending her rolling a few times until her shoulder struck the rusted spotlight. The sentinel stormed toward her, his arms glowing, preparing to fire again, when a flash of blue struck the rooftop at his feet. The explosion sent him soaring through the air and over the rooftop's ledge and left a crater of cracked concrete where he had stood. "Stop it!" Nova yelled. "Stop blowing things up! Just stop!" Ingrid sat up, gripping the side of the spotlight with one hand and preparing another bomb in the other. "We can't let her go," she said. "You know that." Nova stared at her, the words swimming meaninglessly in her head for a long time, before she realized Ingrid was talking about Narcissa. Setting her jaw, Nova marched forward and picked up the fallen gun. "Go ahead," said Ingrid, letting the blue sphere extinguish, evaporating back into the air. "It should be you. Why should I do all the heavy lifting when it comes to protecting your identity?" Nova cocked the gun and slipped her finger over the trigger. It should be her. She needed to be concerned with her own self-preservation, the sanctity of her own secrets. Killing Narcissa is what any anarchist would do, what Ace would have wanted her to do, and almost certainly what he would have done himself. Nova let out a shuddering breath, turned, and took aim. Ingrid stilled, eyeing the barrel that was suddenly targeting her own chest. "Don't be a fool!" "Run!" Nova said. Ingrid glared. Nova glared back, a drop of sweat falling into her eye. Slowly, Ingrid pulled herself to her feet. She eyed Nova warily as she took a step backward toward the fire escape. Then two. "You're making a mistake. Can't be as big as the mistakes you made today." With her brow beginning to twitch, Ingrid turned and started to run. Nova waited until she was launching herself over the edge of the roof before she squeezed the trigger. The bullet hit Ingrid in the back of the arm. She cried out as she fell, and Nova heard the clang of her body hitting the metal landing of the fire escape. Then the structure shook and thumped as she staggered her way down, jumping from landing to landing. Below, Nova heard someone yell, "Ruby?" And soon, another cacophony of explosions rocked the building. Cursing, she ran to the ledge and peered down to the street, where a new patch of stones was missing from the wall of the theater and now scattered across the road. Ruby was on her back, coughing, with Oscar kneeling at her side. And Ingrid? Nova scanned the street, only spotting Ingrid's tall boots as she disappeared around a corner. She slumped forward, unable to tell if she was relieved or not to see Ingrid get away. Her legs were shaking as she pushed herself off the side of the roof and turned around. Only for her heart to lodge into her throat again. Narcissa was no longer kneeling over the librarian's body. Instead, a series of bloody footprints tracked across the roof to the ledge facing the destroyed library. Narcissa had climbed up onto the low parapet, carrying the book her grandfather had managed to save. "Narcissa, no!" Ignoring her, Narcissa lifted her arms in a graceful arc over her head, then tipped forward over the edge. Nova screamed and ran toward her, though she knew she was far too late. She grabbed the ledge and leaned over, just in time to see the glinting surface of a broken mirror on the concrete below, as Narcissa swan-dived into it and disappeared. The air squeezed from Nova's lungs as she watched the reflection of blue sky and smoking flames shudder in the glass before turning still once more. She recognized the mirror as the one that had been above the mantel in the rare books room. Bricks from the fireplace were scattered throughout the alley, blown there from the explosion. Nova groaned, exhausted to her core, and sank down to her knees, her arms dangling limply over the wall. Her head fell forward, pressing into the cool stone, and she had the distant thought that she would be perfectly content to sit there, unmoving, for a month, even if the air was full of smoke and debris, even if there was a dead body in a pool of blood mere steps away from her. She did not want to move. She didn't know if she could. She felt heavy and drained. Her thoughts jumbled together as she tried to cope with what her expectations had been for the day, and what had become reality. As she tried to determine what to do next, Narcissa had gotten away. Nova knew that Ingrid had been right. The girl was a liability. She knew too much. And though Nova didn't regret her decision not to kill her, or to let Ingrid kill her, she also wondered how long she would be haunted by the fear that Narcissa would turn up at any time and give up her secrets out of revenge. Or, perhaps even more likely, use those secrets as blackmail. The librarian was dead. Good, because he couldn't betray her. Bad, because he had been one of the anarchists' few reliable resources. Bad. All those guns were destroyed. At least, she assumed most of them were destroyed, and any that weren't would no doubt be in the hands of the Renegades by the day's end. Double bad. But good. They had not learned anything about Nightmare. Not who she was or where to find her. Not even definitive proof that the librarian had supplied her with the gun she used at the parade. Although the Sentinel surely would have deduced that there was a connection between Cronin and Nightmare, based on how Cronin was so close to responding to his questions. But Nova couldn't think clearly enough yet to determine how much danger that really put her in. After all, a lot of criminals came to Cronin for supplies. It didn't exactly narrow down the search. A clang reverberated across the rooftop, the sound conjuring the memory of metal armor and cold arms tightening protectively around her as they flew through the air. Nova inhaled sharply. "Are you okay?" said the Sentinel, sounding more gentle than he ever had before. Nova swallowed. She didn't respond and didn't turn to look at him, even as his footsteps thumped closer. He stopped, not beside her, but beside the librarian's body. Nova turned her head enough so she could glimpse him from the corner of her eye. He stood just outside the pool of dark blood. She inspected his profile, his suit, the arms that she had seen burn with flame and glow with energy, but that were now dull, metallic gray. There were signs of stress from the battle, singe marks on his side, dents on his back. But for the most part, he looked little worse for wear. She had all but forgotten about the gun, which she had dropped in her rush to stop Narcissa. Now she found it beside her knee, the handle cool in her palm as she picked it up. "Would you really have let him go?" she said, sitting back on her heels, "if he'd given you the information you wanted?" The Sentinel said nothing for a long time, before finally admitting, "I hadn't decided yet." "You mean the offer wasn't sanctioned by the council?" His head turned toward her. Instead of answering her questions, though, he asked again, "Are you okay? Do you need help getting down?" "I'm fine," said Nova, running her thumb down the gun's handle. "What do you want with Nightmare anyway?" The sentinel cocked his head, and she could imagine him watching her. She wished she knew what he looked like. The blank canvas of his face had become deeply unnerving. She and I have unfinished business. She raised an eyebrow. And the council, too, no doubt. They don't dictate everything I do, he said a little stubbornly. Nightmare is a threat to all renegades, but I have my own reasons for wanting to find her. Okay, Mr. Alter Ego, said Nova, attempting to infuse some lightness into her voice. My curiosity is piqued. Who are you, really? He turned to face her more fully, and she was sure, at first, that he would tell her. He certainly seemed to consider her question long enough. Finally, he said, I'm not your enemy. Her cheek twitched. Prove it. Lots of people think you're an imposter, trying to discredit the Renegades. If that's not the case, then take off the helmet and show yourself. No secrets between allies, right? Again, he stood unmoving for a long, still moment before he shook his head. Not yet. Insomnia! Nova swallowed. Lifting her head, she could barely see Ruby and Oscar on the street below, staring up to the top of the theater with worry scrawled on both their features. Spotting her, Oscar pointed, then cried out, Are you okay? Nova didn't respond. She was looking past them, around them, scanning the ground below in all directions. Ruby and Oscar were alone. Adrian was not with them. Her gaze darted to the library, but the fire had gotten so bright and the air so hazy with smoke, she almost couldn't stand to look at it. Where's Adrian? She yelled down to them, and watched as both of their faces fell. Nova shuddered. Adrian wouldn't have just disappeared. He must have been trapped inside. Dread clawed at her, even as she told herself it was a good thing. One less renegade in the world. One less superhero. But she was seeing his notebook full of stunning, heartfelt drawings. She was hearing the way he laughed when she told him about juggling and bird-watching. She was seeing Max's face light up as Adrian drew the tiny glass figurine for his tiny glass city. She was not convinced that his death, and such a horrible, horrible death, could possibly be a good thing. It's all right, said the sentinel gently. Here, let me take you down to them. I'm fine. Are you sure? She glanced back and frowned, wondering if she was imagining the way his shoulders had curled inward, giving the strangest impression of shyness. I have to go soon, said the sentinel, but it would only take a second for me to... No, said Nova, pushing herself up to standing, though her legs still felt weak. You haven't answered any of my questions, sentinel. Who are you? What do you want with Nightmare? Her voice rose, scratched raw from the hazy air. Are you working for the council or not? I can't tell you any of that. I'm sorry. He did, in fact, sound apologetic, but that only served to stoke Nova's fury. Here he was, her enemy, the renegade she most needed information about, and so far she felt like she'd learned nothing that she didn't already know yesterday. All right, how about this question? She snapped. Is that suit bulletproof? What? Nova revealed the gun and fired. The bullet hit him in the chest, squarely over his heart. The bullet did not penetrate the armor, but he still cried out and stumbled back, though whether in pain or surprise, Nova couldn't tell. She frowned. I guess it is. The sentinel touched a gloved finger to the bullet lodged into the chest plate. What are you... Nova fired again, and again, each bullet pinging off the armor. The sentinel leaped upward, flipping over Nova's head and landing behind her. He tried to grab her arms, but Nova dropped to the ground and rolled out of his reach. Leaping back to her feet, she pivoted and raised the gun again. Stop, the sentinel demanded, lifting both hands in supplication. I'm not fighting you. I'm on your side. I just witnessed you trying to strike a deal with a villain, Nova yelled. You won't give up your identity, and you all but admitted that you don't follow the council's laws. That makes you a criminal. She shot again, but this time the sentinel dodged, throwing himself behind the spotlight. Nova marched after him. So you're either a villain who's pretending to be on the Renegades' side, or you're a brand new class of renegade, and for whatever reason the council doesn't want us to know about it. Which is it, and why? She rounded the spotlight, only to be knocked down as the sentinel slammed into her. Nova fell hard on her back and felt the gun being ripped out of her hand. The sentinel threw the gun over the side of the building. Then he reached for her waist and snatched the shockwave gun from her belt, too. Hey! She yelled, grabbing for the gun. The sentinel's fingers wrapped around her wrist and pulled her back to her feet in one swift motion, yanking her so close her own breath fogged against his visor. I'm not a villain, and I'm not your enemy, he said, but I can't tell you or anyone else who I am, not until I've found Nightmare and gotten the answers I need. He released her suddenly, and Nova dropped back, rubbing her wrist, though more to clear off the sensation of his cold grip than because he'd actually hurt her. Then he tossed her stun gun over the side of the building, too. Hey! Nova yelled again. I made that one! The sentinel didn't answer. Turning, he launched himself into the air. Nova watched as his body cleared the smoldering remains of the library and disappeared into the thick, black smoke. Chapter 27. Nova knew that her drop from the bottom platform of the theater's fire escape to the alleyway was terribly lacking in grace. But she was beyond caring. Her legs ached. Her arms ached. And besides, no one was around to see her. The rooftop had carried the stench of smoke, but it was 100 times stronger down here, thick and inescapable. She pressed her nose into her elbow and stayed as close to the theater wall as she could to avoid the heat emanating from the library as she picked her way past the debris. The crowd had grown, though most people had moved away from the burning building. Someone cried out in hopeful surprise when they spotted Nova emerging from the smoke, but it was immediately followed by a groan of disappointment. She dropped her arm, scowling. At the same moment, a kid squealed. A second later, a body crashed into her, small arms tying around her waist. She gasped and peered down at the kid's head. The child she had found on the top floor, the one she had rescued, with Ruby's and Oscar's help. She had never seen him reach the bottom of Ruby's rope, and she was surprised at the relief that washed over her at seeing him now. "Thank you," he said, his words muffled against her rib cage. So simple, so complete. With a weary smile, she patted him on the head. In that moment, she could begin to see why any sane person might want to become a renegade. "Oscar, no!" Nova lifted her gaze and saw Ruby and Oscar. They stood out from the crowd, daring to stand closer to the library than anyone else. And perhaps also because their faces were not alight with awe and curiosity, but anguish. Extricating herself from the boy, Nova made her way toward them. Ruby had tears shining in her eyes, though she wasn't yet crying. Actually, as Nova got closer, she realized they were both holding back tears, though Oscar was working hard to disguise them with a determined scowl. He was trying to pull away from Ruby, but she was clinging to his sleeve, refusing to let go. "I survived one fire," he said. "I'll survive this one, too." "You don't know that!" "I'm not letting him die in there." "He might already be—" "Don't say that!" Ruby stepped back, her face pinched. Nova stepped closer. "Adrian?" Ruby's face scrunched up in agony. "Still no sign of him." The words were followed by a sob, but she clapped a hand over her mouth, the struggle to hold in her emotions apparent in the shaking of her shoulders. "Did he say anything to you?" "He said Nova struggled to remember. It felt like ages ago since she'd offered to take Ingrid from him. He was going to look for the lost kid. Her gaze slid back to the child, who had returned to the other children across the street. "I'm going back in," said Oscar, tearing his arm from Ruby. His limp had become more pronounced as he started to make his way toward the library. Despite the flames and smoke ravishing the shattered windows, the front facade of the building was relatively unscathed compared with the rest of the structure. The exterior brownstone was standing strong, but Nova knew that inside it would be little more than a shell by this point. A smoldering, blackened shell. "Oscar!" Ruby's scream was punctuated by a loud crack within the library, followed by a boom and a spurt of new flames and sparks billowing up out of the open ceiling. Another part of the second-story floor had just caved in. Nova shuddered and took a few steps closer, watching the building burn. Surely he would have gotten out before it was too late. Surely... But not if he still believed there was a child needing to be rescued. Somehow, though she knew so little about Adrian, she knew this for sure. He would not have left so long as he believed someone needed his help. She wrapped a hand around the bracelet on her wrist. The sickening thought came to her, unbidden. Ingrid had achieved her goal. She had killed Adrian Everhart. Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden would be devastated. Nova felt only hollow disbelief. None of the accomplishment, none of the joy she might otherwise have expected. He might have been her enemy, but she did not think he deserved to die. The sudden blow of an air horn screamed through the street. Nova tensed and looked around, unsure where the noise had come from. It sounded again, a crude, distressed honking over and over. Brow knitting, Nova took a step closer to the library. Her heart had started to pound, with disbelief, but also with hope. She exchanged looks with Ruby and Oscar. Then she took off running, sprinting around to the back of the library. This wall had mostly collapsed when Ingrid launched the bomb into the rare books room, and great chunks of brownstone had blown halfway across the street, leaving behind a mountain of rubble where the wall had stood. Inside, the flames were dying down, but the collapsed floors were still smoldering, and the air was alive with blackened book pages drifting into ashes. The horn continued to blow, sounding from somewhere within the smoking ruins. Oscar stamped past Nova and reached for a piece of splintered wood on top of the nearest pile of debris. With a grunt, he heaved it off the pile, then reached in for a destroyed bookcase. Nova could see he meant to clear a path to wherever that noise was coming from. But not seconds later, Oscar roared and stumbled back, staring at his burned hands. He let out a scream of curses and started using his cane like a crowbar to lift pieces of debris instead. Ruby joined him a second later, flinging her bloodstone hook and dragging away chunks of stone and wood and plaster. Nova gulped, her hand landing on the satchel on her belt. Her gloves were heat-proof. Nightmare's gloves. She shut her eyes and told herself that if anyone became suspicious, she would be able to find a perfectly reasonable explanation for why she had gloves so similar to those Nightmare had been seen wearing. She tried not to think of how the anarchists would scream at her for doing something so stupid, something that risked giving her away, all to save one measly renegade. Exhaling, she opened the pouch and reached inside. An enraged roar echoed in every direction. Nova looked up to see a massive, inexplicable tidal wave of water rolling toward them, towering over them, its crest foaming white. Yelping, Nova grabbed Ruby and Oscar by the backs of their shirts and hauled them away from the library. They all fell back onto a patch of ivy and watched, speechless, as the wall of water fell and gushed over the library. The fire hissed, and a great cloud of steam rolled up over them. The water gushed outward, flooding the land around the library and soaking Nova's backside. No longer clean and clear, the water was muddled with ash and debris. She spotted Tsunami standing delicately in the center of the road, her palms open toward the sky and her face serene. The image she struck was so in contrast with the chaos of the past hour that Nova found she could only stare at her in wonder. Then Tsunami dropped her hands and turned her head just slightly. She gave a subtle, encouraging nod, and Nova noticed the other council member who had arrived. Captain Chromium barreled forward, and Nova had barely grasped these new arrivals before the captain was tearing through the wreckage as if the fallen library were nothing more than a child's set of building blocks, tossing whole floor beams aside, crushing his fist into half-standing walls of stone. Steam continued to rise up from the ruins, and though the fire was extinguished, Nova knew all those materials must still be blistering hot. But what did he care? He was Captain Chromium. Ruby climbed to her feet first, and Nova and Oscar followed, watching speechlessly as the superhero tore a path through the destruction. At some point, the blast of the horn started up again, and he changed his course, making his way through toppled, burned bookshelves and crumbled stone columns. From the corner of her eye, Nova saw Ruby slip her hand into Oscar's. Nova squeezed her own hands into fists. Halfway into the wreckage, near to where the children's books had once been, the captain grabbed a massive bookshelf and heaved it off into the rest of the remains. And there, underneath, was... Nova stared, incredulous. Ruby let out a strangled, confused noise. Oscar started to laugh. In the middle of the burned, smoldering building, Captain Chromium had found an igloo. Or the remains of an igloo. Much of it had melted away, and some chunks of ice had cracked and fallen in front of the igloo's arched entrance. Seconds later, a figure emerged, crawling through the small opening. Adrian was drenched. In one hand, he held the horn, like something that would be strapped to a motorbike. In the other hand, he carried Nova's pen. Before he could speak, the captain pulled him into an embrace. Adrian grimaced slightly, but didn't pull away. When the captain had let go, they picked their way back to the others. Adrian spared a grateful smile for Tsunami, who smiled back, then disappeared around the front of the library, presumably to see if anyone else needed assistance. "An igloo sketch?" said Oscar, shaking his head. Adrian shrugged. He looked positively exhausted. But there was still a lightness in his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, the marked joy of one who had defied death. Sometimes inspiration just strikes, man. Finally allowing a sob to escape, Ruby ran forward and wrapped her arms around Adrian, giving him one tight squeeze before pulling back and punching him in the shoulder. He flinched more than Nova thought was warranted, given that it hadn't been that hard of a hit. "Where were you?" Ruby cried. Adrian blinked at her, then glanced back at the quickly melting igloo. "I mean, why didn't you get out?" "I was looking for that missing kid," he said, wrapping one arm around Ruby and giving her a friendly embrace. After he let go, she stepped back and crossed her arms, a sour scowl still drawn into her face, clear that she wouldn't forgive him that easily for the distress he'd caused. "I was in the stacks, and the smoke got so thick I couldn't see anything. I got really disoriented and felt like I was just walking in circles. Once I realized I was trapped, I made the igloo to protect myself. Then the ceiling collapsed. The igloo protected me, but at some point I passed out. Smoke inhalation, I think." He inhaled deeply, gratefully. "When I came to and realized I was still inside that igloo, I made the horn to call for help." He turned to Nova and held out the pen she had given him, what felt like ages ago. "Thanks for this." She took it numbly, holding his gaze and feeling like she should say something, but she couldn't think of any words that would convey what she was feeling. She wasn't even sure what those feelings were. But she couldn't deny that she was glad Adrian Everhart was alive. She was glad that his smile was just as warm and relaxed now, after an extremely trying day, as it had been at the parade. She was glad... Well, maybe she was just glad. Adrian looked like he wanted to say something to her, but couldn't quite find the words. He was staring at her, a question in his eyes, but he seemed to think better of it as he swallowed and looked away. "We need to get you to headquarters," said the captain. Nova started, momentarily caught up in Adrian's dark brown eyes. She'd almost forgotten the councilman was there. "The med staff will want to see you." Adrian shook his head. "I'm fine. I feel fine." "This isn't open for debate. That goes for the rest of you, too." The captain fixed each of them in turn with his icy blue stare, which could not have been more different from the celebrity smile he usually wore. "Go back to headquarters. Get checked out. Then get some rest. We'll speak more about this tomorrow." He looked at Adrian again, and Nova could tell he was trying to use some sort of stern, fatherly expression, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He was clearly too overwhelmed with relief that Adrian was okay, and something about that look made her feel like a screw was being turned in her stomach. She'd once had a father to look at her like that, too. The captain turned to go. "Dad, wait." He paused. "The detonator was here," said Adrian. "She's the one who set off the explosions. Cronin was still selling on the black market, just like we suspected." "The detonator? Ingrid Thompson?" Adrian nodded. The captain pressed his lips. "And what about Gene Cronin? Where is he?" "He's..." Adrian hesitated. He glanced at Nova, then the others. He cleared his throat. "I think he might have gotten away." "No," said Nova. "He's dead. The detonator killed him. Up on the roof of that theater," she pointed. "Then she ran. I tried to stop her, but she got away." "We saw her too," added Oscar. "When she got down to the alley, Ruby and I tried to chase her, but she threw some of those bombs, and we couldn't follow fast enough." "What about the mirror walker?" said Ruby. "Does anyone know what happened to her?" "She escaped through a mirror after the detonator killed Cronin," said Nova. "She could be anywhere." The captain sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. "This proves your theory, Adrian. It seems the anarchists haven't been quite as dormant as we thought. I don't think we can pretend any longer that they aren't still plotting to bring about a second age of anarchy. They will have to be dealt with." Nova tensed. "When? What will you do?" The captain looked at her. "I'm not sure yet, but they'll be preparing for us to make a move after today. We'll have to act fast." She gulped. What did that mean? They would retaliate in days? Hours? The captain frowned then, as if a thought had just occurred to him. He turned back to Adrian. "Did you find out anything about Nightmare?" Adrian's mouth tightened. "Nothing." The captain nodded, and Nova did not think he seemed particularly surprised. "Go back to HQ. We'll discuss this more tomorrow." "The Sentinel was here too," Nova said. Captain Chromium drew up taller. "The Sentinel?" She nodded, watching the captain closely as she said, "I shot him." Everyone stilled, eyes swiveled toward her in surprise. "Multiple times," added Nova. "Did he attack you?" asked the captain, his expression darkening. Nova blinked, finding it impossible to admit that, actually, he had saved her. So why had she done it? She could hardly remember. She'd been livid at the time, angry at Ingrid and her betrayal, angry that everything was falling apart around her, angry that Adrian might be dead and her first mission had gone so awry that it all might have been worth it If she could have just learned who or what the Sentinel was. But he wasn't telling her anything. Angry that he was pretending to be her ally when she knew to her core that he was her enemy. But she couldn't explain any of that to Captain Chromium. At first, I thought he was sent by you, the Council, she said. But he said he wasn't. He said he was acting on his own objectives, and honestly, I couldn't tell if he was an enemy or not. When he refused to reveal his identity, I shot him. It hardly seemed to slow him down, and he still got away, but I thought maybe you should know. I thought, she cleared her throat. I thought maybe if he is working for the Council, you should tell us, so we can know how we're supposed to treat him, as an ally or not. Her speech was followed by a long silence. From the corner of her eye, she could see Ruby and Oscar exchanging stunned looks. But she kept her gaze resolutely on the captain, waiting for any reaction that would give away the truth. He rocked back on his heels, eyebrows shooting upward, and let out an astonished, "You don't pull your punches, do you?" Her jaw twitched. "Is he a renegade or not?" Captain Chromium sighed. "Not," he said, "at least as far as I know. Whoever he isn't acting on our orders." He cocked his head, and Nova had the impression that he was watching her far more closely than he had been before now. "And while I appreciate your efforts to defend our reputation, this might be a good time to point out that, as part of the Renegade Code, we generally frown on shooting people who haven't committed a crime." He nodded at each of them in turn. "Tomorrow," he said again, then turned and went to join Tsunami. Nova clenched her fists, watching him go. She still didn't know if he was telling the truth, and her own ignorance infuriated her. "You really shot the Sentinel?" She glanced at Oscar. "I did," she said. "He deserved it." "I'm pretty sure." Adrian coughed. "But he's like twice as tall as you," said Oscar, "and probably weighs 3 times as much." "He's not that tall," said Nova. Oscar shrugged. "Just saying." He shook some chunks of white dust from his hair. "You know, I'm not sure you picked the right alias. Insomnia is too passive. I vote we change it to Velociraptor." Ruby laughed. "Relatively small but surprisingly ferocious?" "Exactly. All in favor?" "I like insomnia," said Nova, pretending to be annoyed. Only when it became too difficult did she realize she was smiling. Chapter 28. She didn't want to waste her time going all the way to the house on Wallow Ridge, so instead, Nova buried her renegade communicator band beneath a dead potted plant on the stoop of a small cafe, 3 blocks from the entrance to the subway tunnels. She was surprised at how easily she'd adapted to wearing it. And as she made her way through the abandoned subway station and down the dark stairs, she found herself continually checking her wrist, only to remember it wasn't there. The moment she was close enough to the anarchists' underground encampment, she knew things had changed. Clangs and thumps were echoing through the tunnels, and she passed hundreds of displaced bees, their fat bodies crawling aimlessly along the walls. She found Honey haphazardly throwing anything within reach into her old wooden travel trunk, filling it with dresses, shoes, silk robes, cosmetics, and an assortment of dust-covered liqueur bottles. "What's going on?" Honey yelped and spun to face her. "That is it, Nova. The next time you sneak up on me, I am leaving a wasp in your bed linens." Huffing, she tucked a curl of hair behind her ear. "And we're leaving." Nova gulped. "Leaving? Leaving. Now, I have a lot of packing to do, so—" She flipped her fingers, shooing her away, but Nova didn't move. "How are you going to get that trunk up the stairs? It'll weigh 100 pounds by the time you get all this stuff in there." Honey cast a pleading look toward the ceiling. My problem, not yours. Scat! Frowning, Nova turned away. She moved faster now, passing Winston's abandoned platform without so much as a glance. When she arrived at Leroy's train car, she heard yelling coming from within. She went inside without bothering to knock. Ingrid and Leroy were both filling boxes and tote bags with as much of Leroy's lab equipment as would fit. "Honey says we're leaving?" They both glanced at her. And Ingrid's expression, which was already angry, now turned positively enraged. She didn't respond, just turned her back on Nova, giving her a good glimpse of the bloodied scarf tied around her upper arm, where Nova had shot her. "We're leaving," confirmed Leroy. "Pack up what you truly need. Leave the rest." Nova shook her head, her heart beginning to thump painfully in her chest. "We can't leave." "We must." "What about—" "The Renegades are coming, Nova." Leroy looked up from the box he was packing and fixed her with his black, penetrating gaze. "They could very well be on their way at this minute. I trust you know better than anyone." She shook her head. "We can fight. We'll have the advantage of a familiar field. Maybe this is our best chance to really strike out at them. We can lure them down here and then—" "We have already considered this," said Leroy, with a heavy sigh. "We have plans to slow them down. Diversions that will help us get out safely, before they can follow us. But it will not be enough. There are too many of them. We cannot win. We must leave." She stared at him, aghast. He made it sound so simple. They would just leave. But it wasn't that simple, and they all knew it. Leroy's stern face slipped into something almost sorrowful. "I know," he whispered. "It won't be forever." He pointed his chin toward the door. "Now go. Gather your things." Clenching her jaw, Nova turned and ran. She did as she was told, because that seemed easiest. She pulled her duffel bag from beneath the bed and took a moment to contemplate what she truly needed. Nightmare's hooded jacket and face mask, her throwing stars, and the netting bazooka. A few changes of clothes. She looked around but found that she had little attachment to anything else in this abandoned train car. What really mattered to her? The bracelet her father had made, and the safety of the anarchists. Her family. Slinging the duffel bag over one shoulder, she jumped down from the train car. Across the way, her eye landed on an old advertisement hung on the tunnel's wall. It was promoting a book, a thriller from some best-selling author Nova had never heard of, though the protective plastic over the poster had long ago been tagged with graffiti. The bright splotches of paint continued into the tunnel's shadows. She let her bag fall with a loud thud onto the tracks. She stepped up to the poster, dug her fingers around the edges, and yanked. A narrow, cobwebbed passage disappeared into blackness. The air inside was stale and damp, and that smell brought the memories surging back. The tunnel had seemed bigger then, when she and Honey had run from the cathedral tombs, eventually landing inside the subway tunnels. It was tall enough for even Ingrid to stand up in, but so skinny that the others had been forced to go sideways through parts of it. Nova knew that Ingrid had set off a bomb on the other end, right beneath the cathedral's nave, preventing anyone else from finding the tunnel and following them. This was not an escape. But she had taken a single step inside when she heard an unfamiliar yell. Her pulse skipped. Nova pulled her foot out and slammed the poster shut, checking that all signs of the tunnel were disguised, before grabbing the bag again and running toward the screams. She found the others gathered in front of the tiled mural for Blackmire Station, standing on the platform where Winston had set up his circus tents. Honey was giggling madly, her eyes glazed as she bent over the tracks watching the tunnel. Leroy was crouched a few feet away, fidgeting with what looked like a hand grenade, while Ingrid and Phobia hovered near the staircase that led back toward the surface. It was an exit none of them ever used, given that the entrance at the top had long ago been enclosed with sheets of steel. "They're here?" she asked. "Oh, yes, they're here," said Honey, tittering. and they've just learned how very painful a sting from the red-jacketed needle wasp can be." She glanced at Nova, smirking. "Some say it feels like a molten hot knitting needle being plunged into your flesh." She laughed again. "And I just let loose the whole hive." She giddily clapped her hands. "Oh, it feels so good to be doing something finally, even if that something is running away." "What's our plan exactly?" said Nova. "You and Honey should start heading up to the surface," said Leroy. "Ingrid will bring down this next section of tunnels, then come up and open a path out of Blackmire Station for us to get through. While she's doing that, I will be filling this chamber with a cocktail of poisonous vapors, and—" He glanced at Phobia's still dark cloak. "Phobia will act as our last defense, ready to force back anyone who makes it to the stairs." "What do you want me to do?" Leroy glanced at her. "We want you to survive," he said slowly, "so you might someday destroy them." Ingrid snorted. Nova looked away. "Here we go, Nova darling," said Honey, grabbing Nova's arm and dragging her toward the stairs. Though Nova's muscles were still sore from the exertion at the library that day, she was propelled forward with a mix of adrenaline and an instinct for survival, knowing that if the Renegades discovered her, she would see only the inside of a prison cell for the rest of her life. "What happened to your trunk?" said Nova. "We'll come back for it later," she said flippantly. "My babies will watch over it for now." Nova frowned, not sure she wanted to know what that meant. The stairs grew dark as they ascended away from the platform. Nova took the flashlight from her belt. Honey grinned at her, seemingly unworried by all that was happening, which struck Nova as uncanny. She, who was always so ready to over-dramatize everything. "Ever so resourceful, you little nightmare," she sang. Nova ground her teeth, but didn't bother to rebuke the nickname. They never listened to her anyway. They had just reached the second landing when an explosion shook the dark walls. Honey tripped, grabbing for one of the rails. "Ow!" she yelped, rolling onto her hip to inspect her knee, which Nova could see was scraped and bleeding. Honey whimpered and dabbed at the wound with her fingertips. Nova grabbed her elbow. "Come on, Queenie. You could have just been stabbed with a burning hot knitting needle, so let's keep things in perspective." Honey started to glare at her as she got back to her feet, but then she was giggling again. "That was Ingrid, wasn't it? The Renegades are nearly to the platform." "Which means Leroy is getting ready to set off those poisons, which means we need to get out of here." 3 staircases later, they made it to the top floor, where the thick metal sheeting enclosed the opening. Nova shone the flashlight around the edges, searching for some weaknesses in the wall. The beam from her flashlight was joined by the flickers of blue light over the ceiling. Ingrid sprinted up to the landing, eyes flashing as she gripped her blue sphere. "Get back," she snapped, not looking at Nova or Honey as she stepped forward. Nova darted back down to the next landing and crouched beside the stairs. She heard Leroy panting as he climbed the steps, and could make out the edges of Phobia's wisping cloak swooping behind him. Far down below, she heard the echoes of distant coughing, choking, hacking. She swallowed and wondered how many renegades would survive this night, and how many anarchists. Her thoughts had just turned that direction when Ingrid's sphere exploded, thundering through the stairwell. When the walls had stopped trembling, Nova lifted her head. Ingrid had detonated the bomb against the concrete side wall of the entrance, leaving a hole about 3 feet in diameter and a lot of broken rubble at her feet. Weak daylight spilled through as dusk crept over the city. Nova clicked off the flashlight. Ingrid looked back at the group and raised an eyebrow. "Well?" Leroy stood first, still gasping from the climb, and went to join Ingrid. Honey dusted off her sequins dress, fluffed her hair, and strode up to the top floor as if she were arriving at a gala. Footsteps pounded on the staircase, several stories below. Nova glanced back and saw Phobia on the next landing. His edges seemed to bleed into the darkness, and it was as though he were expanding, growing outward in all directions until he was nothing but a swell of impenetrable blackness. The sound of thudding boots grew louder, and Nova dared to peer over the rail. She did not recognize the figure below, but she did recognize the gray uniform. Suddenly, Phobia disintegrated, his entire body morphing into millions of swarming black widow spiders. They skittered down the stairs, over the walls, dropped down from the ceiling toward their prey. Nova wasn't sure what made her shudder. The sight of so many spindly-legged spiders swarming into the shadows, or the blood-curdling shriek that cut through the air. "Nightmare!" called Leroy. She turned and ran, diving through the hole Ingrid had created. Leroy's yellow car was waiting for them, miraculously, and Nova wondered how long this escape plan had been put into place. Was it something they had drawn up ages ago, in case of emergency, and never bothered to tell her? "Do we know where we're going?" said Nova. "Your place," said Honey, sweeping around the car and dropping gracefully into the passenger seat. Nova stared. It was only a 2-seater sports car, but she supposed this was not the first time to worry about seatbelts or comfort. "My place?" "Honey, scoot into the middle," yelled Ingrid. "You can sit on the center console. Nova, get in the trunk." "One moment, Detonator," said Leroy, putting himself between Ingrid and the car. "I think it will be best if you find other accommodations." She recoiled. "Excuse me?" "You acted rashly at the library today, and this is the result. You brought this on us, and the Renegades will focus their efforts now on finding you above all else. I'm afraid I cannot permit you to come with us." Her nostrils flared, and she turned to Nova. None of this would have happened if she hadn't been confused about her loyalties. "Me?" yelled Nova. "If you just warned Cronin like you were supposed to, if you just killed those renegades like you were supposed to." "Well, maybe," said Nova, her voice rising, "you should have bothered to tell me your plan, rather than leading me right into your stupid trap." "You wouldn't have had the nerve to go through with it. You never follow through. You never pull the trigger when it counts, Nova. You might be Ace's niece, but you are not one of us." "Enough," Leroy growled, grabbing Ingrid's arm. She snarled and turned her hate-filled gaze toward him, energy sparking around her fingertips. "You lost us the librarian. You brought the renegades to our door. If anyone is no longer an anarchist, it's you." Without taking his focus from Ingrid, he nodded toward the car. "Nova, get in." "No." Leroy turned to her, surprised. Pacing to the car, Nova tossed the duffel bag into the trunk and slammed it shut. "As far as any of them know, I'm a renegade. I don't need to run or hide." She shot one last glare at Ingrid, then nodded at Leroy and Honey. "See you at home." She walked away. It wasn't long before she heard the squeal of tires. She glanced back in time to see the car turning the corner. Ingrid was not inside. But even as Nova scanned the street, she could find no sign of her. Dragging in a long breath, Nova made her way back to the cafe where she'd buried her communication band and strapped it back to her wrist. She did not linger long on the city streets, but headed into a nearby alley and up the rickety fire escape of an apartment building, one she'd climbed hundreds of times. When she reached the top, she crossed the roof to where she could see Renegade headquarters in the distance. The tower lit up in white and red like a beacon. Enormous spotlights around its spire shone discs of white on the clouds overhead. Nova swung one leg over the concrete parapet and laid down, letting her foot dangle. She turned her face up to the sky and let herself breathe deeply for the first time in what seemed like weeks. Her hair and clothes stank of smoke. Her muscles were wound as tight as springs, and she found it difficult to relax now that there was no one to fight, nowhere to run. Dusk was turning fast tonight, though the sky was full of clouds. To the east, those clouds were tinted deep purple and heather gray. Somewhere beyond the gloom, the sun was setting. And she listened. To a chorus of dogs barking at one another from building to building, to the screams of a couple who were arguing in the apartments below, to the sirens that echoed up from distant streets. Sirens meant renegades, and she imagined some patrol unit, somewhere, rushing to help whoever needed it. Maybe even rushing to help their comrades trapped down in the subway tunnels. She knew Adrian, Ruby, and Oscar wouldn't have been down there. Otherwise, she would have been called to action too, as part of the team. But how many renegades had been part of the raid? How many were hurt? How many had died? Ingrid had set off another war today, and the anarchists had just won their first battle. Would they be celebrating tonight without her? Or would they be mourning the loss of their home, the loss of that little bit of independence their arrangement with the council had afforded them? Even, perhaps, the loss of Ingrid? Nova shut her eyes and thought if she were a villain worthy of the name, she would be with them now, celebrating or mourning. And if she were a hero, she would be hurrying to help any renegades who might be trapped and hurt beneath the rubble. Instead, she listened to the sounds of a city in distress and did nothing.
Chapter 29.
The council will see you now.
Adrian looked up. Prism stood before them, a woman whose body was made entirely of crystal that reflected a variety of rainbows when she moved. She had been on the administration staff since Adrian was a kid, and he had one fond memory of a potluck at Blacklight's apartment in which Prism had entertained Adrian for hours by making Blacklight's cat chase little dots of colored light around the floor. Today, though, she was all professionalism as she led Adrian and the others toward the elevator. Once they had piled inside, he looked around at his team. Ruby was biting her lower lip, looking almost fearful. Oscar was leaning against the wall, inspecting his fingernails, and Nova was doing what she always did, observing. Her blue eyes scouring every inch of the elevator, darting from the security camera in the ceiling to the emergency call button on the wall to the series of numbers over the door. The elevator shot upward so fast Adrian's stomach swooped. The back wall was made of glass, and as they cleared the roof of the next building, the skyline presented itself all the way to the Stockton Bridge. It was a clear day, and with the sun overhead, the city looked almost iridescent, with golden light glinting off thousands of windows and wispy amethyst clouds gliding in from the south.
"You've been up here before, haven't you, Adrian?"
asked Prism, light and jovial. "Nope," he said.
"Really?" she said. "Not even just to visit?"
"I try not to bother them if it can be avoided."
"Oh, sweetie, you're never a bother," she grinned. The sunlight off her teeth made the wall glitter with pink and yellow spots.
The doors dinged and Prism exited first, her bare feet clipping on the floor. Adrian took 2 steps out of the elevator and his breath hitched. He had heard that council hall was a marvel, and he knew there were people who made up all sorts of petitions just for a chance to come and see it, but he still hadn't been fully prepared. A white marble walkway stretched out before him, enclosed on either side by a wall of water that spanned from the floor to the high ceiling. The water was not solid like ice, nor was it moving like a waterfall, but rather seemed to just hang there, suspended in space, trembling from the air vibrations as Prism walked past. He wondered what would happen if he touched it. Would it be like bursting a bubble? Would the delicate equilibrium be broken and the wall come crashing down onto the floor? Or would his hand go right through, no different from submerging it in a pool? He would have to ask one of his dads later. And then there were the lights, tiny speckles of golden light drifting aimlessly over their heads, reminiscent of winking fireflies. Though not one was any larger than a speck of dust, together they gave the impression of something serene and alive, like glowing algae drifting on a wave. They filled the space with a warm hue, and the reflection off the water made rhythms of light dance along the walkway. The effect was hypnotic and tranquil, and Adrian felt more like he had just entered a supernatural day spa than the hall of their official governing body. At the end of the walkway stood 5 chromium thrones. He knew he shouldn't think of them as thrones. The council got defensive whenever anyone suggested they were trying to become royalty, but he didn't know how else one could describe the massive seats that sat in a semicircle around a slender podium. Blacklight and Tsunami sat in the first 2 chairs on Adrian's left. No doubt they were responsible for the water and lightning effects in the hall, which only made him more curious. Did the water and floating lights stay when they weren't around, or did they send them away at night, transforming the hall into, well, just a hall? Then there was Captain Chromium in the center seat, followed by the Dread Warden, both wearing their superhero faces, kind but stern. The 5th and final seat was occupied by Thunderbird, her posture stiff and craned slightly forward to leave space for her wings, which were opened and curling around the back of the seat. Perhaps the most unnerving part of seeing them there was that his dads, like the others, were wearing their iconic superhero uniforms, not the gray bodysuits the current Renegades wore, but the vigilante costumes they had long ago become famous for. The Dread Warden in his black cape and domino mask, the captain in muscle-defining lycra and shoulder armor. Adrian had known their identities since he could remember, since years before he'd even become an official member of their family, just like he'd known that his mom was the amazing and ferocious Lady Indomitable. They never tried to keep it a secret, but despite knowing the facts of their alter egos, there had always been a disconnect in his mind, a gap between the superheroes the world idolized and the adoptive dads who wore sweatpants and stained t-shirts and who had a monthly tradition of eating an entire tray of cinnamon rolls for dinner while watching cheesy sci-fi movies.
"Announcing to the council," said Prism, "Mr. Adrian Everhart, Mr. Oscar Silva, Miss Ruby Tucker, and Miss Nova McLean."
She stepped aside, motioning for them to approach the podium. Adrian stepped in front of the others, though he could feel their presence as they filed in around him. Kasumi was the first to speak.
"Welcome, Renegades,"
she said, congenial enough, but so formal. It felt surreal to be standing there before them in this magnificent hall. Kasumi, Evander, and Tamaya had all been to their house for a dozen dinner parties. He'd met their spouses at backyard barbecues. He'd babysat Tamaya's kids when he was younger. But they weren't those same people here. They were Tsunami and Blacklight and Thunderbird. They were the council. It almost made Adrian laugh, which is how he realized how nervous he really was.
"We are here," said Captain Chromium, "to discuss what happened at the Cloven Cross Library. I have already informed the council of what you told me, but I think we all want to hear it again from your perspective. I hope you all can recognize the tricky position you've put us in. On one hand, we are of course grateful that a major supplier of black market weaponry has been shut down, and that your efforts revealed the active status of the detonator and the anarchists. On the other hand, said the Dread Warden, you were expressly ordered not to engage with the librarian and not to even enter the library without backup. You disobeyed a direct order, and as such we feel some consequences are in order."
"First things first," said Kasumi. "We want to commend you for following the protocol of prioritizing the safety of civilians. We understand you all acted fast to clear the library of innocent bystanders. And we have heard how Miss McLean went back into the library to rescue a young boy from the fire. We praise you for your bravery and selflessness."
Adrian glanced sideways at Nova, sending her a small smile, but she kept her gaze straight ahead and her expression neutral.
"That said," continued Kasumi, "we cannot overlook the protocols that went ignored, or how the need for rescuing said civilians might have been avoided entirely had you acted more responsibly."
Adrian swallowed. It's important that we get all the facts straight, said Tamaya. You aren't in trouble necessarily. She paused, and Adrian had the distinct impression that she was glancing over the word yet. But it is of utmost importance that we all abide by our own rules. Otherwise we'd be no better than the anarchists. Beside him, Nova tensed, and he heard her mutter, "Because that would be terrible." Tamaya's eyebrows lifted. "What was that, Miss McLean?" "Nothing," said Nova. "Just agreeing with you. Rules, consequences, etc. All sounds very authoritarian." "Mr. Everhart," said Tamaya, and it took Adrian a moment to realize she meant him, not the captain. "Why don't you start from the beginning?" Adrian inhaled deeply and told them, starting with their surveillance in the office building that turned up nothing all night. He mentioned the patrons they'd seen enter the library, including a group of children. Then they saw the detonator. "Did you recognize her?" interrupted Evander. "Had you ever seen Ingrid Thompson before?" "Only in pictures," said Adrian. "But I knew it was her. Those armbands, you know." "So you suspected it was the detonator," clarified Evander. "No," said Adrian slowly. "It was the detonator." Evander leaned against the back of his chair, scratching his red beard. Adrian went on, explaining their conversation as well as he could remember and their decision to enter the library. "Why didn't you wait for backup?" said Simon. "That was all we asked of you, Adrian." Adrian sank inward a bit. The question felt more personal than professional. A father disappointed that his son had broken a promise, and in this case, that broken promise might have gotten him killed. "We were afraid the lives of those children were in danger," said Ruby. "We didn't know what the detonator had gone there for. We didn't know if she would do something rash." "Like blow up the building," added Oscar. "Just as an example." "We were also concerned that the detonator would leave before backup arrived," said Adrian. "We didn't know how long she would be at the library, and we were worried we would miss our chance to prove she was there, that she was dealing with the librarian." "But you were a surveillance team," said Tamaya. "You were intended only to conduct surveillance, not to engage." "We were a patrol team before that," said Adrian. "And we've been taught that when we see someone conducting illegal or dangerous activity, we stop it." Tamaya frowned, but after a second, she seemed to give credence to this point. "Go on, then. What happened after you entered the library?" They told them. About Narcissa and Jean Cronin acting suspicious, about the basement and the room full of weapons and how the detonator was waiting for them, about the explosions, the battle, their attempts to clear the library of civilians, the lost child and how Nova and the others had managed to save him, and how Adrian had been trapped inside during the search. This was, of course, not strictly true, but he stuck firm to his story while Nova went on to tell them about the showdown between the detonator and the sentinel above the theater. Truly, he wasn't sure he ever wanted his dads to realize that he had gone back into the library even after it had collapsed. Even protected by the sentinel's armor, he knew it was a risk. But he also knew it was the only way to convince them he had been inside the library the whole time. He had stayed inside the suit while he drew the igloo, hoping he would be found before the ice melted away, but also knowing that, if worse came to worst, he could also transform back into the Sentinel again. He hadn't needed to, though. They'd found him. The captain had found him, and Adrian still felt guilty for the worry he must have caused them all. "What else did the Sentinel say?" asked the Dread Warden. Adrian peered at Nova, watching for some sign of how she felt about his alter ego, beyond the fact that she'd shot him. Multiple times. But Nova was unreadable. "He mostly just wanted to know about Nightmare. Who she is, where he can find her." "Popular gal," muttered Oscar. Nova's lips twitched. "He fought her at the parade, didn't he? I think maybe he's embarrassed that she beat him." "She didn't," started Adrian. Nova glanced at him, but he pressed his lips into a firm line. Clearing his throat, he started again. I'm sure there's more to it than that. Nova shrugged. Either way, he didn't get anything useful out of Cronin. The detonator shot the librarian before he could say anything. Then she ran. I shot at her but only managed to get her in the arm, and Ruby and Oscar weren't able to stop her either. Then Narcissa got away. Then, she scowled, the Sentinel got away too. And in your opinion, said Tamaya, folding her fingers together, if you had waited and called for backup as you were intended to, would the detonator and the Sentinel and the librarian's granddaughter all have slipped through our fingers? Would the library be in ruins, along with what we can assume was volumes of evidence that might have led to the arrests not only of Jean Cronin, but perhaps countless criminals and villains that have been trading with him all these years? To that effect, do you think Jean Cronin would be dead if you had assistance, or would he currently be in custody where we could question him for further information? Adrian didn't answer. None of them did. He didn't really think they were expected to. His attention slid to his dad's. Simon was rubbing his cheek. Hugh was tapping his fingers against the arm of his chair. Finally, it was Simon who cleared his throat and sat up straighter. We will never know what different outcomes might have occurred had you acted differently. We do know that, because of you, Jean Cronin and all those weapons will never be a threat to the people of this city again. Tamaya scoffed.
One positive in an otherwise egregious mess.
What do you propose, Thunderbird? Said Hugh. We all agree that they went against our orders and acted irresponsibly. At the same time, Adrian made a strong point. They were trained as a patrol unit first and foremost. They had reason to believe that illegal activity was happening inside that library, and they acted on it. It is difficult to fault that.
Then perhaps, said Kasumi, the solution here is not to punish them for their mistakes, but to encourage their strengths by returning them to their regular patrol duties. Perhaps we should not have transferred them to this case in the first place, and our error can be remedied by removing them from it.
No, said Adrian, his shoulders tensing. We want to see this through. We want to find Nightmare. We know you do, said Simon. But if you cannot be trusted... We can be trusted. Look, we acted prematurely. We get it. Message received. It won't happen again. He reached for the small podium, gripping its sides. But I still believe we can find her.
Adrian, said Hugh, his tone firm, you were reckless, and I have to assume that is in part because of how personal this assignment is becoming for you. Finding Nightmare is not worth risking your life.
We'll be more careful next time, I promise. Hugh frowned and exchanged looks with the others. It was, in the end, Blacklight who suggested 3 days of probation for the team from street work and patrol duty, though they could continue to use any resources at headquarters to further their investigation as needed. The ruling was agreed upon, and they were dismissed, but Adrian stayed at the podium. What about the anarchists? He said. What about the detonator? Hugh sighed. We attempted to apprehend them last night, but they were expecting us. I'm afraid the detonator got away, as did the rest. We will be releasing a report to all patrol units this morning, encouraging them to be on full alert so long as these villains are at large. A shadow passed over his face. Unfortunately, many of our finest renegades were injured in the altercation. We had become complacent with regards to the anarchists, believing they could not be a great threat without Ace Anarchy at their helm. It's now clear how wrong we were. Adrian clenched his fists. Why weren't we there? We forced the detonator to reveal herself. We should have had the chance to go after her, all of them. Well, thank the powers you weren't, snapped Simon. His eyes blazing with such intensity Adrian drew back a step. Did you hear what Hugh just said? Renegades were injured last night. A lot of renegades. Some of them our best fighters and tacticians. You aren't... He hesitated, a small grimace creasing the space between his dark brows. He was substantially calmer when he continued. Each of you has the makings of a great superhero. I, for one, would like to see you survive long enough for that potential to be realized. Then he fixed his gaze on Adrian, fierce with worry. We need you to be careful. Adrian swallowed, and for the first time he started to give more consideration to the detonator's ramblings at the library. She had wanted to hurt him more than any of them, knowing how it would hurt his fathers. He'd dismissed the threat outright. She was a villain. She wanted to kill all the renegades, but now he wondered how much of a liability he posed. If something happened to him, could they go on being the superheroes the city needed? Of course they would. They would have to. But the look of horror that crossed, even briefly, over Simon's eyes gave Adrian pause. Before he knew it, all the irritation he'd felt for not having been included in the raid on the anarchists' tunnels melted away. Will you let us know if you find anything about them? Simon glanced around at the others before nodding. And Adrian wiped his palms down his sides. And did they find anything that might have suggested a connection to Nightmare? It seemed for a moment that they were all hesitant to answer. Finally, it was Hugh who said, There was a train car, one that was recently occupied and lived in. We dusted for fingerprints, and some matched the prints that were found on Nightmare's gun. But we did not find her uniform or as yet any clues as to where she or the others might have gone. The knot in Adrian's stomach loosened. It was something. It was a start and a confirmation. She was an anarchist. Licking his lips, he met each of the council members' eyes in turn. Might I make one request? A request, Mr. Everhart? Said Tamaya, her expression suggesting that she thought it was the height of insolence for him to be making requests after everything that had happened. I would like to question Winston Pratt. Behind him, Nova inhaled sharply. We now know, or have plenty reason to believe, that Nightmare is an anarchist. We have an anarchist in custody. I would like to interrogate him myself. He hesitated before adding, It will be a good way for us to fill our time during the probation. Winston Pratt has already been questioned, said Evander. But not since we've had specific evidence connecting him to Nightmare, right? Said Adrian. Other than her pushing him out of that balloon, at least. We'll consider it, said Hugh, and his tone gave nothing away. No promises, no hopes. Thank you, said Adrian, inclining his head. They were dismissed. Adrian ushered his team back through the hall. Oscar and Ruby both seemed to deflate the moment they stepped away from the podium, as if they'd been holding their breaths the whole time, and it occurred to Adrian that the council might be really intimidating to them. He supposed he was intimidated a bit too, but he knew it wasn't the same. Wait, Miss McLean, called Kasumi. Nova froze. Her back straightened like a pin, and Adrian caught a flash of nervousness cross her features before she quickly schooled them into her practiced nonchalance. Still, she couldn't fully hide the gulp as she turned back around. Yes? We understand that you have an interest in weaponry, Kasumi said. It so happens that our armory has become quite overwhelmed as they attempt to catalog all the equipment that was saved from the fire. We thought you might be able to assist them. It could be a good opportunity for you to learn about some of the other operations we do here. Frowning, Adrian stepped up beside Nova. Hold on. Nova has demonstrated that she's more valuable to the Renegades than for basic data entry. Can't you get someone... I'll do it, said Nova. He turned to her and saw that she was smiling, though it was the stretched, thin kind of smile that didn't quite seem to fit her. I'd be happy to help. She looked at Adrian. It will keep me busy during our probation. And besides, I can always work nights.
Chapter 30. Nova followed the others into the elevator, still edgy over the whole experience before the council. She was proud of herself for staying so calm during the proceedings, when every time she looked into their faces, she thought of little Evie. She heard gunshots. She remembered all over again that these were the people who had promised to protect her family and had failed. "Well," Oscar said brightly as the elevator doors shut behind him, "that could have been worse. They say probation. I hear vacation." "No kidding," said Ruby, slumping against the wall. "I was worried they'd take us off street duty forever and force us to do, I don't know, admin tasks or something." She grimaced at Nova. "Sorry about that assignment, by the way. It sounds awful." Nova shrugged. "Boredom is my ultimate enemy. I like having something to keep busy with." Truthfully, she couldn't imagine a better assignment. Entry into their arms database and computer systems? Irresistible. Anything that could speed up the process of uncovering new useful information would be gratefully welcomed at this point. Anything to get Leroy, Honey, and even on occasion Phobia out of her house. It hadn't even been a day yet, and already she was rife with anxiety, sure that some renegade would decide to check up on their new recruit, only to find her home overrun with anarchists. Besides, they couldn't avoid the tunnels forever, no matter how much they were enjoying daylight and plant life on their very own patch of land. Even if that patch of land was smaller than a sleeping bag and that plant life was nothing but nettles and dandelions. Dandelions, she had heard Honey say that morning, were severely underrated. The elevator plummeted back down to the ground floor and they spilled out into the lobby. "Lunch, anyone?" said Oscar. "It's Taco Tuesday in the cafeteria." "I'm going to visit Max," said Adrian, glancing up toward the sky bridge. "I'm sure he's been watching news stories about the library all night." Nova's pulse jumped. Though her focus had been caught up in the Sentinel lately, she remained intensely curious about Max, the bandit. She still knew so little about him, his abilities, or why he was stuck in that quarantine. "Can I come too?" Adrian looked at her, surprised, but pleasantly, she thought. "Sure, if you want." When they arrived outside the quarantine, Max was smashing a hammer into the rooftop of the Cloven Cross Library. Pieces of glass were scattering around his knees, but if he was worried about cutting himself, it wasn't apparent. He was at least wearing protective goggles as he decimated the model. Adrian knocked at the window. When Max showed no sign of having heard him, he knocked louder. Max startled and looked over his shoulder, pushing the goggles up on top of his moppy hair. He grinned, and there was something so bizarre about seeing that bright smile, coupled with the goggles, the hammer, and a demolished library, that Nova couldn't keep back a laugh. "That's looking really good," said Adrian, twirling one finger in the direction of the library. "But more destruction on the east side. That wall is pretty much gone." "I wasn't done yet," said Max, a bit stubbornly. Standing, he crossed his arms and surveyed the city around him. "I was thinking, now that the detonator's active again, I'm probably going to be doing a lot of restructuring in the next few weeks." "Hopefully not," said Adrian, frowning. "We're aiming for less overall destruction, not more." "Speaking of restructuring," said Nova, walking a few feet along the glass wall to get a better view of the merchant district, "would you mind if I offered a few suggestions? You seem very concerned about accuracy." Max straightened almost giddily. "Yeah, anything." She pressed her finger against the glass. "See that row of townhouses you have on Mission Street? It's actually 1 block up, on Stockton." Max stepped over a few blocks and pointed. "These ones?" "Yep." Adrian cocked his head. "Are you sure?" "Positive. I've spent a lot of hours just walking. I know the city pretty well." "But then what goes on Mission?" asked Max. 2-story commercial buildings. There are stores on the ground floor, maybe offices on the second. Although I guess some of them could be apartments. There used to be a boarded-up real estate office on the corner, and when I was a kid, there was a pharmacy, but I don't know if it's still there." Hold on, said Max. I'm going to get something to write this down. He disappeared into his back rooms, and Nova realized after a moment that Adrian was watching her. You used to live around there? He asked. When I was really little. My family had an apartment a few blocks away. Why? He looked away, shrugging. My mom used to patrol that area a lot. It was kind of her route, I guess. Nova started. Your mom? Adrian gave her a look. At first surprised, then amused. Leaning toward her, he fake whispered, I'm not actually related to the captain and the Dread Warden, you know. She rolled her eyes. Obviously, I know who Lady... Okay, say that again, said Max, skipping past the marina. 2 stories, real estate office, pharmacy questionable. Now, is that on this corner? Nova shook her jumbled thoughts away. Yeah. Wait. No, that one, across the street. Yeah, that one. If it's still there. Could you find out for me? Max said. His gaze was so hopeful that Nova had no choice but to shrug. Sure? Nova's really busy, Adrian interjected. She was just given a new assignment from the armory. Max scowled at him. Then maybe you can find out. What are you doing today that's so important? Adrian glared back. We'll find out, said Nova. Just give us a few days. Also, our trip to Council Hall this morning gave me an idea. She jutted her chin toward the model of Renegade headquarters, its surreal tower rising above the rest of the skyline. How would you like to have functioning elevators on the headquarters tower? Max went still. What do you mean? It's simple. I made one for my dollhouse when I was a kid. I mean, this will require some more materials, but the principle is the same. She ticked off her fingers. We'll need some syringes and a long tube, and Adrian will have to redraw the elevators in a way I can connect them to the new hydraulic lift. I'll sketch up a plan to show you what I mean. Max turned his excited attention toward Adrian. You'll do it? Sure, of course, said Adrian with a surprised laugh. And the smile he gave Nova, a little intrigued, a little grateful, brought unexpected warmth to her cheeks. Am I drawing up the syringes and tubing too, Miss Engineer? Absolutely not, said Nova, feigning disgust. The whole point of this experiment is to show how normal, everyday objects can, through the power of physics, be turned into something really cool. That point gets missed when you just... She waved toward Adrian's hands. Conjure whatever you need. He nodded seriously, though his eyes were still shining behind the thick frames of his glasses. Right, because I could, in theory, just redraw the elevators to make them functional. You know, by magic. Nova pointed a finger toward his nose. My science trumps your magic. You'll see. I can't wait, said Adrian. The technicians have syringes. She glanced toward Max, who had made his way over so he was standing just on the other side of the glass. Lots of them, he added, and Nova couldn't keep her eyes from darting to the bruises on the inside of his arms. Right, she said. That'll work. I bet they have rolls of tubing lying around somewhere, too. Maybe Adrian and I can go in and talk to them? See if they'll let us borrow some stuff? And look around while we're there? But Adrian shook his head. Even I don't have clearance to go inside those labs. But I bet if Max made them a list, they'd bring it to him. Nova's shoulders sank, but only briefly as she saw another opening. Her brow furrowed as she turned back to Max. They try really hard to keep you happy in here, don't they? Just like that, she saw his enthusiasm deflate, and Nova had the distinct impression that he tried to forget that he was trapped in there as much as possible. Sorry, she said. It's just... What are they doing to you? What are all the blood samples for? Max looked down at the needle wounds in his arm, stretching the skin to inspect them, as if this was the first time he'd paid them much attention. Blood samples, tissue samples, bone marrow samples. Exactly, said Nova. But when Max looked up, it wasn't at her, but at Adrian, his expression slightly pleading. For his part, Adrian's smile had disappeared, overshadowed by a furrowed brow and tight lips. Oh, right, said Nova. I don't have the clearance for that information. It's really important what they're doing, said Max, and Nova wondered if he was trying to convince her or himself. They think they're on the verge of a breakthrough, even. It's going to change prodigy relations forever. Prodigy relations? Max flushed. That's what they keep saying. What does that mean? Adrian cleared his throat. Nova glared at him. Top secret? He opened his palms apologetically. We don't make the rules. No, she thought wryly. Your family does. But she tried to smile as if she understood. Am I allowed to ask where your parents are? They're dead, said Max, without a beat of hesitation or an ounce of sorrow. Oh, stammered Nova. I'm sorry. Don't be, said Max. They threw me off Sentry Bridge when I was 2 weeks old. Nova's heart jolted, and she stared, speechless, as Max casually stooped and shuffled around a few of the glass boats tied to the docks at his feet. They were afraid of prodigies? She breathed, thinking of what Adrian had said about the prodigy children who were so often abandoned by their superstitious parents. But Max shook his head. They were prodigies. Villains. Members of the Roaches. The Roaches. The same gang that had ordered the death of her family. But then, why? Max glanced up at Adrian, and again she could see the hesitation as the conversation crept too close to confidential territory. She followed the look and saw that Adrian's shoulders were tense. His jaw clenched, his anger toward two villains who would so heartlessly murder their own child quickly surfacing. I was dangerous to them, said Max, speaking slowly. And the rest of the gang, too. They knew they'd be better off without me. How did you survive? Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden saw it happen. The captain dived in and rescued me, while the Dread Warden went after them. They got away, but I figure they probably died in the Battle of Gatlin. Nova's fists clenched. They would have been dead before then. Max looked up, surprised, and she felt Adrian's head swivel toward her too. And immediately, her brain started scouring for truths and lies, and she found herself picking through her words as tentatively as Max had been. Perhaps, she thought, it was unfair to begrudge him his secrets when she was constantly tiptoeing around her own. All the Roaches were killed a few months before the battle. The whole gang was slaughtered. She glanced at Adrian. Didn't the Renegades know that? He frowned, shaking his head. Oh, well, they say Ace, she cleared her throat. Ace Anarchy himself did it. Supposedly there was a dispute of some sort between the two gangs. A dispute. Like the Roaches murdering Ace's brother and his family. Huh, said Adrian, scratching behind his ear. That explains why the Roaches were so quiet those last few months. Nova glanced from Max to Adrian and back. So, the captain rescued you and... What, did they adopt you too? Are you two like brothers? Adrian's smile started to return, and the sight of it made something unwind in Nova's chest. Something like that. I always had to be kept separate from the others, though, said Max. Captain Chromium is the only one who's immune to me. When they started construction on headquarters here, they designed these rooms for me specifically. They wanted me to feel like I was still part of the Renegades, still in the middle of everything, even if, I'm not, really. Captain Chromium, Nova mused, trying to keep the scorn from her tone. Always with the invincible captain. And the suits they have to wear to get close to you? She said, nodding toward the chamber outside the quarantine. They were decontamination suits, said Adrian, but they've been retrofitted with chromium in the lining and around the edges. It allows people to get close for a little while, but his power will still affect them, eventually. Nova's lip curled. It seemed that whatever Max could do wasn't fatal. Otherwise, his parents couldn't have transported him all the way to the bridge. But then, what was everyone so afraid of? I really wish you could just tell me what it is you do. Someday, said Adrian. It's not personal. Most people here don't know. Not that we don't think we can trust our own renegades or anything, but the council is afraid that if too many people knew, it could leak out, and there are a lot of people who would want to kidnap Max. Or kill me, Max added, calmly, as if giving a weather report. Okay, said Nova. I won't pry anymore. She only sort of meant it. They had given her more information than they probably realized, at least enough to start formulating some theories, and she hoped that once she had access to the Renegade databases, she would be able to learn a lot more. So now I know what became of your parents, she glanced at Adrian. What about your mom? Did Lady Indomitable die in the battle? He shook his head. Before. They received a tip that one of the villains was planning a retaliation murder because some guy had been selling out their secrets. Mom volunteered to go stop it, but the next day she was found in an alley. His jaw twitched. She'd fallen from the rooftop. Or maybe she was pushed. The thing is, falling off a building shouldn't have killed her because she could fly, said Nova, thinking of those photographs she'd seen of the original 6. Lady Indomitable had been beautiful and strong, twists of black hair framing her face, and that smile like a constant toothpaste advertisement. She and the Dread Warden were the only members of the vigilante group to wear capes, and in every picture of her, she seemed to be levitating a few feet off the ground while the golden material flapped behind her. No one saw it happen, said Adrian, and no one knows which villain was responsible for killing her, or how they did it. How they could have disabled her long enough to... He trailed off, and he didn't have to finish. How does a prodigy who can fly fall off a building? What about your dad? She said. I mean, your biological dad. Don't tell me he was a superhero, too. He chuckled. I don't think so. She told me he was some guy she rescued when a shoe factory collapsed. She flew him to safety. They were both pumped up on adrenaline. One thing led to another. Honestly, at that point, I told her to skip to the end of the story because I was 5, and ew. He shuddered and Nova couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, they tried going on a few dates after that, but he couldn't handle the pressure of dating a superhero. So it ended before she even realized she was pregnant. Nova leaned her shoulder against the glass wall. Inside the quarantine, Max had seemingly grown bored of the conversation and was rearranging the buildings she'd pointed out to him earlier. Do you think you'll ever try to find him? Nah. If he couldn't handle a superhero girlfriend, I doubt he could handle a superhero son. Besides, it was big news when my mom had me. I'm sure he would have heard about it. And later, when the adoption happened, if he'd had any interest in being a parent, he had plenty of opportunities to introduce himself. He was frowning sardonically as he said it, but the look was short-lived as he turned his attention back to her. What did your uncle think when you got home last night? The hair prickled on the back of her neck. My uncle? She squeaked. He nodded. We get a lot of pushback from family members, especially during a recruit's first few weeks in the field, once they start to realize what a dangerous job it is. And yesterday was even more dangerous than usual. He seemed to be looking right into her, and Nova felt all her old paranoia rearing back to the surface of her thoughts. But we have a really great outreach team that's always happy to get involved, if you need their help. Someone could give your uncle a call, or he's welcome to come into headquarters and get a better sense of what we do. Sometimes that goes a long way in helping them feel more secure. An outreach team, said Nova. To talk to my uncle? Only if you want them to. That little wrinkle formed over his nose again. Did he say anything to you? Try to talk you out of coming back? We hear that a lot. He seemed truly, legitimately concerned, and Nova felt a laugh burble up and catch in her throat. That hysterical, disbelieving guffaw soon turned to actual choking. Nova turned away, coughing and pressing a hand to her chest, squeezing her eyes shut as they started to water. She felt a hand on her back, placed gently between her shoulder blades, and she shivered so hard at the touch that Adrian pulled his hand away. Even as she cleared her throat and tried to bring her breaths back to normal, she felt the sting of disappointment that the touch, concerned and innocent as it might have been, hadn't lasted just a little bit longer. Swallowing around her scratchy throat, she looked back at Adrian, still smiling with faint amusement. No, she finally said. My uncle really isn't that worried about me. But again, she gestured vaguely at herself. I've been training for this my whole life, so I think he knows there's no talking me out of it. Adrian nodded in understanding. Well, if he does start to have concerns, just let me know. We don't ever want anyone to feel like they're torn between the Renegades and their family. Her lips stretched out again, and she knew he must think she was crazy, but she couldn't disguise how hilarious she found this entire conversation. No, she said. That would be awful. Hey, Sketch! They turned, and the sight of Magpie, the young thief from the parade, was fast to douse Nova's grin. The girl was stomping across the sky bridge, a deep scowl on her face making her look far older than she probably was. Or at least like a kid who wanted people to think she was older, but couldn't quite pull it off. Magpie, said Adrian, and Nova could tell he was intentionally effusing his voice with joy and brightness, perhaps in an effort to balance out the cloud of pessimism that hung over the girl. Been making good choices lately? She ignored the question, coming to a stop a few feet away and holding an official-looking manila folder out to him. Council's got me on messenger duty this week, she said, sounding like this was an unspeakable punishment. Oh, good, said Adrian. That'll keep you out of trouble for a while. He held up the envelope. Excellent delivery. I'll be sure to let them know you are surpassing all expectations. Keep up the good work. She let out a dismayed groan, shot one bitter glance at Nova, then turned and stalked back toward the elevators. Nova couldn't help checking the security of her bracelet as she walked away. She'd make a decent villain, she murmured. Let's not mention it, said Adrian, ripping into the envelope. Just in case it hadn't occurred to her yet, I don't want to be the one to put the idea in her head. Nova watched his hands as he tugged out a single sheet of white paper. At the top was printed a large R in red foil. Does the council not believe in sending messages through the communicator bands like the normal folk? Adrian shook his head, eyes scanning the letter. Everything that goes over the system is subject to review and inspection. Evidently, the corner of his mouth lifted as he met her gaze. They don't want the whole organization to know they've approved our request to talk to the puppeteer. Chapter 31. I don't think I should go, said Nova, trailing behind Adrian as he barreled through the tables in the cafeteria. What are you talking about? He said, without looking back at her. Of course you should go. You don't need me, she insisted. I don't know anything about interrogating people, and I could get started on that cataloging job, right? Really, I'll just be in the way. Adrian stopped and spun toward her. Nova drew up short, shrinking beneath his concerned gaze. Are you afraid of the puppeteer? He asked, astonished. Her face scrunched. No, she said, before she realized that saying yes would have gotten her closer to her goal of not being in that room with the one person in headquarters who knew exactly who she was, and who had no idea that she was impersonating a renegade. I mean, he is totally creepy, and I don't like puppets or marionettes. Even sock puppets freaked me out when I was a kid, so I guess, yeah, I might be afraid of him after all. Can I sit this one out? Adrian's face took on that calm, understanding look that Nova was developing a love-hate relationship with. They'll have him restrained. We'll be perfectly safe. Besides, his powers only work on kids. I don't want to go. Please. Adrian blinked, and finally, she sensed his resolve crumbling. Hope surged through her veins. Nova, he said finally, gently. You were the only one on the rooftop with the detonator and the librarian. You might have insights into the anarchists and their connections that would be lost on the rest of us. And let's face it, you're really observant. You might pick up on something that we would miss. So, I'm sorry, but I think we need you there. He smiled hesitantly, as if to soften the denial of her request. I promise, he isn't a danger to us. Nothing is going to happen to you. She swallowed, wishing she could believe that was true. He turned away, heading toward Ruby and Oscar, who were seated at a small table near the corner. Ruby's plate was empty, but for a few leftover shreds of lettuce, and Oscar was protecting his own plate from her as she attempted to stab one of his black olives with her fork. They have an entire bin full of olives, Oscar shouted. He lifted his plate off the table, holding it as far out of her reach as possible. Go get your own. You don't even like olives, Ruby shot back, nearly falling into his lap as she leaned across him, fork jabbing at the air. You only got them to taunt me. Okay, lovebirds, said Adrian, dropping the envelope onto the table. Ruby immediately fell back into her chair, face reddening, whereas Oscar grinned, looking supremely pleased with the label. Our request has been granted. We have 30 minutes to prepare our questions. They both stared at him, confused. Request for what? Said Oscar. At the same time, Ruby asked, What questions? Adrian looked between them and sighed. 30 minutes later, Nova found herself trapped inside a metal room, sandwiched between Ruby and Adrian as they listened to the door locks clunking behind them. A second door stood opposite them, through which they would bring in the prisoner. A single table was bolted to the center of the floor, along with 2 chairs, one on each side. On the far side of the table were shackles, the thick wrist cuffs attached to metal domes that would fully enclose the hands, crafted especially for prodigies who needed use of their hands and fingers to manifest their abilities. Had they suspected they would be facing the detonator when they set up their surveillance on the library, Nova guessed the team would have been outfitted with similar handcuffs too, rather than the standard cuffs they'd been given. So, said Oscar, nodding at the nearest chair. Are you going to take that? Adrian shook his head. Go for it. I don't need it, said Oscar, with a casual one-shouldered shrug. You're the head honcho here. If you want it... Sit down, Oscar. Oscar scowled, and Nova could feel him bristling at Adrian's abruptness. It was unlike Adrian, and suggested that he, too, was more nervous than he was trying to let show. With a sigh, Adrian gestured at the chair. I need you to play bad cop. The bad cop would take the chair, right? Nova smothered a smile. He made it seem so easy, diffusing the tension. Respecting their weaknesses, in this case, they all knew that Oscar's body was still recovering from the exertion of the day before, even if he would never admit to how much he was hurting. But with this simple compromise, Adrian was also valuing the many ways Oscar contributed to the team, even if that contribution was simply Oscar's talent for the dramatic. There had been times when Nova wondered if Adrian became a team leader because of his family name, but she was becoming more and more certain that he'd earned it. Either way, his suggestion worked. With a proud tilt of his chin, Oscar settled himself into the chair, leaning the cane against the table. He crossed his arms stiffly over his chest. "Oh, yeah," he said with a pleased nod. "Bad cop is ready." "Which of us is good cop?" said Ruby, glancing at Adrian and Nova in turn. Nova couldn't answer. Her mouth was so dry she was afraid trying to speak would only lead to the words gumming up on her tongue. "I'm good cop," said Adrian. He glanced at Nova. "You're the observer. If you have something to say or add, jump in, but otherwise, I want you focused on any signs he might be lying. Or telling the truth." "So, who am I?" said Ruby. Adrian grinned. "You're the muscle." Ruby beamed, hopping excitedly from foot to foot as she loosened the wire on her wrist. "Hold on," said Oscar, glancing over his shoulder. "Maybe I wanted to be the muscle." Nova stared at Ruby's bloodstone, glinting in the room's dim lighting. "We're not going to torture him, are we?" They turned to her as one, each of their faces equally appalled. "Great skies, Nova," said Adrian. "We're the good guys, remember?" She sank back, not sure if she should be embarrassed by the question or not. It hadn't seemed ridiculous when she'd asked it. Across the room, they heard the clunking of more locking mechanisms. Nova's body went rigid. She rubbed her damp palms down the sides of her uniform. The door opened and 2 guards entered, leading Winston Pratt by his elbows. He was dressed in the black and white stripes of a prison jumpsuit. His wrists and ankles were both bound with chains, and his usually jaunty step was weighed down, his shoulders tight, his arms squeezed in beside his body as if he were attempting to avoid the guard's grip. Nova was surprised to see that his makeup remained, or what she had always assumed was makeup, though she'd never seen him without it. The black paint around his eyes, the rosy circles on the apples of his cheeks, and the sharp lines drawn from the corners of his crimson mouth down his jaw, giving the effect of a wooden marionette. The lines were not even smudged. For the first time in all the years she'd known him, she wondered whether it was makeup at all, or if his power really had transformed his face into that of a puppet. Or a puppet master. His eyes darted around the room, skipping from the chairs to the walls, the light bulbs in the ceiling, to the shackles on the table, to Oscar, to Adrian, to Nova, to Ruby. Back to Nova. He blinked furiously, as if trying to clear away a pestering eyelash. His brow squeezed tight. Pressing her lips, Nova did her best to convey secrecy to him, subtly shaking her head and hoping that he caught the desperate intensity of her gaze. But Winston Pratt had never been adept at the art of subtlety. He continued to stare, his lips parted, his head cocking curiously to one side as he was pressed down into the chair. He put up no resistance as his chained hands were settled into the shackles and the domes clamped securely around them. "You have 15 minutes, one of the guards said to Adrian. "This interrogation is being recorded." He gestured toward a small camera on the ceiling. "For future review at the council's discretion. If you want to end your session early, just knock on the door and we'll be back." They left. Winston was still gaping dumbly at Nova, and the others were starting to notice. Adrian and Ruby each glanced at her, to which she attempted an uncomfortable, confused shrug. "Okay, Mr. Pratt," said Oscar, leaning forward and folding his hands on top of the table. "Or should I call you the puppeteer?" This, at least, managed to pull Winston's gaze away from Nova. "We're going to ask you a few questions," said Oscar, "and I strongly suggest you answer them." He popped his knuckles, then leaned back and curled a finger over his shoulder. "Go ahead, Sketch. He's all yours." Eyebrows rising in what might have been amusement or embarrassment, Adrian moved forward to stand beside Oscar. "I understand you've already been questioned a number of times," said Adrian, "but we have one specific topic we want to discuss with you." Though Winston was looking at Adrian now, his jaw was still slack with befuddlement, and Nova felt like her insides were being wrung through a washing machine. She found herself imagining a situation in which her identity would be revealed, here, now, and wondering if she had any hope of getting out of there with 2 locked doors and 3 renegades that she knew would turn on her the second they realized who she was. "First," continued Adrian, "you should know that the detonator attacked a library yesterday. She set off multiple bombs in public spaces. As a result, the Renegades went to the subway tunnels where you and your companions have been living in an attempt to arrest her. However, those Renegades were attacked, and the anarchists have since disappeared, abandoning the subway tunnels." Winston's brow drew together. He started to shake his head, dazed. "They wouldn't leave," he looked again at Nova. She tried to remain expressionless, while also maintaining the mantra in her head, silence, secrecy, as if she might suddenly develop telepathy. "One thing they found in the tunnels, of particular interest," said Adrian, "was a recently inhabited train car. We have reason to believe this car belonged to the villain who calls herself Nightmare. We now know that Nightmare is an anarchist." Lips parted, jaw slack. Winston shifted his confused eyes back to Adrian. "That's who we want to talk about today." Adrian set one hand on the table, leaning forward, and Nova might have thought his attempts at being intimidating were borderline adorable if she hadn't been trembling with dread. Her memory was replaying those moments in Winston's hot air balloon as they drifted over the remains of the parade, realizing they wouldn't clear the top of the next building, choosing to sacrifice Winston to their enemies. He had every reason to despise her now. He had every reason to betray her. She swallowed. "I'm sorry," Winston squeaked, gaping at Adrian. "But, come again?" "Nightmare," said Adrian. "I'll begin with something simple. What is her real name?" A deep crease seemed permanently etched between Winston's brows, and the way his mouth refused to close made it seem as though the mechanism attaching his marionette jaw to his marionette skull had broken. "Nightmare?" he croaked. "Nightmare," Adrian confirmed. "You might remember her as the one that pushed you out of your own hot air balloon. I want to know what her real name is." Nova bit the inside of her cheek. "No," Winston started, but hesitated, letting the word drift off until his lips were puckered around that long, uncertain O. Nova's lungs squeezed, expelling any useful air. "Excuse me?" said Adrian. No. Winston glanced once, briefly at Nova, then back at Adrian. "Noreen," he coughed. "Her name is Noreen." Nova inhaled, long and deep. Everyone else, though, became motionless. She knew that no one was fooled, but she didn't care. Winston had been given a choice to betray her, and he hadn't. A slim spark of hope flickered in her thoughts. "Noreen," said Adrian, his voice thick with skepticism. "Noreen," said Winston, with a determined, proud nod. "Noreen what?" "Does she have a last name?" Winston glanced around as if searching for inspiration, but then shrugged. "Nope, no last name, just Noreen." Adrian and Oscar exchanged a look before Adrian cleared his throat. "We know that Nightmare obtained at least one of her weapons from the black market dealer known as the Librarian. But we've witnessed her using a number of weapons and tools that don't resemble other things in the marketplace. Where does she get her supplies? Winston held his gaze, blinked, licked his lips, opened his mouth, hesitated, swallowed, coughed, finally responded, "The hardware store?" "The hardware store?" "Yes," Winston's head bobbed. "That's where she gets her stuff." "Is that code for something?" "No, just the hardware store." Nova cringed inwardly. Even though it was mostly true, she did get a lot of the items she used for her inventions from a local hardware store. "Any specific hardware store?" asked Adrian. Winston seemed to consider this. Then, "Nope. She likes them all." "Maybe," said Oscar, leaning forward on his elbow, "you could mention just one by name, just to get us started." Winston's lips stretched thin, and he shrugged. "I don't know. Ask her." Thankfully, his eyes did not shift back to Nova when he said this, though she could only imagine the restraint he was using to stay focused on his inquisitors. "How about the names of any connections she might have had in the city?" said Adrian. "Can you think of anyone she might have made contact with once the anarchists abandoned the subway tunnels? Anywhere she might have gone?" Winston looked down at the table, and he seemed to be giving actual consideration to this question. Finally, truthfully, he started to shake his head. "I don't know where they would have gone." Adrian massaged his temple. "What about any other locations Nightmare likes to frequent? Any favorite restaurants, stores?" Winston could not prevent his eyes from darting to Nova this time, though he quickly shifted them over to Ruby, then back to Adrian, as if to make up for the slip. "Rooftops?" he suggested. Adrian's shoulders sagged. "Any particular rooftops?" I don't know. Honestly, I don't." Winston leaned forward, and his baffled face took on an edge of desperation. "I don't know where she is. Truthfully, I have no idea." Adrian briefly closed his eyes. "It's all right, Winston. We're just trying—" "No, it's not all right," said Oscar, slamming his fist on the table. "It's obvious you know something, and we're not leaving this room until you tell us what it is." Winston frowned. "They said we only had 15 minutes. That," started Oscar, holding up a finger. Then he deflated, clearing his throat. "Was actually true. But still, you can tell us what you know now, or we can come back and do this again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. We're not giving up until you tell us what we need to know. So start talking, Mr. Pratt, or else I will make sure that you don't get any tacos. Or, whatever it is they serve prisoners around here." Adrian dragged his hand down the side of his face. "Okay," he said. "Listen, she betrayed you. She literally threw you out of your own hot air balloon and left you to be captured by your enemies. Right? You have no reason to protect her. Whereas, if you help us—" He hesitated, and Nova could see him struggling to find something he could offer to Winston, something that wouldn't break any of the renegade codes. I'll see if we can get you some books or something." Nova pursed her lips, knowing that this bribe wouldn't get him far, and Winston's expression looked more confused by the offer than anything else. "Books? Or, I don't know, magazines? A deck of cards? Something to keep you entertained. It's gotta be boring in that cell, right?" Winston's eyes seemed to brighten. "Can you bring me a painting set? And a new marionette doll?" Nova's shoulders tightened. No. He couldn't be swayed by them now. I'll have to get that approved by my supervisors," said Adrian. "But I could ask. The hunger in Winston's eyes was inescapable, and for the first time, Nova felt bad for how she had given so little thought to Winston since his arrest. He must not only have been bored, but lonely. Not that she could have done anything to help him, but she could at least have spared him a thought. "What was the question again?" said Winston. "We want to know if there are any places Nightmare frequents," said Adrian. "Anywhere she might have gone." Winston looked away, his thoughts warring across his face. The temptation Adrian had offered him fighting against whatever loyalty he still had for Nightmare and the anarchists. She likes to go to the park?" Disappointment fell across Adrian's face. "The park," he repeated dryly. In contrast, Winston was all joviality for what he must have thought was a quick-witted, completely believable lie. "Yes, she really loves going to the park." "City Park?" "Oh, no," said Winston enthusiastically. "Cosmopolis Park." Nova coughed, covering her mouth to try to hide her amusement. Adrian glanced back. "Sorry," said Nova. He sighed, returning his focus to Winston. "You're telling us that Nightmare likes to spend time at an amusement park?" "Oh, yes, she goes there all the time, particularly enjoys the fun house." He giggled madly and shrugged, as if to suggest, "Those crazy kids, who knows what they'll be into next?" "Can I ask a question?" said Ruby. "Please do," said Adrian, stepping back from the table and gesturing for her to proceed. It was clear from the frustration in his eyes that this interrogation was not going how he'd hoped. Ruby took a step forward, idly swinging her bloodstone back and forth like a pendulum. Winston followed it with his eyes, leaning slightly back, as if afraid she was about to stab him with the thing. And quite possibly she was. "The anarchists have been, let's say, fairly inactive for 9 years, right? But Nightmare appears to be pretty young, definitely younger than the rest of your gang. So what I want to know is how she came to join you all in the first place. Are you recruiting new members?" "Oh," said Winston, apparently gleeful to be able to answer this question without having to strain himself too much to come up with a sensible lie. "Nope, no recruitment. Actually, Ace brought her." "Ace?" said Oscar with a disbelieving laugh. "Ace Anarchy?" "Please," said Adrian. "She would have been a kid back then." "Yes," Winston said, his head bobbing in agreement. "She was just a kid." They stared, speechless, for a long time. Finally, Adrian said simply, "Explain." But by this time, Winston seemed to have withdrawn back into his thoughts and was doubting his eager explanation. He looked again at Nova, and she shrugged at him, not really knowing how much trouble the truth would cause her at this point. Winston, though, opted not to tell the truth, and again his face took on that fearful, uncertain look. "Ace found her," he started. After a long inhale, he continued, "at Cosmopolis Park." "Of course he did," said Oscar. "Where else?" No, it's the truth," Winston insisted. "I used to do business there, before your council made it so," he grimaced, "wholesome. And one day, there was this girl, wandering around after dark. The park had been closed for hours and, well, Ace found her and came to understand that her parents had left her there. Just abandoned her. So he gave her some cotton candy and, well, that was it. We had ourselves a little nightmare." He started to smile, a real smile that stretched the dark lines on his chin. "She and I used to play together. When she was scared at night sometimes, I would entertain her with puppet shows. She especially liked shadow puppets, which are something of a specialty of mine. Remember that He hiccuped, coughed. I remember that nightmare well. Little nightmare. We were buds. His brow creased, a sadness overshadowing the sudden burst of joy. Back then, at least. Nova felt like her heart was being torn apart. For the past number of years, she'd thought of Winston as little more than a nuisance. But he was right. They had been friends when she was young. How had they lost that? How had she become such an anarchist? She kept her eyes on him, wishing he would look up at her, wishing she could convey that she was sorry, and that she did remember those times, all those sleepless nights when he had made her laugh, and how much that had meant to her. But this time, Winston kept his head down. Behind him, the door clunked, and the guards returned. The interrogation was over. Walking back into the hallway outside the interrogation room, Nova felt as though 100 gargoyles were perched on her shoulders. She would have thought that to be leaving that room with her secret still intact would have left her buoyant and overjoyed. But she felt only guilt. Not just guilt over Winston, but guilt over them all. The anarchists were counting on her. And so far, what had she accomplished? Since she'd come here, they had been forced out of their home, Ingrid was exiled, the librarian was dead. They were certainly no closer to destroying the Renegades. So, Ruby drawled, twirling her bloodstone like a pinwheel around her finger. Do we think a single word out of his mouth was true? I don't know, said Adrian. Not most of it, that's for sure. Oscar nodded. I agree. But I think he was drawing on truth sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, there might have been kernels of truth in it. Yeah, but which parts? Said Ruby. Adrian paused and leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. He mentioned Cosmopolis Park a few times, and we do know that he used to deal drugs there during the Age of Anarchy, right? Maybe there's something there. Wait, said Ruby with a mild laugh. Just think about that for a second. Can you really picture Ace, Anarchy, finding some lost kid at a theme park, feeding her cotton candy, and deciding to bring her home and raise her? Come on. Nova bristled, glowering at her, but then Adrian started to laugh too. I know, he said, massaging his brow. You're right. It's just... What else do we have to go on? Anything? Nova, said Oscar, glancing at her. You used to work at Cosmopolis Park. It sounded like such an accusation that Nova stood straighter, ready to defend herself. So? If there is a connection between Nightmare and the park, I don't know. Did you ever see anything suspicious? Immediately, her defensiveness started to retract. She exhaled. You mean, did I ever see some girl walking around in a metal face mask? No. Can't say that I did. Not surprising, said Adrian. If she does frequent the theme park, which I'm still really doubtful of, but if she did. She wouldn't be going there in full disguise, would she? Still, said Ruby, maybe Nova can talk to her old boss or something. Encourage people to be on the lookout? Nova forced a smile, trying to remember the name of her so-called boss and hoping no one bothered to ask. Yeah, sure. That wouldn't be a problem at all. Okay, said Adrian, scratching his jaw. I'll get a transcript of the interrogation sent to each of you this afternoon. Let's all take the night to think on it, and discuss more tomorrow. He sighed. He was obviously hiding something, but I don't know. Something tells me he gave up more than we realize. Chapter 32. None of them had come up with anything new or concrete the next day, or the next. By the third night after the puppeteer interrogation, Nova was beginning to relax. This might largely have been because she felt like she was making progress, learning things that might actually hold value, thanks to the cataloging job. She found that she liked headquarters best at night. It was so quiet after most everyone had gone home. Not entirely empty. There was always security staff monitoring the building, and late-night patrol units coming and going in between jobs. But the difference when compared with daytime was striking. The tranquility was refreshing. Nova had long had mixed emotions when it came to the most still hours of the night. The suspension of time in which all the world became lonely and shadowed. There had been periods in her childhood when she would frequent 24-hour diners for no other purpose than to feel a sense of connection to whatever other sad souls were sleepless that night, where she would eat her stacks of blueberry pancakes and concoct life stories for the delivery man slurping black coffee at the bar, or the waitress who made up for her tired eyes with effusive perkiness. Eventually, though, someone always asked where Nova's parents were, and once their gazes turned to pitiful assumptions, she would have to leave. There were other nights, though, when she craved that solitude. Nights when she would spend hours staring at the moon and imagining she was the last person alive on this planet. Imagining there was no one left to cause war or strife. No one struggling to claim power. No one left to fear or hate prodigies. No prodigies left to hate. Being inside headquarters at 3 o'clock in the morning felt like a wholesome mix of both. The tranquility that came with being alone, but also the knowledge that she wasn't. Not really. Even if she was surrounded by her enemies, there was a strange sort of comfort in that thought. She had been set up with her own little cubicle on the 3rd floor, with a window that looked down onto the vast open lobby and a desk that she was told she could decorate with personal items. But so far, all she'd thought to bring was a poster of the constellations that she picked up at a cheap print shop a few miles away. And then, only because she worried they would think it was weird if she didn't bring in anything at all. The assignment she'd been given wasn't exactly thrilling. She had spent 3 straight nights reviewing photographs that their forensics department had taken of all the destroyed artillery in the library, cataloging model numbers when they were available, or otherwise scanning for identifying characteristics and comparing them with known weaponry in a global database. It wasn't exciting work, but it did give her an excellent opportunity to alter the metadata when she came across scans of a series of gas bombs that she recognized from Cyanide's laboratory, but which would now forever live in the Renegades' files as amateur-crafted explosives from an unknown source. The assignment also gave her ample opportunity to delve further into the Renegades' system. Over the past nights, she had mapped out the locations of all security cameras and alarms within the headquarters building, downloaded a full list of the weaponry and prodigy artifacts kept in their storerooms, discovered the complete directory of current renegades with aliases, abilities, and even home addresses, including her own. And she had even, to her delight, found a folder titled Concerns for Future Consideration, which turned out to be full of public complaints lodged at the council's ongoing failures and disappointments. Nova finished entering the data on a box of ammunition, one of the few that hadn't exploded when exposed to the heat from the fire, and took a moment to stretch out her spine. A flicker caught her eye, and she glanced out the window to see that the lights inside Max's quarantine were on, lighting up his glass city in a pale shade of yellow. She was sure it had been dark in there before. Was he having trouble sleeping? She scooted closer to the window, but could see no sign of the boy beyond the walls of his enclosure. Her eyes scanned the rest of the lobby. She could see one security guard pacing in front of the main entryway. But otherwise, the place seemed as abandoned as it always did this time of night. With a curious grunt, she leaned back in the sleek office chair, pulling her legs up until she was seated cross-legged. Checking the data list that had been provided for her, she decided to enter just 3 more items. and if Max's light was still on when she was done, she would go check on him. Nova rolled her shoulders and pulled up the next batch of photos, showing a simple handgun taken from multiple angles. She discovered the serial number near the base of the barrel and punched it into the database. A window popped into view. One match found. She clicked on it, pulling up the profile of the weapon, its manufacturer, and the year it had been produced. And at the bottom, a list of known criminals and gangs this or similar guns had been connected with over the years. Often this list was blank or contained only vague notes from the field when there was a match between a gun's serial number and a bullet casing found at a crime scene. There was only one connected list, not of this exact gun, but to another handgun of the same model. Reading the words felt like a kick to Nova's gut. In connection with multiple victim murder, Kingsborough Apartments. See summarized report. Kingsborough Apartments. She had lived in the Kingsborough Apartments. Her hands were shaking as she opened the report. It brought up a summary drafted by Hugh Everhart, Captain Chromium himself, dated the night of her family's murders. The night of. Mere hours after it happened. Nova's heart thundered. He had been there. He had been there that night. But he had been too late. 4 people found dead. David Artino, age 31. Tala Artino, age 30. Evie Artino, age 11 months. 1 unnamed man, age unknown. Suspected anarchist or Roach affiliation. Forensics confirm all deaths were a result of direct trauma from bullet wounds, without prodigy interference. Prints found on the gun matched both those of the unnamed man and also those of Alec Artino, alias Ace Anarchy. There is reason to suspect the deaths of the 3 family members were done as a killing for hire. The motivation for the homicides remains under investigation. See the full report as filed by Hugh Everhart, Captain Chromium, here. Additional notes. The eldest child, a 6-year-old girl, was not found at the scene. Neighbors have reported no knowledge of her whereabouts. A report has been made to the Renegades Missing Persons Unit. An icon at the bottom of the report indicated a folder of pictures taken from the crime scene. Nova shuddered. She had been saved from seeing the bodies of her family all those years ago, and she would not look at them now. But to know they were out there, that such photos existed mere clicks away, made her sick to her stomach. With her heart feeling as though it were being squeezed in a clamp, Nova forced herself to click on the link to open the full report. A small window popped into the center of the screen. Restricted access. Enter passcode. Nova stared at those words for a long time, in turns furious that something so personal to her could be kept confidential, but also, in part, relieved. She knew what had happened to her family. She knew that the cowards and the Roaches had hired a hitman to kill them because her dad had refused to keep making weapons for them. She knew the Renegades hadn't been there to stop it, even after they'd promised to protect David's family. And neither had they been the ones to track down the gang and ensure justice was served. No, it was Ace who had destroyed them all in retaliation. She stared at those words, restricted access, and felt new resentment smoldering inside her. The Renegades knew her family was being threatened. Captain Chromium knew they might be targeted, and yet he had failed to save them. He was too late. Could it be that the full report was confidential because he recognized his own ineptness? Was he so embarrassed to have failed to save this family that he would hide it from the world? It was easy to believe. He hadn't protected them. He hadn't saved them. He'd only recorded their deaths, entering the information like notes on a ledger. But people believed he was the world's greatest superhero. A hit like that to his reputation would be inconceivable to all the fools who idolized him. With a shudder, Nova closed the summary report. She squeezed her eyes shut, pushing her chair back from the desk. It was good she had found this, she told herself. It was a reminder of how the council had betrayed her family's trust, how they had not been there when they were needed most. They were not superheroes. They were frauds, and this whole system that was meant to protect and serve was nothing more than a failed social experiment. She could see now that many renegades had good intentions. Adrian was proof enough. But it didn't change the fact that their society was not being run by strong, competent leaders, but by dictators who had put themselves in this position of power without cause, and now had no idea what to do with it. The people would be better off on their own. The world would be better off without them. Nova waited for the tight knot in her gut to start to unravel and peeled open her eyes. She was facing the window again, and her gaze immediately shifted toward Max's quarantine. Her brow furrowed. She rose from her chair and stepped closer to the window, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. A light was still on, but not the full overhead lights that had been on before. It was dimmer now, pale gold shimmering off the glass facades of his tiny skyscrapers. And they were floating. Nova rubbed her eyes and looked again. The same image greeted her. Not every building of the model city, but perhaps a few dozen of them, their glass spires hovering above the ground, bobbing like buoys on a calm lake. As she watched, larger bits of the city began to rise up too, like 100 shimmering missiles launching slowly into the air. At their center sat Max, cross-legged and levitating. Levitating? "He's telekinetic," she whispered. But saying the words aloud did not make them any less surprising, because he shouldn't be telekinetic. She had seen his profile when she found the directory. She struggled to recall what it had said. Something that had been made intentionally vague, she recalled, because she'd been annoyed at the time that she didn't know what it meant. Stooping over her desk, she minimized the weapons database and tracked down the Renegade directory again. After a quick search, she found him. Max Everhart, alias The Bandit. Ability, absorption. Absorption. That's right. She remembered it now. And how very frustrating it was that it meant nothing at all. Absorption of what? It offered no explanation for the quarantine or why people seemed to think he was dangerous. But this... She looked again. More of the buildings had risen up now, along with every miniature tree from City Park and the entire Sentry Bridge. This, people might think, was dangerous. Not because telekinesis was terribly rare, but because most telekinetics could only manage to move 1 or 2 objects at a time. Not dozens, and certainly not while keeping themselves aloft as well. That sort of focus and mental aptitude had only been recorded in a handful of prodigies, so far as Nova knew. And one of those prodigies was Ace Anarchy. She returned to the window. She even had a faint memory of seeing Ace in the cathedral, levitating just like Max was now, cross-legged and 5 feet in the air. One of the few times she'd seen him relaxed enough to go without his helmet. He had surrounded himself with candles and red glass votives, hundreds of them drifting around him, casting swirls of flickering light around the altar. Seeing Max was so painfully familiar that she half doubted she wasn't hallucinating. Down below, Max opened his eyes. For a moment, he stared at nothing. Not his floating glass city, not the lobby below. His expression was serene and still. Nova pressed her palm against the window of her cubicle. That small movement must have caught Max's eye, because he suddenly spotted her. His concentration broke. Nova saw it the moment it happened. His eyes widened, his lips parted, and his body dropped back to the ground while all those sleek glass buildings crashed down around him. Nova grimaced, embarrassed on his behalf. But then, she saw pain shooting through Max's expression. Not the sort of pain that accompanied a hard fall, but the sort of pain that was excruciating. She pressed her nose into the glass, her own breath misting against it, and tried to make out what had happened. As soon as she saw the blood, she turned away from the window and started to run. Down the corridor, past the elevator bank, into the stairwell. She launched herself over the steps to the next landing, then down the next, her feet barely touching the ground. She burst out of the doorway and raced across the sky bridge. She could see Max through the quarantine walls. He was on his knees, bent forward, cradling his hand. His right arm was soaked in blood. Nova rounded the side of the quarantine and yanked open the door to the tertiary chamber. She charged for the next door, pulled down the lever to release the airlock, and pried it open. An atmosphere-controlled chamber waited for her. Screaming in frustration at all these barriers, she bolted forward and yanked open the second door. Her breath hitched. She was inside the quarantine. Max hadn't moved. His back was to her, but he'd fallen onto his hip. He looked back when he heard Nova enter. Pain was still drawn into his features, but his eyes widened in fear when he saw her. Fear and panic and desperation. Nova looked at his hand, which was covered in blood. Beside him, he saw the bloodied spire of the Woodrow Hotel. "Sweet rot," she breathed, and already her mind was creating a checklist. Clean the wound, bandage it up, get him to the medical wing. Or if no healers were available, get him to the hospital. Nova started making her way through the glass city, kicking aside the fallen buildings in her path. "No," Max gasped. "It's okay," said Nova. "You're fine. You might be in shock, but you're fine." "No, Insomnia, stop!" he yelled. He started to back away from her until he collided with the wall of the arena. "Stay there!" "You need medical attention," she said halfway down Drury Avenue. "Just some basic first aid, and then I'll get you to the healers." Her body began to slow. Her lungs contracted, expelling her last breath. She stumbled, grabbing the model of Merchant Tower for support. She blinked at Max, but her vision had blurred. Terror crossing his features, Max stood and tried to step over the arena, but his ankle caught and he stumbled, knocking over one of the great standing floodlights. "Go back!" he screamed. "Get out!" But Nova couldn't move. Her breaths wheezed as she slumped forward. Her eyelids were so heavy. Her brain was clouding over with exhaustion. She felt like her limbs were full of sand, like her skull was thick with fog. She fell onto her side. Her shoulder smashed into the model of Gatlin City Hospital. Its north tower tipped over and shattered on the street, which was the last sound she heard before darkness engulfed her.
Chapter 33. There were 2 all-night eateries within a 1-mile radius of Renegade headquarters, and Adrian and the team were frequent patrons at both. Sometimes they just seemed like a better option than coming back to HQ and getting something out of the vending machines, or snacking off the cold salad bar in the cafeteria, which stopped serving hot food after 9. Fighting crime burned a lot of calories, and sometimes a superhero needed a gooey grilled cheese sandwich or a giant chocolate chip waffle smothered in whipped cream. He didn't know if cataloging data or whatever it was Nova was doing for the arms department burned a lot of calories, but Adrian did know that everyone needed to nosh when they were awake in the wee hours of the morning, and he doubted that an inability to sleep changed that. As it was, he needed a distraction anyway. Since the team was still technically on the Nightmare investigation case, which was fast becoming the Anarchist investigation case, they'd spent the last few days following every lead they could to try to find Ingrid Thompson, the detonator, frequenting any business she'd ever been known to visit, calling on any citizen that might have had a connection to her, no matter how tenuous, a classmate from high school, a long-ago neighbor. So far, everything had led to dead ends, and Adrian couldn't help but feel like they were wasting their time. They needed something recent and concrete. Video footage, or an eyewitness spotting, or... he didn't know. Maybe a stash of glowing blue explosives discovered in an abandoned warehouse? Something tangible. In lieu of something that would further the case, though, Adrian had 3 nights of restless sleep, and now a bag full of sandwiches from Mama Stacy's greasy spoon. Since he didn't yet know Nova well enough to be able to guess her preferred sandwich order, he'd brought an assortment: a grilled cheese, a turkey club, a roast beef, and a Southwest chicken wrap. He felt like he had the major bases covered, sandwich speaking, and Stacy had thrown in 6 bags of potato chips because, quote, "Gotta keep our heroes fed," wink. He still wasn't sure what the wink meant. Anyway, he hoped Nova would think the gesture was thoughtful. He hoped she wouldn't be annoyed that he was interrupting her work. He hoped maybe they'd be able to sit and talk, because he kept thinking about the nights spent in the office building across from the library and how it had been really nice to talk to her, to get to know her, at least a little. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to know her even better. Questions kept popping into his head when he wasn't around her, but then vanishing the moment they were together, and all the conversations turned toward the investigation again. Questions like, where did she get her ideas for her inventions? And what was the most bizarre thing she'd ever done to keep from being bored at 3 o'clock in the morning? And did she have a boyfriend? He was pretty sure he knew the answer to that last one. She'd never talked about a boyfriend, but then she hadn't talked much about her personal life at all, so he couldn't be sure. He'd even had this outrageous idea as he was leaving Mama Stacy's, this fantasy of sneaking into Nova's cubicle while she was gone and laying out the spread of sandwiches and napkins like a picnic. He could even draw some candles, except that would probably be too much, and he didn't want her to think this was, like, a romantic thing. Except a part of him sort of did. His palms were damp by the time he got to headquarters, and he kept having to switch the paper-to-go bag from hand to hand so he could rub them dry on his pants. The scanner near the door recognized the signal from his communicator band and unlocked with a clunk. He pushed through the revolving door and immediately heard someone yelling. Adrian glanced at the security booth where the guard on duty was screaming into his communicator. "Only 2 healers on night duty, and they're both on their way. But what was she thinking going in there in the first place?" Frowning and wondering if something had happened to one of the patrol units, Adrian jogged down the steps into the lobby. His gaze shot up to the bay of windows where Nova had been working lately. He could see the light on in her cubicle, but her desk appeared to be empty. His hair stood up on the back of his neck as he crossed the inlaid R in the tiled floor. An erratic pounding made Adrian draw up short. He turned his gaze toward Max's quarantine, where a faint light was casting a glow across the lobby. Max was standing at the quarantine wall. He was wearing plaid pajama pants, but no shirt. One hand was wrapped up in cloth, perhaps the missing shirt, while he pounded the other fist against the glass. He was yelling, his face wild with panic, and it took Adrian a moment to understand him. "Adrian, hurry!" The bag of sandwiches fell from his hand, hitting the floor with a crackle and thud, and then Adrian was sprinting up the stairs to the quarantine. As soon as he reached the sky bridge, he saw a body lying inside the quarantine. His heart jolted. It was Nova. She was unconscious. She was inside the quarantine. He slowed for only a second, but still, he did slow, and he knew it, and he would later feel like the biggest coward for that moment of hesitation. But then he was running again, as fast as he could. Before he could sort out what he was doing, his hand was grasping the handle of the quarantine door and yanking it open. He didn't know how long she'd been in there, but he knew that every second could make a difference. Every second that passed, her strength would be leaching from her, bit by bit, her power draining away, bit by bit. But he would not be any safer if he didn't hurry. Once past the door, his vision attached itself to Nova. He could reach her. He had to reach her. On the far side of the quarantine, pressing his body against the glass wall, Max was panting as if he too had just dashed across the lobby and the stairs and the bridge. His thin, pale shoulders were shaking, and Adrian could see now that the shirt around his hand was soaked with blood. Glass buildings were toppled and broken everywhere he looked. "I'm okay," said Max before Adrian could speak. "I sent a message to security. The healers are on their way, but Nova, you have to get her out of here." Adrian gulped. Whatever had happened, there was nothing he could do for Max. But Nova... Gritting his teeth, he launched himself over the skyscrapers, careening down the streets of Gatlin City. He was halfway across the quarantine when he felt it, like someone had uncorked a drain in him and all his strength was seeping out. Mostly he felt it in his hands. His fingers went cold. The muscles, the ligaments in his joints, they felt like they were atrophying with every step he took. Fingers curling inward, becoming useless and frail. Fingers that would never again hold a pen or a paintbrush. Hands that would never again create reality from imagination. Hurling himself over the hospital, he knelt beside Nova. His breaths were strangled wheezes as he scooped his arms beneath her. Her head fell against his chest, and he turned and sought out the exit. The door felt impossibly far. How many steps would it take to reach it? 30? 50? Adrian's head spun. He wouldn't make it. Not if he had to stumble every step of the way. He crushed Nova's body against him and crouched down. Though he didn't know if it would work, he couldn't be sure if that ability had already been sapped from him. Still, he took in a deep breath and leaped. His body sprang upward. Power coursed through his legs, sending him and Nova soaring over the skyline. For one delirious moment, he thought this is what it would be like, to fly over the city, to really fly. Then the ground rushed up to meet them, the jagged glass buildings like hundreds of spikes jutting upward. Adrian adjusted his body with the lost momentum, and he and Nova crashed down onto Scatter Creek Row, mere steps away from the door. His muscles were shaking from the effort to stand, but he did stand. His hands and arms were so numb he would have doubted they were still attached if he couldn't see them, and yet he still tucked them beneath Nova's armpits, locking his elbows beneath her shoulders. His legs felt like sodden rags, but he took a step back, then another, and another, gasping, dazed, his head swimming, his eyesight blurred. He collapsed into the antechamber, dropping Nova beside him. With one final pathetic lurch of his foot, he kicked the quarantine door shut. And he lay there, panting, choking, dying, he would have thought, except he'd never heard of Max's ability actually killing someone. That's how it felt, though. Like all the life was flooding out of his body. His head lolled to the side, and he peered at Nova. Her body was splayed across the floor beside him, but her face looked almost peaceful. Was she unconscious or asleep? It was an important distinction, but he didn't know how to tell the difference. His hands were still numb. There was no pain, only nothingness, which seemed worse. Rolling onto his side, he wriggled closer to her. "Nova," he said, patting her cheek. "Wake up!" She was breathing, at least. He felt for a pulse at her throat, and it was steady and strong, and when he looked at her face, he could see her eyes twitching beneath her eyelids. Was it possible she was dreaming? He decided in that moment that he wouldn't regret the decision to go in after her. Even if he never drew another picture, even if all the powers of the Sentinel were gone forever, he wouldn't regret it so long as she was okay. Because it's what any hero would have done. Nova? It seemed almost cruel to try to wake her when she hadn't slept for so very long, but something told him she would understand. He placed a hand against her cheek again, which was how he realized that sensation was returning to his fingertips, because he could feel the softness of her skin, the promise of warmth beneath his palm. He turned her head to face him. "Please wake up." And she did. Not like a long-sleeping princess who might have emerged from a leisurely nap with a refreshing stretch, a graceful arch of her back, eyelids flickering groggily from such a satisfying rest. No. Nova McLean bolted upright and screamed. Her glazed eyes fell on Adrian, and still shrieking, she scrambled to her feet and backed into a corner. Her breaths rattled, her head tossed from side to side, scanning the small antechamber. "Where? What?" she gasped, her chest spasming with each labored breath. "It's okay," said Adrian. Somehow seeing Nova standing made him realize that strength had seeped back into his limbs too, and he pulled himself to his feet. "You're okay, Nova. You fell asleep." "I did not," she spat. But then her expression turned from brutal and violent to terrified, and for a moment Adrian thought he could see her on the verge of crying. Then she turned away, hiding her face against the wall, and pressed her palms over her ears. "Not again. Make it stop." Adrian took a step closer. Her ragged breaths were slowing. "It's all right," he said, hoping it was true. When he was close enough, he laid a hand on her back, and when she didn't flinch, he placed the other on her arm and turned her to face him. "You're at Renegade headquarters," he said. "You're safe." She swallowed. Though her breaths were uneven, she had stopped shaking by the time she pulled her hands away from her ears. She still looked bewildered. "Max," she said. "Max fell. He hurt himself. She hesitated, her voice going quiet and uncertain. "I went in to try to help him, but then—" She met Adrian's eyes. "Did you say I fell asleep?" "I think so." "Not passed out, not fainted, fell asleep? That's what you said. Why did you say that?" He glanced beyond the antechamber windows and spotted 2 members from the medical staff rushing from the elevator bank, both in civilian clothing rather than their usual scrubs. Turning, he pulled one of the hazard suits down from a hook on the wall. "We call Max the Bandit, right?" he said, undoing the zipper down the full length of the suit. "It's because he steals powers. When he gets close to a prodigy, they start to lose their abilities. Their powers just fade away. The closer they get to Max, and the more time they spend in his presence, the more likely it is that—" He hesitated, watching the dawning realization on Nova's face, coupled with mounting horror. "That the effects will be permanent." He held the hazard suit toward her, and she took it dumbly, her gaze unfocused. "And I passed out," she whispered. "I never pass out." Adrian took down the second suit and began preparing it too. When the 2 healers burst into the room a second later, he was already holding the suit out, ready for them to step into it. "Security said," started the first, a man Adrian had never learned the name of. "I know," Adrian said. "Max needs help. I think he's lost a lot of blood." "What about you? Do either of you require medical attention?" "No," said Adrian. "We're both experiencing effects from being in the quarantine, but that's it." He glanced at Nova. "Right? You weren't hurt otherwise?" She shook her head, offering no resistance, as the woman took the other suit from her and began stuffing her legs into the pants. "Stand back," she said, as they each pulled on the helmets and gloves. Adrian pulled Nova out of the antechamber. They stood on the sky bridge, watching as the 2 healers forged their way through Max's city. The kid had sat down against the wall, and his pallor was ghastly pale, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as the doctors started to unwrap and inspect his wound. "What happened?" said Adrian. It seemed to take Nova a long time to answer. "He was levitating." When nothing else followed, Adrian turned his focus on her. She was staring into the quarantine, but he didn't think she was really seeing Max or the doctors or even the glass city. Her eyes were unfocused and haunted. "Nova?" "He saw me watching him, and I think it startled him. He fell and—" She gulped. "I think one of the buildings went through his hand." Adrian flinched. "That's when I ran in to try to help. I didn't know." She blinked, clearing whatever thoughts were clouding her mind. "How long was I in there for?" "I don't know," said Adrian. "You were unconscious when I got here." Nova fixed him with a look of disbelief. "Why are you here?" He gulped and realized then that he was still touching her, a hand on her arm, the other on her back. She hadn't moved away, but now that he could feel every sensation through his hands again, he became intensely aware of it. The soft fabric of the uniform, the warmth of her skin through the cloth. He remembered taking her hand at the parade, drawing on her wrist, and how he'd been so blithe about it at the time. How it had seemed like nothing at all, just something nice to do for a stranger. But now the idea of drawing on the inside of her wrist seemed unforgivably personal. I brought you sandwiches, he said, and he knew it sounded ridiculous as he dropped his hands to his sides. But I dropped them in the lobby. Brow furrowing, Nova glanced over the side of the bridge, and there it was. The paper bag tipped over, one paper-wrapped, toothpicked sandwich having tumbled out onto the tile. I thought maybe you'd be hungry, Adrian added, somewhat lamely. Nova stared silently at the lonesome bag for what felt like ages before she finally turned back to him. Her expression seemed to have cleared somewhat.
People don't just lose their powers, do they? He steals them. He absorbs them.
Adrian nodded.
So why aren't you affected?
He sagged against the rail. I am. Her voice became weak as she said,
We're not prodigies anymore?
I don't know, he admitted. We don't get a lot of willing test subjects to help us figure out exactly what Max's ability does, or how long it takes for it to become permanent. But I do know there are people who have been around him and not lost their powers, at least once they're able to get away from him. Nova set her jaw and reached for Adrian, settling her hand firmly over his. There was something determined in the look, bordering on desperate. She reached behind him, her fingers brushed against his low back, and he jumped.
Where's your marker?
She said. Adrian blinked at her. His marker? Feeling his cheeks warm, he fumbled for the hidden pocket sewn into the lining of his left sleeve. He pulled out the marker and tried to hand it to her.
Not for me,
she said, though she grabbed his hand anyway so she could hold it still while she ripped off the cap.
Draw something.
He stared at her, realizing what it was she wanted. Though whether or not he'd lost his powers wouldn't prove whether or not she had, he could see it was important to her. And truth be told, he needed to know too, even if he was afraid the result wouldn't be what he wanted.
What are you waiting for?
I'm scared, he said, and he started to laugh when he said it, because he knew what was done, and avoiding the truth wouldn't change anything. But still, in this moment, for perhaps this last moment, he was still a superhero. He and Nova both. But Nova only let out an annoyed breath.
Don't be a dolt.
Adult? Draw something, she yelled, and her anxiety became clear, and for whatever reason, Adrian could see this was the thing she was latching onto, perhaps because her power wasn't something she could so easily test. Would she ever sleep again? Would she sleep like a normal person? It could be hours, even days before she knew for sure. Schooling his face, Adrian picked up her hand, like he had at the parade, and flipped it over so her palm was turned upward. He started to draw, not really thinking about what he was drawing, just allowing himself to sketch whatever came to mind first. And what came to mind was a dinosaur, a tiny velociraptor no bigger than her thumb. Relatively small, but surprisingly ferocious. When the hasty drawing was finished, he looked into Nova's face, but she was staring at the creature inked onto her palm.
He's adorable,
she murmured. He swallowed. Here we go, he said, swirling the pad of his finger over the drawing. The creature roared to life, peeling up from Nova's skin and perching there in the center of her hand. It looked eagerly in each direction, probably scouring the place for prey. He's a nice dinosaur, said Adrian, realizing that he was beaming only after he said it. I'm pretty sure. Nova's shoulders relaxed, and she watched the beast scurry up her ring finger. It bent its head and nibbled at her fingertip, though it didn't appear to be hurting her.
Okay,
she breathed. Then again,
okay, you're okay. I'm probably okay too.
Adrian didn't know what to say to this. He still wasn't sure how long she'd been in there. The dinosaur leaped from Nova's hand onto the rail and dashed in the direction of the staircase. Adrian wondered how good its sense of smell was, and if perhaps it had already detected the fallen sandwiches.
Adrian?
He met her gaze.
Where did he get telekinesis from?
Telekinesis?
Max. He was levitating. He's powerful.
Adrian stared at her. Max? Powerful?
He must have had 60 buildings hovering in the air, in addition to himself. Do you know how rare that is?
Yes, he said, still frowning. But Max can't. He can only... He trailed off. He had only ever seen Max lift one thing at a time with his thoughts, and usually not very well. Are you sure? Nova gave him a frustrated look. I'm sure. His shoulders drooped. It was clear from Nova's expression that she knew exactly what she'd seen, and he had no reason to doubt her. Besides, he knew exactly where that power had come from. What he couldn't fathom, though, was why Max would hide it from him. Adrian, she said again, more forcefully this time. He swallowed. Ace Anarchy, he said. He stole that power from Ace Anarchy.
Chapter 34. Nova had been constrained to a bed in the medical wing for 9 hours already, and she was anything but happy about it. She hadn't slept a wink, but the healers thought it was important to keep her for at least 24 hours and, ideally, up to as long as 72 hours, so they could see what sort of symptoms she might suffer from after being exposed to Max. When they first told her that, she laughed. 72 hours? Stuck here, in a bed, without sleeping? With nothing more to keep her busy than a stack of Gatlin Gazettes and a television screen that seemed to only show the news, which was itself a constant bombardment of negativity about how the Renegades had handled the situation at the library, when they couldn't even be bothered to give her one of the private rooms? She thought not. She insisted that she felt fine, but they kept impressing on her that she couldn't possibly know yet whether or not her powers were compromised. Even if she felt energized and awake now, it could be a result of adrenaline and her body's internal clock righting itself. Most people felt perfectly fine at 1 p.m, and most people could will themselves to stay awake for days at a time before their body forced them to take the rest they needed. It was simply too early to tell whether or not Nova was still a prodigy. While she understood this logic, it did not temper her frustration. If she could only get out of here, it would take her about 5 minutes to hop on a city bus, find some unsuspecting passenger, and use her real ability to put them to sleep. Then she would know for sure whether or not her powers were functional. It would be infinitely more efficient than being stuck here doing nothing. On top of that, Adrian didn't have to stay in the medical wing. They argued it was because he'd already demonstrated that his gift was intact. But Nova suspected he was being given some leeway from the rules because he was, Adrian Everhart. Nova was grumbling to herself, scanning over the newspaper headlines again in case there might be some she had skipped before, but that had suddenly become more appealing in the face of her boredom, when a knock pulled her attention upward. Monarch stood at the foot of her bed, her fist still raised against the metal framing that held the privacy curtains. "Hey," she said with a small, uncertain smile. "I heard about what happened last night. Thought I'd bring you a care package." She held up a paper bag. Nova gaped at her. For a long time. Longer than was probably polite. It felt like a trap. So far, the only interaction she'd had with Dana was down in the training hall, and she'd left unsure whether or not Dana liked or trusted her. Finally, she forced herself to sit up, pushing her back against the pillows. She eyed the bag warily. "Thanks?" Dana started to laugh and came closer, plopping the bag on the mattress against Nova's legs. "The food here isn't awful, but it's not exactly amazing either. Ruby kept me well supplied while I was in recovery, so I thought I could pay it forward." She rummaged through the bag, pulling out a few choice items to show Nova. "I didn't know if you were sweet, salty, or none of the above, so I brought an assortment. Some pretzels, some chocolate, some dried fruit chips, if that's your thing, and most important, reading material. Because one can only read the Gazette for so long before we are left bitter and disheartened." She reached into the depths of the bag and retrieved 4 paperback books, each with curling covers and flimsy spines. looking like they had been well loved over time. One thriller, one romance, one nonfiction. She lifted up the nonfiction book, which showed a large warship on the cover. In case you like history, this was my dad's. I'm honestly not sure if it's any good. And lastly, my personal favorite. The final book depicted an armor-clad woman riding a dragon. Don't judge the cheesy artwork. The story is genius. She stacked the books on the tray beside Nova's bed. Thanks, Nova said again, not quite sure how to handle this random show of kindness. Are you fully healed now? Dana glanced down, rubbing her side. Beneath the uniform, Nova could make out a slight bulge along her ribs, where there must still have been bandaging over the burns. Almost, said Dana, pushing back her dreadlocks. They say I'll be able to go back on the field again in a couple of days. Just a few more sessions with the healers, and I should be back to, well, not 100%, but as good as it's gonna get. Why not 100%? Said Nova. Everyone talks about the healers here like they're miracle workers. Well, they are, to a degree. I mean, having a doctor with supernatural healing abilities is still better than, I don't know, applying ice packs and calendula oil, or whatever old-fashioned stuff they used to treat burns with. But they can't bring back the lepidopterans that were incinerated in the flames, and as a result, I'll always have some pretty gnarly scar tissue happening through here. Nova lifted an eyebrow. You call them lepidopterans? Grinning, Dana shrugged, only slightly self-conscious. Sometimes I worry that calling them butterflies all the time undermines how remarkable an ability it really is. Like saying, hey, I can turn into rainbows and daisies. Cool, huh? The corners of Nova's lips twitched upward, and Dana seemed to take this as a sign that it would be all right for her to sink into the visitor's chair. But I prefer it this way. Gets people to underestimate you, right? And that's an automatic advantage. You probably know what that's like, too. I mean, obviously no one thought you would beat the gargoyle, which makes the win so much more satisfying. Nova dropped the newspaper to the floor and shifted upward in the bed. Do you ever use your gift for things beyond renegade assignments? Oh, all the time. Dana's grin became mischievous. When I was a kid, I was always sneaking into movie theaters. To this day, I've never actually paid for a movie ticket. She cringed slightly and leaned forward. Don't tell anyone, okay? That is definitely outside of our code. Your secret is safe. But what about... Nova glanced around, though she could see little of the medical wing beyond the enclosed curtains. Around here, there's so much going on, so many things the Renegades are trying to build and invent and research. I bet they're coming up with things in R&D that would make the Sentinel look like child's play. Do you ever get curious about all that? Dana groaned. Don't talk to me about the Sentinel. If I ever see that guy again, I'll show him where he can put those flames. Nova smirked. I know that feeling. Dana brought her legs beneath her, sitting cross-legged as much as she could in the small chair, her knees sprouting over the arms. I've never sneaked into R&D or the quarantine labs. They're serious about keeping their stuff confidential, and even I'm not willing to risk their wrath. But, she leaned forward conspiratorially, when I first got here, I used to go sneaking through the air vents into the artifacts warehouse. If you ever get a chance to go inside, it's amazing. Like a catalog of every awesome prodigy weapon you've ever heard of. They have Ultrasonic's whip and Magnetron's shield and Trident's... Trident? And you never got caught? Said Nova, surprised, and even a little hopeful, to think the security on such powerful objects might be lacking. I never formed, said Dana. I mean, I stayed in swarm mode the whole time, and as long as I kept them spread out, it's pretty easy for a bunch of butterflies to go undetected. Lots of places to hide in there, too. But actually, the best artifacts aren't even in the warehouse. A lot of people don't know this, but they keep a small collection upstairs, outside the council's offices. In theory, anyone can go up and see them, but without an official appointment, not many people venture up there. "What do they have?" said Nova. Before Dana could respond, Janissa Clark, Frostbite, appeared framed in the curtains. She took one look at Nova and let out a peal of laughter. "Great powers! I thought they were joking," she said, placing one hand on a jutting hip. "No one would be stupid enough to go into the quarantine. I mean, you do know what quarantine means, right, Miss McLean?" Nova leaned back into her pillows, crossing her legs at the heels. "You're right. It was stupid. Clearly, when a superhero sees a 10-year-old kid put a glass spike through his hand, the correct response is to hang out and wait for someone else to come deal with it." She plastered a fake, encouraging smile to her face. "Yay, Renegades!" "Actually," said Janissa with a haughty sigh, "the correct response would be to get someone who actually knows what they're doing. That way, when the experts arrive, they're not stuck dealing with two unconscious bodies." "Here's an idea," said Dana. "How about you stab yourself with an ice pick, and Nova and I will make small talk while we wait for the healers to notice." "In case you've both forgotten," said Janissa, lifting an eyebrow, "Nova didn't actually do anything to help Max. So if you want to go on thinking you did some heroic act, by all means, stroke that ego. But all you really did was risk your own abilities and make yourself look like an idiot." Her voice turned sing-song. "But lucky for you, we can always use a few more data entry drones. I mean, that's what they had you doing anyway. You do know what they call a renegade without any superpowers, right?" Nova pretended to think. "Someone who still beat your pet rock at trials?" Dana snorted. "Cute," said Janissa, unperturbed. "But the correct answer is administrator. I know it's not the exciting renegade position you've probably always dreamed about, but given that sleeplessness still isn't a real superpower, I feel like you were given a pretty good run while it lasted." She winked and turned away. "Tell Gargoyle I said hi," Nova called after her. Janissa's jaw twitched, but she didn't respond as she yanked the curtain shut around them. "Charming," Dana muttered with a sneer, "although she does bring up an interesting point." She rested her elbow on the arm of her chair, cupping her chin. "You're one of the very few renegades whose skill as part of a patrol unit wouldn't necessarily be impacted by losing your power." She shrugged. "Why wouldn't they let you stay on the team? I bet you could make a strong argument for it." "I should certainly hope so," said Nova. She gestured to the curtain. "Be honest. Is she the worst of it, her and her team? Or are there slews of renegades who are far less noble than everyone wants to think?" "Oh, there are definitely some patrol units who seem to be on a permanent power trip, but Janissa Clark is the worst. Most people here are pretty great. Though, between you and me, there is one person I try to avoid at all costs." Dana leaned forward, dropping her voice, and Nova couldn't help but lean toward her as well. "Thunderbird." Nova blinked. "Really? A council member?" She's the worst." Dana covered her face with her hands, as if to hide. "I don't think she means to be scary, but I find the woman utterly terrifying. She's so serious, and every time she's around, I feel like she's searching for any reason to oust me from headquarters. I don't know what it is, but I swear she hates me." "She does seem," Nova contemplated, unable to find the right word before settling on critical. "Critical, terrifying, same thing." Dana screwed up her face, looking momentarily embarrassed. "Though, full disclosure, it could have something to do with my inherent fear of birds." Nova's eyebrows lifted. "Birds?" Dana faked a shudder. "Ever since I was a kid. I mean, You know what one of the primary predators of butterflies is, right? Nova chuckled. Okay, that makes sense. She pondered for a moment. Did you know that there are over 40 species of waterfowl in this region? Dana gave her an incredulous look. Seriously? Why would you tell me that? Are you trying to give me nightmares about being gobbled up by a flock of seagulls? Great skies, no, said Nova emphatically. If anything, you should be having nightmares about the royal albatross. Their wingspans can reach up to 11 feet across. Dana fixed her with a cold glare. I'm beginning to regret coming here. Too much information? Said Nova, feigning a sheepish look. Fine, Dana said, still glowering. Your turn, miss. I'll fight the gargoyle. Do you have any phobias? Or are you always as calm in the face of fear as you were at the trials? Any phobias? Nova couldn't keep her lips from stretching tight. Just one. I have one phobia. And he carries a scythe and is about 1,000 times scarier than Tamaya Ray. Go on, said Dana. I shared mine. Nova shook her head. I didn't ask for a full disclosure, and this is one I'm keeping secret. Dana huffed, but Nova's attention caught on another figure moving past the curtains, a healer checking a clipboard as he walked past. She sighed. It had been hours since anyone had been to check on her. Clearly, they weren't as concerned as they were pretending to be. So, Adrian was bringing you sandwiches, huh? She startled. What? Dana shot her a sly look. At 3 o'clock in the morning? That's nice. She drew out the word, hinting not so subtly that it was an act that went beyond nice. Oh, yeah, Nova shrugged. We didn't actually get to eat them, though. It's the thought that counts, and it doesn't hurt that he charged into a highly volatile situation in order to rescue you. Nova frowned. Yep, he's a nice guy. I think that's been well established. Dana folded her fingers over her stomach. He really is. No one could argue that. But you know, in all the time we've spent on the same team together, he never brought me sandwiches. Clearing her throat, Nova picked up the top book from the stack on the nightstand and started pawing through the pages. He was just being friendly. He's really worked hard to make me feel like I fit in here. This was true, she thought, though she also knew it didn't explain the warmth rushing into her face, or why Dana's insinuations made her stomach flutter at the same time her jaw clenched. The thing was, when Adrian was around, she was finding it more and more difficult to keep her eyes scanning for exits and resources, or her senses attuned to potential threats, when all she really wanted to do was study him. She wanted to know how he managed to strike that balance between self-assured and humble, relaxed yet focused. When he was drawing, she wanted only to watch the quick, agile movements of his hands. When he was smiling, she found herself holding her breath to see if the smile would brighten enough to show off those elusive dimples. When he was looking at her, she felt compelled to look back, and also, illogically, to look away. All of it combined made her far too annoyed with his presence. It was attraction, pure and simple. It was hormones. It was biology. And it was not a part of her plan. You know, said Dana, I don't think Adrian's ever had a girlfriend before. At least, no one serious. Not since I've known him. Only when this comment brought a new surge of irritation did Nova realize how much, in the brief span of Dana's visit, she had almost started to like her. So much for that. But she did suddenly have an idea. Narrowing her eyes, Nova leaned forward, inspecting Dana's face. Are you feeling all right? Dana stiffened. Fine. Why? Nova crooked her fingers, urging her closer. It might just be the temperature in here, but you look a little feverish. She reached out, setting her palm against Dana's brow. Maybe you should get some more rest. Her power flowed through her as easily and naturally as it ever had. Dana's eyes closed. She slumped forward, her face planting onto the blankets. Nova sat back with a sigh, casting her gaze toward the ceiling. Proof at last. Her power was fine, and every moment spent here was a waste of time. Nova climbed out of the bed. "Nurse!" A moment later, the nurse who had brought her lunch pulled back the curtain, surprised when she saw Nova lifting Dana out of the chair and settling her onto the mattress. "I don't know what happened. She seemed fine one minute, then she just got really pale and passed out. You might want to get a healer in here. I think maybe she overexerted herself too soon." The nurse, bewildered, ran out to alert one of the healers. By the time she came back, Nova was dressed again and nearly done pulling on her boots. "And where do you think you're going?" the nurse asked as she felt for Dana's pulse. "Home," said Nova. The nurse barked a laugh. "Absolutely not, young lady. We'll have a new room made up for you in just a minute, but we do need you to stay put." Nova glared at her. "Why?" "Because," the nurse said, as if this were a viable explanation, "we need to keep a close watch on you after what? Nearly having my superpower drained out of me by a 10-year-old? The nurse sighed. Not too many people have ever come in contact with young Mr. Everhart. We must be cautious. "Well," Nova said, finishing the latches on her boots, "if I die, I'll let you know. Until then, I have things to be dealing with. And," she gestured at Dana, "apparently, so do you."
Chapter 35. "Okay, there's your new hospital tower," said Adrian, pushing the building into Max's enclosure. "What else got broken?"
"Just those apartments you fell on,"
said Max, pointing toward the exit. "Right," said Adrian, starting to sketch. Inside the quarantine, Max carried the new tower over to the hospital building. He set it down on the broken stump, working mostly single-handed as his right hand was heavily bandaged. Adrian watched as Max used his forearm to hold the tower in place while wrapping his left hand around the brake. Slowly, the glass began to melt together, forming a seal that wasn't perfect. A visible crack was still evident where the material had merged, but it seemed solid enough. Adrian swallowed. He had seen Max use that particular gift a number of times, probably more than any other power he'd absorbed. It made him think about what Nova had seen, Max using his telekinesis to hold dozens of glass buildings in the air at once. Truthfully, that mental image had not left him since Nova had told him. He'd been trying all morning to find a way to ask Max about it, but he hadn't yet found a way to do it that didn't sound accusatory. Instead of asking the question he really wanted to ask, he said, "How's the hand?"
"Could be worse."
Max looked down at his bandaged palm.
"They had to cauterize the artery. That's where all the blood was coming from. But the spire went through right here."
He lifted his left hand so he could show Adrian.
"In this meaty part between my thumb and finger. So it missed all the bones and tendons."
He shrugged.
"I guess it would have hurt a lot worse if the wound had been more central. And, it hurt pretty bad as it was."
"With any luck, you'll have an epic scar to show for it." A fleeting smile passed over Max's face. He stepped back to inspect the hospital, then picked his way back toward Adrian. He sat down at the edge of the bay while Adrian sketched out the crushed apartment building.
"Hey, Adrian,"
he started, cradling his bandaged hand in his lap, picking at the edges of the wrapping. Adrian looked up, immediately hesitant. It wasn't very often that he heard Max sounding worried about anything. "What's up?" Max sat up a bit straighter, but still didn't meet Adrian's eye.
"I have Ace Anarchy's power."
Adrian watched him, waiting for him to say something else, but this seemed to be the extent of his confession. "Yeah," he finally responded. I know. Max shifted slightly, clearing his throat. Do you think... He trailed off. Do I think what? Do you think I might be evil? Adrian's eyebrows shot up. He leaned back, pulling the marker's tip away from the unfinished drawing. Or, Max continued, that I have some evil powers in me? Adrian waited for Max to look up at him, but the kid kept his gaze resolutely on the floor. No, I don't. Max's mouth puckered to one side, unconvinced. I knew you'd say that. Because it's true, Adrian said with a laugh. Is this why you pretend you're no good at it? Is this why you've hidden how strong you are all these years? Max looked up, his face rife with regret. He didn't answer, but Adrian could see the truth written plainly on his face. Sighing, Adrian capped the marker. For starters, most of the horrible things Ace Anarchy did, he could only do because he had that helmet. Once they got the helmet, he was... for a telekinetic, he was still pretty strong and all, but not nearly like before. And more important than that, what we do, what any of us do, it's just a series of choices, right? Take fire elementals. Every fire elemental has a choice. They can burn down buildings, or they can make s'mores. He intended it to be funny, but Max frowned, looking unimpressed at Adrian's attempts at being clever. If you had the power to do everything Ace Anarchy could do, you would have chosen differently. You would build things, not tear them down. He gestured at the glass city. Case in point. This finally brought a small smile to Max's mouth. Speaking of building things, said Max, his eyes brightening, I discovered something this morning. Want to see? Without waiting for an answer, he got up and bounded back to his rooms, returning a moment later with a slim red marker. He crouched down in front of the wall and began to draw onto the glass. Soon he had completed a rudimentary sketch of a car. When he finished, he capped the marker, then pressed his forefinger into the car's center and pushed. Adrian was already grinning by the time the car popped out of the wall, landing in the palm of his hand. It was roughly the size of his palm, a little lopsided. The wheels did not turn. It also did not have the same solid feel that one of his own glass figurines had, but rather there was a softness inherent in the material, a malleability, like glass that was on the verge of melting. All that aside, it was real. Why, you little bandit, he said. You stole my power. Max grunted. He was staring at the car with obvious disapproval. I'm not a very good artist, and there's something wrong with all the things I've made so far. They're not stable like yours. I did some things on paper first, and they just crumple like tissue paper as soon as I pull them out. Adrian turned the car over, holding it by the hood, when the whole thing drooped down toward the floor, bending nearly in half. Ah, sorry. Max shrugged. You weren't in here for very long, so I didn't get much of your power, which is good. If I'd gotten it all, then I'd be stuck making new buildings for the city, and they wouldn't be very good. Maybe at first, but I could give you drawing lessons. Adrian tried to bend the car back into shape, but it was quickly losing its form. Already it sat in his palm with the consistency of bread dough. Giving up, he set the clear blob down on the floor. Do you know yet how much you got from Nova? Max shook his head. She was in here for longer than you were, but it still wasn't that long. You showed up right when it was happening, but I guess we'll see. His frown deepened. I wish there was a way I could turn it off. I don't really want her power. The last thing I need is 8 more hours of boredom every day. Nodding in sympathy, Adrian drew his own version of Max's car onto the glass and pushed it through. Rather than picking it up, though, Max just scowled. Show off? Can't help it. Max's posture changed suddenly. His spine stiffened, his glower turned more thoughtful but also hesitant. Adrian? The way he said it made Adrian tense up too. Yeah? When you were in here, after you grabbed Nova? His eyes narrowed, and he wasn't looking at Adrian but staring blankly at the glass car.
You flew.
Adrian's pulse thumped. The words hung between them, solid as the wall that divided them, for far too long before Adrian forced out a small chuckle. I think you might have been seeing things. All that blood loss, probably. Redness flooded Max's cheeks, and when he did lift his eyes, they were flashing with anger.
I'm not stupid.
Adrian swallowed. I didn't mean...
Okay, maybe it wasn't actual flying, but it wasn't normal either, what you did. You jumped.
He glanced back, measuring the city with his eyes.
At least 14 feet, and you weren't even running or anything at the time. You just took off.
Adrian stared at him as his mind searched for an explanation, but nothing came. The silence felt impermeable, and Adrian wanted to break it, but he had nothing to say. Finally, Max sank back onto his heels.
You know, I've seen videos of another prodigy that can jump like that, too.
Adrian pressed his lips tight together, as if the confession might emerge of its own accord. Already he was debating if it would really be so bad to tell Max the truth. He could be trusted with this secret, couldn't he? Clearly he'd already figured it out, at least guessed, so how much harm would there be in admitting it? But still he hesitated, because as much as he loved Max, he also knew that Max loved Captain Chromium, and Adrian couldn't be sure where most of his loyalties lay, and Adrian still wasn't ready for his dads to know that he was the Sentinel. Their expressions when they'd gotten to headquarters last night, after they heard about what happened in the quarantine, were burned into his memory. Fear and panic, relief coupled with concern, not just for what had happened, but more for what could have happened. Adrian knew it wasn't just the fear that he might have lost his powers, which would be hard to come to terms with at first, but wouldn't have been the end of the world. But it was also the fact that he'd nearly died at the library that still had them shaken up. Perhaps, too, their nerves were running high from the captain's brush with death at the parade, even if neither of them was admitting how close it had been. Being a renegade was dangerous. It had always been dangerous, and few superheroes tried to persuade themselves otherwise. It was just a fact of this life they had chosen, or that had chosen them. But if his dads found out that Adrian was also the Sentinel, had taken on Nightmare at the parade, visited the anarchists in their tunnels, faced off against the detonator at the library, and charged headlong into the fire, their anxiety would skyrocket. He didn't need to put them through that. At least, that's what he told himself. It was for them. He was keeping the secret for their own well-being, to protect them from their own worries. But he also knew that it was a selfish decision. He wasn't ready to hang up the mantle of the Sentinel, and he knew they would ask him to. What he didn't know was whether he would listen to the request or not. Right now, it seemed easier to stay silent.
Okay, fine,
said Max, once it became clear Adrian wasn't going to admit to his assumptions.
You don't have to answer. I saw what I saw.
Adrian looked away, his shoulders weighted down with guilt. He wished he could explain to Max that it wasn't personal, that he wasn't ready to tell anyone. He said simply, "It's complicated." Max guffawed.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about that.
Adrian cringed.
But one thing did occur to me,
said Max, tapping his marker into his palm.
This guy called the Sentinel, you might have heard of him, the Sentinel. He's kind of been in the news a lot lately.
Adrian shot him a wry look. Sounds familiar.
Right. So, as far as I know, this guy they call the Sentinel and I might be the only prodigies alive who can claim to have more than one superpower. At least, we both have multiple, totally unrelated superpowers. Not like Tsunami, who can both create water from nothing and also manipulate existing water. But he can make fire and do the whole jumping thing, and now they're saying he has some fancy new concussive energy beam. Whereas I have...
He tapped the pen against each fingertip as he counted.
Telekinesis, metal manipulation, matter fusing, some invisibility,
He pondered.
Absorption, obviously, and now whatever it is you do. What do you call it anyway?
Adrian was smiling again. He knew Max was working to cross the divide caused by Adrian's secret and his unwillingness to talk about it. It felt like a compromise, and he was grateful for it. "I just call it sketching," he said, "but I think it's listed as Artwork Genesis in my profile."
Artwork Genesis. Cool. That's a good list, isn't it?
It's an awesome list. Truthfully, it was more impressive than Adrian realized. He rarely saw Max use any of the abilities he had gathered from prodigies, most of which had been absorbed when he was a child. Telekinesis from Ace Anarchy, metal manipulation and matter fusing from his birth parents, a bit of invisibility taken from the Dread Warden before they realized what it was he could do. Now, of course, Adrian's power, and maybe even some of Nova's. He may not have been powerful in all of these abilities, as demonstrated by the car that was now a jiggling pile by Adrian's ankle, but he was powerful enough. In fact, if he wasn't trapped inside this quarantine all the time, he would have made one hell of a superhero. Adrian opened his mouth, ready to tell him just this, when Max blurted out,
"Can the Sentinel give himself any power?"
Adrian blinked.
"Don't say that you don't know," Max continued hurriedly. "Just pretend you're guessing or whatever. That is how it works, right? He's somehow drawing the powers into reality? Or does the Sentinel actually have power mimicry, and Artwork Genesis isn't the original power at all?"
Shutting his eyes, Adrian massaged his brow. He paused and sighed heavily. "Okay, if I had to guess..." He returned his focus to Max, peering at him intently, hoping to convey that should anyone else ask about this ever, it was only a guess. He's still figuring out how many powers he can give himself and the overall extent of the abilities. He's sort of making it up as he goes along.
"I figured,"
said Max, in a tone that made Adrian bristle.
"But do you think... has he tried invincibility yet?"
"Invincibility?"
"You know, like the captain."
Adrian leaned back on his hands. Somehow he hadn't given much thought to replicating either of his dad's powers or any of the council's. Perhaps it felt too much like crossing an uncrossable boundary. He could never become Captain Chromium or the Dread Warden. He could never replace them, and that's not what any of this was about anyway. But to imbue himself with their abilities, especially the captain's invincibility or super strength, would have seemed almost disrespectful to everything Captain Chromium was, everything the world admired. But at the same time, he knew precisely why Max had asked about this power among all the superpowers of the world. Because of his invincibility, Hugh Everhart was the only prodigy who could get close to Max. And though Max did a good job of hiding his loneliness, and Adrian largely tried not to think too much about it, in that moment it became clear how much he must yearn for interactions that weren't divided by a glass wall or a chromium-edged suit. "I don't know," he said finally, slowly. "I honestly don't know." Max nodded in understanding, and Adrian could tell he wasn't angry at this response. It was the truth. Adrian didn't know if he could bestow himself with invincibility on any level, and certainly not to the level of his dad. Max must have recognized the honesty in his words. But already Adrian's mind was swirling, considering, wondering.
"You should go check on Nova."
Adrian startled. "What?"
"I bet she's really freaked out still. It seemed like she actually enjoyed being awake all the time."
"I'm not sure 'enjoyed' is the right word," said Adrian, trying to recall her exact words when they had talked about how she spends her time. "But I do think she's proud of what she accomplished because of it. She doesn't just read comics and draw like I probably would. Instead, she made herself into a renegade."
"Exactly," said Max. "And I might have taken that away from her."
Shaking his head, Adrian moved to stand. "Never. She's one of us now, whether she likes it or not."
Chapter 36. The Council's offices had not been included in the initial tour of Renegades headquarters on Nova's first day, but she was aware of their existence. The floor number was posted on the directory in the lobby, and Nova had been intending to come check them out, but she'd had no reason to. Nothing she could have used as an explanation, at least, in the event that someone asked her what she was doing. As she stepped cautiously from the elevator, though, she realized she needn't have worried. On first arrival, the floor appeared to be deserted. At least, the central receptionist desk was unoccupied, and Nova could hear no signs of life coming from the open doorway behind it. Her gaze darted around to the security cameras tucked obscurely around the ceiling, and she reminded herself to act natural, to pretend that she had every right to be there. Which she did. She was a renegade, and this floor wasn't off limits, according to the directory on the first floor. She wasn't even planning to do anything while she was there other than look around. But that knowledge did little to ease the sense of paranoia flitting around inside her head. Nova stepped around the reception desk, noting the framed photos showing a handsome, gray-haired man with his arm around Prism, the prodigy who had taken them up to Council Hall after the library incident. She passed through the large doorway into a circular lobby with glossy white floors, an elaborate blown-glass chandelier, and vast windows that overlooked the sweeping views of the city and ocean beyond. A calming fountain burbled in the center, and artwork and glass display cases lined the walls. 5 corridors sprouted from the lobby like spokes from a wheel, each with a decorative plaque hung above its entry, engraved with the aliases of the council: Tsunami, Blacklight, Thunderbird, Dread Warden, Captain Chromium. Nova paused to listen again. When still only silence greeted her, she started picking her way past the memorabilia on display. One case held a single green stone nestled into a bed of satin, and Nova didn't need the descriptive tag beneath it to recognize the Stone of Clairvoyance, which was credited with giving a prodigy named Fortuna the ability to describe for anyone the happiest and the saddest moments of their lives, even if they hadn't yet come to pass. Next was the golden fan that Whirlwind could use to cut an enemy up to 50 feet away. Then, a collection of large fish bones, neatly laid out on a wooden plate. It was the skeleton of a razorfish, whose spirit was said to have haunted Sandprowler and imbued him with the ability to burrow quickly into almost any type of ground. Nova paused when she came to a wall unencumbered by display cases, and instead hung with a large painting. Her stomach squeezed as she took in an artistic rendition of the battle for Gatlin. She recognized the steps of the cathedral in the background, though the ground was littered with destruction and debris, bodies and blood. In the foreground, atop a mountain of rubble, stood Captain Chromium. He was gripping his chromium pike with Ace's helmet speared at the tip. At the bottom of the pile lay Ace Anarchy himself, his body broken over one of the shattered balustrades from the cathedral, his blood spilled across the dirt. Nova's mouth ran dry. The artist had captured Ace's features perfectly. That horrible devastation, even in death. Dark eyes open to the sky, lips parted in disbelief. It was not based on reality, she knew. This moment, caught in time, was nothing more than an artistic interpretation of what might have happened. Perhaps, in their mind, what should have happened. But in truth, there had been nothing left of Ace's body for them to lord their victory over. That did not make the image any less disgusting. And in that moment, Nova swore that, when she brought down the Renegades, she would find this painting again, and she would destroy it. Releasing a weakened breath, she forced herself to turn away. Her boots clipped against the hard floor as she passed the next corridor, but then she paused, her heart stuttering. She stepped back, aligning herself with the entrance of the corridor, the captain's corridor, and peered down its length. Her jaw fell. Her skin tingled. There, on a pedestal at the end of the hall, glowing copper gold beneath a pale spotlight, was the helmet. Ace's helmet. Nova had barely taken a step forward when the communicator at her wrist hummed. She froze, sure in that moment the Renegades had discovered who she was and what she was planning, even though she wasn't entirely sure she was planning anything. She only knew that guilt and paranoia had flooded her system the moment the communicator went off. Then she lifted her wrist, looked at the glowing text on the band, and released a long sigh. It was only Adrian, not accusing her of anything, just worried that she wasn't in the medical wing. She allowed her racing pulse to calm before reading the full message. Insomnia. Just because you never sleep doesn't mean you can get out of bed without the healer's permission. Kidding. Sort of. I just got to MedWing, and the nurse says you went home. Healers seem concerned. They say there could be side effects from being so close to Max that we don't know about yet. Can you come back to HQ? Or if you're passed out in a ditch somewhere, let me know so I can come find you, okay? Kidding again. Not really. Sketch. Nova read through the message 3 times. The first time, her thoughts were still tripping around the discovery of Ace's helmet, and the majority of the message lost all meaning in the mad chaos inside her head. The second time, she picked up only that there could be side effects, and the healers were trying to order her around, and they were using Adrian to do it, which she found remarkably annoying. The third time, though, she could see the message not just as glowing blue text, but she could also hear it in Adrian's voice. And by the time she got to the end, she found that her irritation was gone, replaced with something almost like warm-hearted amusement. Because even if she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself and didn't need Adrian or the healers to watch out for her, there was something in his half-hearted attempts to disguise his concern that she couldn't help but find charming. Then she looked up again, and all sense of charm and amusement vanished, like a fire doused in ice water. Leaving the message unanswered, Nova lowered her wrist, took in a breath, and made her way down the length of the corridor. Spotlighting was installed in a track on the ceiling, and the glint of light off the helmet's surface shifted as she came closer. She could see hints of her own reflection in the panels that curved around the face. The sharpness of the light snagged on the broken cranium where the captain's pike had long ago broken through, leaving a gaping hole and deep cracks emanating outward. The helmet was set on a thin dowel, so that from certain angles it appeared suspended in air. The open slit where Ace's eyes had once peered through, now nothing but a black hole. Unlike the artifacts in the main lobby, it was not protected by glass, but left out in the open, as if there were no fear of it ever being taken. As if no one worried that it might someday fall again into the hands of a villain. And why should they fear it? That hole through the top was proof enough that it was destroyed. Whatever power it had once contained, whatever strength her father had worked into the fabric of this energy-turned-metal, was long gone. Nova stopped when she was an arm's length away from the helmet, overcome with memories. Uncle Ace standing over the sleeping form of a murderer, looking at Nova with both sadness and awe. Ace making the bells of the cathedral thunder and chime just to bring a smile to Nova's face. The moment she had seen the council's parade float come into view, with the captain showing off this helmet like a hunter proud of his conquest. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes as she lifted her hand, letting it hover an inch off the helmet's brow. She imagined faint vibrations coming off it, almost as though it could sense her presence. She felt sure some alarm would sound, but she couldn't quite resist the slow inhale of breaths as she settled her hand onto the cool metal. There were no alarms, and the helmet felt like a helmet. No shock of energy was sent through her skin. No faint pulse could be felt against her flesh. Just cool metal. Looking at her own hand placed reverentially against the golden surface, Nova's eye landed on the slender bracelet dangling around her wrist. Her brows drew together. Her head listed to one side. Reaching her other hand forward, she took hold of the delicate filigree and held it up to the light, wondering whether it was a trick of the shadows. Her heart began to pound. The bracelet and the helmet were not the same. There was a distinctive rosy tint to the bracelet. A beautiful but subtle vibrancy worked through the material that was missing from the helmet, which was itself a worn copper gold. Her frown deepened as justifications worked their way to the surface. Surely the difference was because the helmet was ruined. Whatever power had once imbued the material was gone. But then, her bracelet was broken too. The original clasp was missing entirely, and the prongs still hung empty, waiting for whatever jewel her father had intended for it. Should it not have also been relegated to this dull, muted tone? Before she could doubt herself, Nova reached forward and plucked the helmet off its stand. Still, not a single alarm blared. The corridor remained as quiet as ever as Nova pulled it closer, noting first how heavy it was, when she could remember her father's creations seeming impossibly light. Nova turned it from side to side. She inspected the rupture in the top, felt the edges along the back, flipped it over, and peered inside. An abrupt laugh burbled from her mouth, for there, printed on the inside of the cranium, were the words, "Made with 100% recycled materials." "Miss McLean?" Her laugh turned into a yelp and she spun around. At first, she was faced with only an empty corridor, but then a form shimmered in the air and solidified. The dread warden. He was not wearing his usual black cloak and domino mask, but blue jeans and a dress shirt. Nova's emotions were wound so tight. From her recent shocks, from the discovery of the helmet to the discovery of its being an imposter, and now to the arrival of one of her arch-enemies dressed like a completely normal person, that they all combined into another frazzled, slightly delirious laugh pouring out of her again. Simon Westwood frowned, and Nova had to tuck the helmet against her side with one arm and clamp the other hand over her mouth to try to halt the giggling. "Sorry," she gasped, gulped, cleared her throat. I'm so sorry. I was just..." She looked down at the helmet and realized that perhaps an alarm had gone off after all, only not one she could hear. Perhaps any tampering with artifacts in these offices was announced to members of the council in a more discreet manner. She'd just been caught in the act of taking Ace Anarchy's helmet. As far as anyone would know, she'd been trying to steal it. She shook her head. "I wasn't trying to take it. I swear." Simon's expression remained more curious than alarmed, and though he said nothing, she could sense him urging her to go on. So she did, her thoughts scrambling to prove her innocence, until it occurred to her that she was, in fact, innocent. She wasn't going to steal the helmet. For once, as far as the Renegades were concerned, she hadn't actually done anything wrong, other than perhaps leaving fingerprints smudged on what she could only ascertain was a complete worthless relic. A fake. "I heard you had some neat artifacts up here, so I came to see them. I was told that was okay? That anyone could come and look?" Simon nodded just slightly. And when I saw the helmet, I got curious. I mean, it's..." She barely refrained from laughing again. "It's Ace Anarchy's helmet, but then I got closer and it seemed off." "Off?" said Simon. She swallowed. "It's a fake. This isn't Ace Anarchy's helmet." Simon's dark eyes seemed to soften, just barely. "How could you tell?" Nova looked down at the helmet. She gripped it in both hands again, holding it out so she could stare into the empty face. How could she tell? Every description I've ever heard, or read, she started, said that the helmet had a sort of an internal glow. But this is just metal. Normal metal. Copper-plated aluminum, said Simon, drawing her gaze back up to him. He now wore a wan smile. I'd heard you were observant, Miss McLean, but I must say, I'm impressed. I don't know that there's been anyone that the helmet hasn't fooled yet. But why? Why is there a fake? Simon stepped forward and took the helmet out of her hands. He inspected it himself for a second, his lips tight, as if he might be reliving painful memories. This is what we use when we want to put it on display. It's a great icon, you know, the defeat of humanity's worst villain. It's a visible reminder of how far we've come since the day of triumph, and how much we have to lose if we ever let humanity slide back to the way it was. But it's not real. Shrugging, he set the helmet back on its stand, adjusting it so that it balanced just right. It doesn't need to be. But, Nova huffed, not sure how he could be so calm about this. She couldn't keep herself from sounding insistent when she asked, But where's the real one? Ah, said Simon, comprehension filtering through his expression. Is that what you're worried about? She frowned. I'm not worried. Simon's eyebrows lifted. Though his olive-toned skin was light compared with Adrian's, everything else about him was dark. Thick, dark eyebrows, thick, dark hair, thick, dark beard. Somehow, it all served to make him seem more expressive, as if whole stories could be told with the curl of his lip or the crinkle of his eyes. Nova didn't like it, standing so close to him. She felt on display herself, like he could see right through her. The thought made her uncomfortable, especially when faced with the oft-invisible man. I'm not worried, she insisted. I just don't understand why there's a fake. He hummed, and she could tell he didn't believe her. The real helmet is kept under high security in the artifacts warehouse. We've never taken it out into public. It's not exactly the sort of thing you'd want falling into the wrong hands. Why not? She said. It's useless, isn't it? Captain Chromium destroyed it? Simon rocked his head to the side, squinting one eye as if to say this one minor detail might have been a bit of an oversight. That part of the legend might have been a bit embellished. We did claim the helmet during the battle for Gatlin. And Hugh did try to destroy it, but... He shrugged. But what? Said Nova, suddenly breathless. It's not destroyed? Simon gave her a sympathetic look. Don't worry. No one is ever going to use that helmet to torment the people of the city again. We'll see to that. Her fingers grasped at the air, as if the real helmet might be there, waiting for her to grab it. So, can people go see it? Ace Anarchy's helmet? She nodded. Renegades, I mean. Obviously not the public, but if one of us wanted to see it, could we? The Dread Warden chuckled. Maybe if you made a really great bribe to the people in weapons and artifacts. I hear Snapshot is a sucker for sour gummies. Hard to come by anymore, those are. But if you find some, she might let you take a peek. Nova frowned, unable to tell if he was joking or not. It didn't matter, though. She wanted more than just a peek, and he'd already given her so much more than she'd expected. The helmet was intact. Ace's helmet was not destroyed, and it was here, in this very building, somewhere beneath her very feet. Her communicator chimed again. She glanced down automatically, scanning the new message from Adrian. Seriously, you're not actually passed out in a ditch, are you? She shook her head, unable to tell if he was trying to be funny. If so, the humor was lost on her jumbled thoughts. Everything all right? Said Simon. Oh, yeah. She waved her hand. finding it a challenge to remain composed when it seemed that the foundation of everything she knew to be true had just shifted beneath her. That's just the, healers wondering where I went. I'm supposed to be in the med wing, but I get restless being cooped up in one spot for too long. He nodded, as if this made perfect sense, and started heading back toward the central lobby. Sensing that she was intended to follow, Nova glanced one more time at the helmet, then fell into step beside him. Adrian told us all about your run-in with Max. That was brave, what you did. I'm sorry you got hurt. Max was the one that got hurt. I just passed out for a bit. Simon cast her a sideways look. Besides, I didn't actually know what would happen if I went in there, so I'm not sure we can call it brave. His lips started to tick upward. Would you prefer if I said it was reckless and dangerous? Nova held his gaze, unable to tell if he was teasing her or condemning her, or if this, too, was a compliment of sorts. Finally, she responded, all in a day's work, right? Then, to her endless dismay, Simon Westwood laughed, a true, boisterous laugh, warm and guttural. That was when it occurred to her that she was chatting with the dread warden. She had just made him laugh. And not once had it crossed her mind that perhaps she should be using this chance to contemplate the best way of killing him. Which was savvy, she told herself. She had counted the cameras when she stepped off the elevator. She knew there was no way to murder someone here and get away with it. But still, shouldn't the thought at least have crossed her mind? Do you know how Max is doing? She said, eager for a new topic of conversation. He's going to be fine, said Simon. The amount of blood loss made the wound appear far worse than it really was. Of course, due to the nature of his gift, we can't tend to him with prodigy healers, but even the normal doctors say that he will recover quickly. Perhaps with a scar. But what young man doesn't appreciate a new scar from time to time? They passed the painting of the Day of Triumph, and Simon paused to look at it, not admiring so much as thoughtful. Perhaps, he continued, this experience has taught Max to be a bit more careful when it comes to experimenting with powers he's not yet fully in control of. It's a hard lesson for any prodigy to learn, but I think him more so than most. Nova's gaze traced the figures in the painting again. Captain Chromium holding up the helmet, that she could now think of only as the imposter, knowing that Pike had never been driven through it to begin with. Then she stared at Ace's body, fallen at the captain's feet, and knew that this part of the legend, too, was a lie. And also, someone is missing from this picture, Nova said. Max was there, too, wasn't he? Simon did not look at her as he answered. Did Adrian tell you, or did you figure it out for yourself? A little bit of both. She tore her focus away from the painting. What really happened? How did Max get Ace Anarchy's power? Simon scratched his beard. Well, it was near the end of the fight. We couldn't bring Max into it before that, because his abilities would affect our allies as well as our enemies. But by that point, Ace Anarchy had separated himself from the rest of the gangs. He was standing up on one of the arcades of the cathedral, attacking those still on the ground. Of course, Hugh could withstand him more than anyone. Realizing this was our best chance, he went and got Max, who we'd hidden in a nearby cellar with a nurse to take care of him. Hugh strapped him to his back and returned to the battle. He's told me it was the most difficult thing he's ever done, knowing the danger he was putting Max into. But he didn't think there would be any other way. Nova's jaw fell open as she listened, trying to picture the scene. The righteous, invincible Captain Chromium, charging into battle with a baby strapped to his back. She didn't know if she should find the image horrifying or hysterical. He scaled one of the side walls, said Simon, his voice having gone distant. I remember looking up and seeing him at one point and realizing what he was going to do. Hugh reached the top, and Ace realized he was there. The closer he and Max got, the weaker Ace became. But he was still strong. He still tried to fight. He knew he couldn't hurt Hugh, so he focused his attacks on Max, knowing that must be the cause of his weakness. Simon paused before adding, I remember how remarkable it seemed at the time that Max didn't utter a sound, not a single cry. Nova shuddered. Eventually, Ace lost enough power that he couldn't keep fighting. Hugh managed to wrestle the helmet away from him, and the moment he had the helmet, it was as if all the fight drained out of Ace Anarchy. A third of the church was destroyed by that point. One side of it was on fire, nearly all of the anarchists were dead, and Captain Chromium had his helmet. He must have known he'd lost, so Hugh went to finish it when Ace Anarchy simply turned and jumped. He jumped from 3 stories up, right into the fire. Nova was looking at the painting again and found it astounding how a piece of art that had gotten so much wrong could still be here in such a place of honor. Maybe it was testament to how much the truth, in this case, had never really mattered. Thank you for telling me, she murmured. No, thank you. Brow crinkling, she looked up at the Dread Warden. He wasn't looking at her or the painting, but smiling softly into space. I was never able to hold Max, not when he was a baby, not now when he's hurt or sad, but I still love him. He's as much a son to me as Adrian is, so thank you, he met Nova's gaze, for trying to save him. Even if I had no idea what I was doing and really just ended up making things worse? His smile broadened. Even if. Nova cleared her throat and found herself unable to hold his gaze. I should really get back to the medical wing. Please, he said, gesturing toward the elevator. Don't let me keep you another minute. The healers can be dreadfully pushy when they feel they're in danger of being ignored. Not entirely sure if she should say goodbye or thank you or something else entirely, Nova lifted her hand in an awkward wave, tucked her head down, and made her way back to the elevators. She passed the reception desk again, where Prism was now seated. She chirped a goodbye to Nova as she passed. Once the elevator arrived, Nova stepped inside and leaned against the wall, rubbing her forehead. Her thoughts swam with the Dread Warden's recount of the battle for Gatlin, of Max's involvement, how Hugh Everhart had put that innocent baby's life at risk, and how Ace had done his best to kill him in order to protect himself. Again and again, her thoughts circled back to that broken helmet on its pedestal, as dangerous as a child's dress-up toy. While somewhere, within Renegade headquarters, they had the real thing. Ace Anarchy's helmet, intact and waiting. Chapter 37. Nova let the door slam shut behind her, not because she was angry, but because even after the long walk back to Wallow Ridge, she was still dazed from the discovery of Ace's helmet and all it meant. For her, for the anarchists, for the Renegades, who probably had as much power contained within that one object as all their patrol units put together. They may have opted not to use it for their own purposes so far, but it still remained a possibility that they could at any time. So long as the helmet was in their possession, no one stood a chance to oppose them. As Nova passed through the front room, Honey appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, digging a spoon into a mason jar full of golden honey. That isn't your normal stealthy entrance, she said, lifting the spoon out. The honey began to drizzle down before Honey deftly spun the spoon's handle to catch it. "Did something happen?" She shoved the spoon into her mouth, sucking on it like a lollipop. Nova stared at her. "Did something happen? Did something happen?" "Sort of," she said, squeezing past Honey and unwinding the communicator band from her wrist. She deposited it on the kitchen counter. It was the first time she'd taken it off since they had decided to leave their home in the subway tunnels, and her wrist felt bare without it. Bare, but also light and unencumbered. "Uh-oh," said Honey, lifting a penciled eyebrow at the band. "You must be going somewhere the Renegades wouldn't approve of." She leaned saucily against the fridge. "Do tell." "Later," said Nova. "There's something I need to do first." She headed toward the back door and had just grabbed the knob when a small explosion vibrated through the walls. She looked up as a few drifts from the popcorn ceiling tumbled down onto the counters. "Leroy is making up a new batch of something," Honey explained, dipping the spoon back into the honey. "Are you leaving already? You just got here." Nova ignored her question. "You do realize we're trying to go unnoticed here, right?" Honey smirked. "Sweetheart, some people just can't help being noticed." Refraining from rolling her eyes, Nova asked, "Is Phobia here too?" "No, hasn't been all day. I think he spent the night back in the tunnels. He's better suited to the dankness and shadows, you know. Me? I'm so happy to be back in the sun." She sighed and cast a sweet smile at the small, dirty window over the kitchen sink. Nova twisted the doorknob and pushed her way outside. "Don't get used to it," she muttered, stepping out onto the slim concrete porch. She trekked through their small patch of weeds and thorns, where Honey's bees were busy restoring their hives as fast as they could. The day before, Nova had noticed how their buzzing seemed happier than it ever had down in the tunnels, but now it served as little more than a distraction. She turned into the alleyway behind the house and started in the direction of Blackmire Way. It was nearing dusk, and the shadows from the surrounding row houses filled up the narrow spaces between buildings. She passed boarded-up windows and graffiti-covered fences, and yards full of tufted dandelions. A flicker of light caught her eye, and she glanced up to the second story of the corner house just as someone was throwing open a window sash. She paused in surprise. She'd gotten so used to thinking of the neighborhood as deserted. She was startled to find that they might have neighbors after all. Or perhaps it was only the man she had kicked out of her own house before. She was turning away when the hairs prickled on the back of her neck. Her stomach clenched, and her hand fell instinctively on the shockwave gun at her belt. It was, she realized a second later, a distinctive scent that had caught her attention. The sweet aroma of coconut body oil mixed with the faintly rotten taint of sulfur and gunpowder. She forced her shoulders to relax as she turned, letting her hand fall from the weapon. Ingrid was leaning against the side of the building Nova had just passed, one heel casually pressed against the brick, her arms crossed over her chest. She was dressed in something that might have been intended to be a disguise. Skinny black pants and a high-collared jacket that covered both her armbands and her midriff. Even her thick coils of hair had been imprisoned beneath a knit cap. Otherwise, she did not look much different than she had the last time Nova had seen her, after they had fled from the tunnels. She was clean and did not seem to have gone hungry, at least. And only when Nova had the thought did she realize some part of her had been worried about her. "How's life in the Renegades?" Ingrid said, her voice dripping with disdain. "Have you completely turned your back on us yet? Or are you still holding on to the charade that you're on our side?" Nova's jaw twitched. "You and the others knew exactly what my plan and intentions were from the first day I decided to go through with this. Perhaps you'll recall that you were the one who betrayed me, not the other way around." Ingrid waved one hand languidly through the air, as if she had long ago tired of these ruminations, though Nova felt they still hadn't really had the chance to discuss what happened at the library. She understood that Ingrid had sought to exact some revenge against Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden by harming Adrian, and maybe even killing him. But she still couldn't fathom what had possessed Ingrid to keep it from her, to lead her into that trap along with the rest of the team. Except she also knew that she would not have gone along with it. It wasn't in keeping with her mission, for one, and she wasn't convinced that Adrian, Ruby, and Oscar deserved to be incinerated by one of the detonator's bombs. "What do you want?" said Nova. "Cyanide was the one who told you to leave, so if you're wanting to move in or something, it's not exactly up to me." "Please," said Ingrid with a snort. "I've survived long enough without charity from you or Leroy Flynn or anyone else. The last thing I need is to be holed up in this ghost town." She shot a rueful look at the surrounding alley. "Then why are you here?" "I have a proposition for you, Insomnia. One that stands to serve us both." Nova frowned. She knew Ingrid used her renegade alias only to irritate her. The really irritating part, though, was that it worked. "A proposition," Nova drawled. Ingrid nodded, though a dark smirk had crossed her features. "If you're willing to hear it. Of course, you don't have much of a choice, assuming you don't want all your new friends at Renegade headquarters to find out exactly who Nova McClane really is." Nova's brow furrowed, as much in dismay as anything. "Seriously, Ingrid? You're blackmailing me?" She cast her eyes toward the sky, which had darkened to a cool violet. "What is going on with you? Ever since the Renegade trials, you've acted like I've somehow become the enemy." She took a few steps closer, tapping a finger against her own sternum. "I'm still Nightmare. I'm still the one you've been training for almost 9 years, with one purpose: to destroy the Renegades. Not just Captain Chromium or the Council, not just a single patrol unit, but the whole lot of them. The entire organization. So maybe, instead of sneaking up on me in back alleys and threatening the one mission that might actually stand a chance in helping us accomplish that goal, you should take a moment and remember who we are. Who I am." Pushing herself off the wall, Ingrid sauntered closer until she stood nearly toe-to-toe with Nova. "I hope you mean that, because this is your chance to prove it, to show me that what happened at the library was just," she shrugged wistfully, "an unfortunate but temporary lack of judgment." Nova gawked at her. "Sure," she said slowly, "if you mean your lack of judgment. If you had trusted me from the start, the entire fiasco wouldn't have happened. The librarian would be alive. We'd still have access to his stockpile and his distributors, and, oh yeah, we wouldn't have revealed ourselves to the Renegades and been driven out of our own home." "Home," said Ingrid, guffawing. "Those tunnels were never our home." "So not the point," Nova shot back. Ingrid peered down her nose at Nova, scrutinizing her. "Interesting you should mention the librarian, given that the only reason I killed him was to protect you." "Right," said Nova. "I'm sure you weren't at all concerned with him giving up any number of your secrets. Exactly how many explosives have you and Leroy sold to the librarian for overseas buyers? It wouldn't surprise me if that's an actual war crime, come to think of it." Ingrid's lips curved. It was nowhere near a real smile, but it was a nice change from her scowl all the same. "There again, you and I have something in common, although it doesn't much matter at this point if the Renegades discover my crimes. I sense you're still quite intent on keeping yours hidden. Now, Picture this." She stepped closer and rested an elbow on Nova's shoulder, dropping her voice to a whisper. "Imagine a scenario in which the Renegades no longer cared to find the mysterious nightmare, in which they lost interest in uncovering her identity, in which they left her completely alone." Nova narrowed her eyes in suspicion. "Sounds unlikely." "Not," said Ingrid, lifting a finger, "if they have every reason to believe that Nightmare is dead." A chill swept down Nova's spine, and she did her best to conceal it by shaking Ingrid's arm off her shoulder. "Tell me this isn't some roundabout way of threatening to kill me in my sleep. Because, she gestured to her head, "sleep? Not really my thing." Ingrid let out a bellowing laugh, one that was far more boisterous than Nova felt her comment deserved. "You see," she said, "rooming with honey has a tendency to make one just a little too melodramatic. No, I don't want to kill you. I just want to fight you, publicly. And in the end, the whole world, especially the Renegades, will be watching as we tear each other apart." She shrugged, metaphorically speaking. Nova eyed her, struggling to parse out Ingrid's meaning from her words. "You want to fake our deaths?" "Not exactly," Ingrid brightened. "I want to fake the deaths of Nightmare and the Detonator." Nova's face must have been skeptical, because Ingrid ducked close to her again, her fingers painting an invisible picture into the air. "We'll stage it to appear as though Nightmare is furious over the death of the librarian, and she blames me, or the Detonator. You are the Detonator. Keep up. We find a public place and ensure at least one renegade is present. Not too many. We don't want them getting in our way before we can finish. You and I fight in full view of everyone, and in the end, you shoot me at the same time that I blow you up. And everyone sees it happen. Except you'll be using blanks and I won't really blow you up, but I can make it believable enough." She winked. Nova was still frowning. "And when there are no bodies?" "We'll stage it to appear that the explosions destroy us both. They won't be surprised if there's nothing left. Now stop dwelling on insignificant details and focus on the big picture." Her eyes burned, suddenly intense. "They would stop hunting us. They would stop hunting you. How much easier would it be for you to continue with your work inside the Renegades if no one was investigating Nightmare anymore?" Nova swallowed, unable to form a counter-argument. "Besides," Ingrid drawled, smirking, "you still owe me." "Owe you? For what?" "Killing the librarian." Nova laughed. "You didn't." "Yes, I did. Say what you want about what happened that day. He would have told the Sentinel everything, and the Sentinel would have taken it right back to the Council. I protected you. I wouldn't have needed protection if it wasn't for your asinine plan. You wouldn't need protection if you were capable of dealing with these situations when they come up. If you had the guts to take out Cronin yourself, or Narcissa, or even Captain Chromium for that matter. Face it, Nova, despite all your talk, you're afraid to make the tough decisions when they need to be made. That's why you still need the anarchists. That's why you still need me." Nova clenched her jaw, angry sparks flickering across her vision. But her fury was overshadowed by the insecurities Ingrid's words stirred up. Because of her hesitation, she had failed to kill the captain. She wouldn't have killed Cronin even to save herself. She had chosen to let Narcissa go, knowing full well that she would endanger her mission going forward. "You think about it," said Ingrid, rocking back on her heels. "I'm sure you'll make the right decision. How about I come back tonight and we can start hashing out the details? Right now," she peered past Nova's shoulder, "it looks like you have company." Nova glanced back. Her heart launched into her throat. Through a gap in the alley, past a chain-link fence and a half-disassembled car, a figure was strolling up the sidewalk. She blinked rapidly, sure that the sight of him was some hallucination, some after effect of being in contact with Max, perhaps. Because what in this great city would bring Adrian Everhart here? "Look at him, all distracted and nervous," said Ingrid with a subtle coo in her voice. Cursing, Nova turned and shoved Ingrid toward the wall, trying to push her out of sight. "Get back before he sees you." "Oh, please." He's caught up in his own thoughts, talking to himself, probably planning out whatever adorably pathetic thing he's going to say when he sees you. "What?" Nova glanced back, but Adrian had already passed out of view. "I trust you've noticed how he looks at you, observant as you are." Ingrid's grin turned teasing. "Be careful, little nightmare. Renegade runs in the blood of that one. Maybe more than anyone else in this town." Nova's heart was still drumming, panic thundering through her veins as she pictured Honey in the kitchen, Leroy upstairs. But still, something about the look on Ingrid's face gave her pause. "You know he's the son of Lady Indomitable." Ingrid guffawed. "Of course I know that. She wasn't the first superhero we killed, but she might have been the first one that really mattered." Her cruel smirk made Nova's blood run cold. "You killed her?" "Not me," Ingrid said, as if this were obvious. There was still something left of her, after all. "But you know who did? Was it an anarchist?" Ingrid stilled and peered at Nova, her gaze darkening. "What does it matter to you?" Nova took a step back and shook her head. "It doesn't." Then she turned and started to sprint back to the house. "See you tonight," Ingrid called after her, and Nova would have shot her with the stun gun again, just to make her be quiet. Except she didn't have the time. Chapter 38. It wasn't a long run back to the house, and yet she was breathless as she barged through the back door into the kitchen, her pulse pounding in her ears. The mason jar of honey had been left out on the counter, the sticky spoon balanced across the top, but Queen Bee was nowhere to be seen. Nova darted across to the staircase and was halfway up the steps when she heard a knock at the front door. She squeaked and barged into Leroy's room. His lab equipment took up half the space. Some concoction left bubbling in a copper pot on an electric burner. But Leroy himself had disappeared. Spinning around, Nova ran across the space into the second bedroom she now shared with Honey. But it, too, was empty but for their sleeping bags and Honey's air mattress and a few pieces of lingerie tossed haphazardly across the floor. Nova's gaze swept up to the attic access door in the ceiling. It was meant to be Phobia's space up there, though she wasn't sure how much he'd actually been using it. Another knock sounded at the door. Gulping, Nova headed back down the stairs, stopping to peer behind every door and into every closet she passed. But there was no sign of Honey or Leroy. She was still shaking when she finally opened the front door. Her first impression of seeing Adrian standing on the stoop of the row house was that he was trying very, very hard not to appear awkward, and it wasn't working. He smiled, uncomfortable and uncertain. Nova was still far too frazzled to return it. "Hi," he said. "What are you doing here?" she blurted in response. Adrian started, tucking his hands into his pockets. "I was worried about you." Those simple words shattered Nova's mounting frustration with him, but did nothing to dissuade the panic of him being there. Her shoulders drooped slightly, but try as she might, she couldn't rearrange her features into something calm, confident, even welcoming. So instead, she just kept staring at him, her hand unable to release the doorknob. "I sent you about 1 million messages," Adrian added, even as his gaze slipped down to her wrist. Somehow it hadn't occurred to me that you might have just taken the band off. Taking one hand from his pocket, he scratched behind his ear. I was having visions of you passed out in a gutter somewhere. Oh, right, Nova stammered, remembering the concerned messages she'd gotten from him while she was still at headquarters. She searched for an explanation. I take it off to shower. The moment she said it, she became painfully aware of her very dry, unwashed hair, and the fact that she was still wearing the same clothes she'd been in last night when he found her inside the quarantine. She cleared her throat and gestured vaguely back toward the house. I was going to, but then I got distracted with some stuff. She inhaled sharply and finally managed something close to a smile. But I'm fine, as you can see. Not passed out. Not in a gutter. Adrian's gaze slipped past her, darting around the front room. The tattered furniture, the stained carpet, the peeling wallpaper. Though he said nothing and his expression remained perfectly neutral, Nova had the distinct sense that her real home wasn't adding up to be much better than the gutter he'd imagined. Or maybe she was just being sensitive. You don't want to come in, do you? Okay. She gawked at him, horrified. Really? Though he'd sounded eager before, Adrian now seemed to hesitate. If that's all right. It was certainly absolutely not all right, and Nova struggled to think of a reason. But it occurred to her that it might be just as suspicious to send him away as it was to let him inside. Pressing her lips, she stepped back out of the doorway, her mind scouring through every object and possession in the house and trying to determine how any of it could be traced back to Nightmare or the other anarchists. They had done little to the place since claiming it for themselves, other than a bit of surface cleaning to make it somewhat habitable. Adrian stepped inside. Nova gulped and shut the door. His focus went to the arrangement of the photographs on the wall. He reached out and straightened one of the frames. Are you hungry? Nova asked, before he could ask who any of the strangers in the photographs were. She trotted past him without waiting for an answer. Swooped one of Honey's rhinestone hairpins off the coffee table as she passed, tucking it into her pocket. Gathered up Leroy's old copies of Apothecary magazine and shoved them into a drawer. We have... Reaching the kitchen, she opened a cupboard and found herself staring at half a dozen mason jars. Honey? Adrian followed her into the kitchen, and she could sense him behind her, staring into the mostly bare cupboard. She shut it and tried the next cupboard, discovering a box of unopened crackers and 2 cans of tuna fish. She dared not even pretend to look in the refrigerator. She'd opened it once when she first moved in and found the shelves mostly covered in mold. She hadn't bothered to open it since. She grabbed the box of crackers and held them up for Adrian to see. I'm okay, actually, he said, and the look of confusion, mixed with just a hint of pity, was impossible not to notice. Nova put the box back and shut the door. We mostly eat out, she said by way of explanation. Adrian's eye caught on something through the back window and his brow furrowed. Nova tensed, imagining that Ingrid was in the alley or that Honey and Leroy were in the yard. But when she looked, it was only hives and nests and bees, lots and lots of bees. That's, my uncle's, she ventured. He heard there's good money to be made in beekeeping these days. I guess honey is a pretty desirable commodity. She brushed a hand through the air. Sort of a new thing he's trying out. Adrian's eyes were still narrowed, but now there was humor along with curiosity. I'm pretty sure honeybees are the only ones that actually produce honey. She glanced out the window again. There were honeybees, but they were mixed together with a heady assortment of buzzing hornets and wasps, yellow jackets, and even fat little bumblebees. I know that, she said. Then she threw up her hands as if exasperated. That's what I keep trying to tell him, But he sort of does his own thing. Doesn't always like to listen to me. I'm very familiar with that feeling, said Adrian. He grinned, and she could tell it was a look intended to comfort her, as if to say that he wasn't judging her, that she could relax. That, she thought, might be the funniest thing of all. Is your uncle home? I thought maybe I could introduce myself. Oh, no, he's out. Adrian nodded. His gaze darted toward the small card table they were using as a makeshift dining table, even though Nova suspected not one meal had yet to be eaten there. There were chairs, too, but she dared not ask him to sit. I'm sorry, Adrian said suddenly. Maybe I shouldn't have come. She stared at him, and though she could tell he was embarrassed, she wasn't sure what was causing it. The sad state of her so-called home or her obvious lack of hospitality skills. He fidgeted, tapping one knuckle idly against the countertop. I didn't mean to intrude, I just was worried when you weren't responding to the messages. He trailed off, clearing his throat. He finished lamely. Are you all right? She felt the knots in her stomach tighten even more. Yeah, fine. I'm just not used to having company. She was grateful that this, at least, was not a lie. No, I mean, are you feeling all right? The healers said they hadn't released you yet. They were worried there might still be side effects, or even... we still don't know for sure if Max took all your powers from you. We still don't know if you're a prodigy or not. I feel fine, she said, trying to sound convincing. Completely normal. She attempted a more enthusiastic smile, eager to prove that everyone was concerned over nothing. Wide awake and full of energy. She gave 2 encouraging thumbs up. Adrian grinned. Well, if you do start to feel anything, not just tired, but dizzy or weak or anything, just let me know. Or one of the healers. Yeah, sure, of course. He looked again at the card table, and she could see him contemplating something. Would you mind if I... He took out his marker and motioned toward the table, as if this gesture adequately finished his question. If you what? Without responding, Adrian bent over the table and started to draw onto its dull gray surface. Nova cocked her head, mesmerized by the quick, confident movements of his hand. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty as to where to place the marker next, where to draw a line or a curve. Soon, she saw a round vase emerge, overflowing with an arrangement of roses and lilies. The moment he brought the flowers to life, their fragrance drifted through the room, pushing back the staleness of the house. Adrian capped the marker and stepped back, frowning at the arrangement. I really need to start carrying some more colors. Nova laughed. It was true that the monochromatic shades of gray lifted from the table lent a muted aspect to the bloom, but they still brightened the little table, the little kitchen, the little home. And it was clear, to her at least, how much they did not belong there. Will they die? She said, reaching forward to feel the soft outer petals of one of the roses. Just like real flowers, he said, though his mouth quirked as he glanced at her again. But I can always make more. That look made warmth spread across Nova's cheeks, and she turned away, picking up the communicator band off the counter and busying herself by putting it back on. Ingrid's words came back to her. I trust you've noticed how he looks at you. So, I had a thought, said Adrian. Nova lifted her eyebrows, but found she wasn't quite ready to turn back to him fully. About Winston Pratt. She stilled, hesitated, then straightened her spine, preparing for... What, an attack? An accusation? She told herself she was being ridiculous. If Adrian had come here to cast accusations at her, it wouldn't have taken this long for him to get around to it. And he certainly wouldn't have drawn her a vase of flowers first. I think, Adrian continued, we should look into Cosmopolis Park. One hand still tight around the band on her wrist, Nova forced herself to look at him. But Adrian was adjusting some of the blooms inside the vase. What? Just to check it out. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I know Winston was lying about almost everything, but the carnival is one of the few possible clues he gave us. I thought maybe we could go and have a look around. Maybe you could talk to your old boss, see if he's ever heard anything about a girl being abandoned there, or if he's ever seen anything suspicious, anything that might tie back to Nightmare or the anarchists. Finally, he looked up at her, and Nova couldn't quite read his expression. The self-assuredness from when he'd been drawing was gone, replaced with something uneasy but hopeful. You sure do want to find her, don't you? Nightmare? Said Adrian, surprised. She is Gatlin's most wanted. Well, her and the detonator, I guess. Yeah, but how did you get so involved with the investigation? Is it because Dana and the others fought her at the parade? That's part of it, he said, the small crease forming between his eyebrows. But also, she attacked the council. She attacked my dad. She looked away. So why isn't he looking for her? They don't really do field work anymore. The council wants to find her as much as anyone, but that's part of why they built the Renegades. They can't do everything themselves. Either way, finding Nightmare is a priority for everyone. Adrian looked down, fidgeting with the marker. It's been years since such a blatant attack was made, in broad daylight, surrounded by both civilians and renegades. Plus, as far as I know, no one's ever come that close to actually killing the captain. It shows that she's not to be underestimated. Nova's chest tightened. In a way, she felt a surge of pride to think she'd gotten closer than anyone. But at the same time, it served as a reminder that close was not success. She had failed, and now she had every superhero in the city searching for her. And Adrian, if he knew, if he ever found out. The spark of pride quickly extinguished. So, said Adrian, his tone brightening a bit, about the carnival. What do you think? She pondered, but could think of no reason to reject the idea. If anything, going to Cosmopolis Park might serve to lead Adrian and the Renegades further away from the truth of her identity and whereabouts. At least, she didn't think there was any harm to it. Even if her paperwork said that she, Nova McLean, had worked there, Nightmare still had no real connection to the place. Sure, okay. Cool, great. We can meet, say, tomorrow at noon? If, he amended, I can get a release from the medical wing by then. Nova rolled her eyes. Just let them try to keep me back. Adrian smiled, and Nova's heartbeat skipped to see the hint of dimples that were usually kept hidden. Well, I guess I should let you rest, his brow knitted, or whatever it is you're doing. He did not move, though, and Nova had the distinct impression he was looking for an invitation, some reason to linger. She refused to give him one. Thanks for the flowers, she said, ushering him back toward the front door, and for checking up on me. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, hey, he said, stopping halfway out the door. Are you planning to come back to headquarters tonight? Because I could, try to bring in some sandwiches again. Her chest fluttered, and Nova felt almost sad as she shook her head. I think I might take the night off. Yeah, of course. That's definitely the right plan. He hesitated a moment more, then lifted a hand in a salute and stepped off the porch. Nova waited until his foot hit the sidewalk before closing the door. She dropped her forehead against it with a groan, letting all the built-up frantic energy drain out of her. So, that's the Everhart boy? Nova spun around. Honey and Leroy were both peering around the curve of the staircase's banner. She waved her arms at them. You couldn't stay hidden until he was at least off our street? Honey giggled. "We were just curious," she said. "It's a terrible shame he's a renegade, isn't it? Otherwise, you could have asked him to stay for dinner." Chapter 39. The entrance to Cosmopolis Park was an enormous concrete archway molded into the shape of a giant carousel pony that seemed to stand guard over the old amusement park. The sculpture had once been painted in pretty peach and pearl white, but the paint had faded and chipped over the years. The proud beast had also lost one side of his face, probably due to vandalism during the Age of Anarchy, and no one had yet seen fit to repair it. Nevertheless, the park was one of the many businesses in Gatlin City that had seen a resurgence since the Day of Triumph. It had never been out of operation, exactly, but under anarchist rule, some villains had incurred a sizable fortune by turning the place into a haven for drug dealing, gambling, and brutal dogfights. Everyone knew the park was the domain of the puppeteer, but he never bothered putting on any restrictions, so long as he was paid for using his space, whether in money or candy, as Nova had once heard. When the Renegades reclaimed the city, it was one of the first areas they saw fit to revive, tearing down many of the ancient, weather-worn rides and constructing a fantasy land in its place, with a roller coaster, a Ferris wheel, and a vintage carousel surrounded by games of skill and chance, and more than a few vendors of corn dogs and cotton candy. Yet, like so many of the council's ongoing projects, they had stopped when the property was just shy of complete, leaving enough details lying around that one could easily recall what it had been, not all that long ago. The back few acres of the park remained fenced off and labeled with warning signs, informing visitors that this area was still under construction. Beyond the chain-link fence, guests could see a deteriorating funhouse, grounded boats from the decrepit Tunnel of Love, and an entire row of carnival games left in shambles, their walls still hung with dozens of purple teddy bears that had been left to sag and grow mildew, abandoned to the elements. Adrian was waiting beneath the horse statue's bridled mouth when Nova arrived. They hadn't discussed whether or not to wear their uniforms, and seeing him in jeans and a jacket made her instantly regret her choice to wear the gray bodysuit. He grinned when he spotted her. She glared back. "Seriously? You could have told me we were supposed to be incognito." "I didn't think of it," he said, reaching for the collar of his shirt. He pulled it down far enough to reveal the top of his own suit. "Would you feel better if I changed?" "Not really," she muttered. "You draw enough attention as it is. Are you ready?" "I already got our tickets," he said, pulling them from his pocket. He handed one to her, then cocked his head toward the gates. Nova's knuckles were white as she gripped the ticket, feeding it into the small machine beneath the horse's belly. A light flashed, and she pushed through the rotating metal bars. She cleared the entrance and paused on the other side, scanning the cacophony of lights and bodies, garish rides, chiming games, and booths full of cheap blow-up toys and glow-stick jewelry. It was like a completely different place in the daytime. "So," said Adrian, joining her, "how are you feeling?" A flurry of emotions responded in answer to the question. She was edgy. She was nervous. She was shaking with adrenaline as her body readied itself for what was coming. But that wasn't what Adrian was asking. She turned to him with the brightest smile she could muster and said, "I didn't sleep a wink last night, so I feel amazing." He chuckled, and his relief was evident. "Good. I'd hate to lose you after we just found you. Do you really think they would kick me off patrols just because I'd be suddenly forced to sleep like everyone else does?" "Not if I could help it." They made their way through the crowds of squealing children and laughing parents, through the aromas of sugary sweet cotton candy and fried funnel cakes that wafted around them. When Adrian had first suggested coming to look around the park, Nova had known little about it, having only been taken there by Leroy and Winston one time many years ago. But now She felt that she knew the place intimately. While the city had slept last night, she had been here, preparing for the stunt she and Ingrid were going to pull off. Here. Today. She had started to plot even before Ingrid had arrived late last night, because as much as she refused to buy into the idea that she owed Ingrid anything, there was an undeniable appeal to faking her own death. No more renegades hunting her. No more Adrian hunting her. She wasn't sure they were ready. She would have preferred to take more time to prepare, but she also couldn't deny that the opportunity had presented itself and was too hard to pass up. Adrian and the Renegades had reason to suspect that Nightmare was associated with the carnival. She and Adrian were investigating that day. It would be their best chance to make it believable. "So," said Adrian, "where should we start?" They both looked around again. There was a game of strength nearby, where kids were trying to swing a hammer bigger than themselves in order to get a weight to hit an alarm bell at the top. Beyond that was an abundance of games featuring everything from darts and balloons and bottles to stacks of milk jugs, softballs, and hoops. Nova was tempted to guide him straight toward the clues she'd spent the night placing strategically throughout the park. But she worried it would be suspicious if it was all too easy. Instead, she shrugged. "If you were a villain who spent most of your time at an amusement park, what would you do?" "Games, probably." She frowned. "Games? We don't know much about Nightmare, but we do know she's a good shot. She has to practice, right? And you think she practices with carnival games?" His eyes twinkled. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might beat you?" She pointed. "At carnival games? Hardly." Laughing, Adrian dragged her toward a game where the goal was to hit a bullseye painted over the puppeteer's face. "Good, because you really have nothing to fear." And he was right. Adrian might have been able to draw a functional rifle or illustrate a perfectly balanced blow dart, but he turned out to be a terrible shot himself. They made their way through the games, and Nova defeated him at every shooting, aiming, throwing, and targeting contest the park had to offer. Though Adrian easily bested her when it came to challenges of strength. After nearly an hour, Adrian had won a small light-up wand that some marketing company had emblazoned with Blacklight's name, even though Blacklight had never used a wand so far as Nova knew. Meanwhile, she traded in all her mini prizes for a gigantic Dread Warden doll, which was almost as tall as she was. Adrian cracked up when the carnival worker handed it to her. "Look, I won you a prize," she said, promptly passing it on to him. "What, you don't want it?" "I truly don't." Adrian held the doll out at arm's length. "I should probably be flattered, but I can't help but feel that there might be something a little creepy about having a giant doll of your dad lying around." "You think?" He peered at her over the doll's head. "Will it hurt your feelings if I give it to him for his birthday? He will find it hysterical." The doll was pretty hilarious, with its mop of felted hair and flimsy cape. "Do with it what you will," she said. "My feelings will survive." He tucked the doll under one arm as they started to make their way through the carnival again. "How weird is it," Nova asked, "to know that so many people completely, blindly idolize your dads like that?" "Honestly, the weirdest part is that you sort of get used to it after a while." Adrian shrugged. "And I'd rather people idolize them than want to kill them. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be much middle ground with how people feel about the council." She tore her gaze away. "Luckily these days, more people appreciate prodigies than despise them. I know there are still people out there who don't trust us, especially after all the things they went through under the villain gangs." Nova knew it was true. Even today, walking around the carnival in her renegade uniform, there wasn't much variety in the reactions she got from complete strangers. Either they stopped to stare at her with slack-jawed smiles and awestruck eyes, whispering giddily once she passed, or their expressions soured upon noticing the gray uniform and the red R, and they would promptly cross the path or turn another direction entirely. She couldn't be sure, though, if that hatred was directed at renegades or all prodigies. People were still afraid of them, and rightly so. Even those who admired the renegades, their supposed protectors, still seemed to harbor a respect that bordered on nervous insecurity. Hero or villain, all prodigies were powerful. All prodigies were dangerous. Most people can see that we're not all like that, Adrian was saying, drawing her attention back to him. Life is far better now than it ever was when Ace Anarchy was in charge, and that's because of the renegades. He shook the doll. And the council. Nova frowned. Ace Anarchy wasn't actually in charge, she said before she could restrain herself. I mean, he was probably technically the ruler of the anarchists, but I don't think he really wanted to rule, you know? He mostly just wanted the oppression of prodigies to stop. She swallowed. At least, that's what it always sounded like to me. Adrian's lips quirked. How forgiving does a person have to be in order to defend Ace Anarchy? I'm not being forgiving. I just think that he gets blamed for everything that happened during those years, when really, so much of it was because of the other gangs that rose to power in the absence of government. And that's not what he was trying to accomplish either. He was all about personal freedom, personal responsibility, about taking care of yourself and your own, rather than expecting anyone to take care of you. He wanted to do away with oppression and regulations that only serve a small group of people, and her face flushed. At least, that's what some people say about him. Rather than looking at her like she had lost her mind, as Nova expected, Adrian's smile had grown. Well, I have a feeling that if those people had ever actually met Ace Anarchy, they might feel a little differently. Nova tensed. Why? Have you met him? Afraid not. And I'm not sorry that I'll never have the chance. His expression turned serious as he peered at her. You don't actually think things are better now because of him, do you? She considered her response for a long time. I think a lot of horrible things happened during the Age of Anarchy. A lot of things that shouldn't have happened. But I also think that if Ace Anarchy hadn't done what he did, then this, she tugged on the doll's cape, wouldn't be possible. Prodigies would still be in hiding. People would still hate us. Adrian's lips went taut, and Nova wondered if she had said too much. But then he sighed. I guess I can't argue that. But still, I can't help but believe that there was a better way to get from there to here. Nova thought of all the buildings destroyed, all the people killed. Her sigh mimicked his. I can't argue with that either. One good thing that definitely came out of that time, said Adrian, opening his arms wide, is that now we have superheroes. Maybe that's the difference. Before, people saw us as freaks with scary powers. Now they see us as inspirations. Inspirations? Sure, everyone wants to be a hero. When you think about it, it's a little sad that so few actually get to be one. Nova couldn't contain a derisive sniff. It would be sad, except they don't actually mean it. Adrian cocked his head at her. What do you mean? There's no rule that says you have to be a prodigy to be a hero, she insisted. If people wanted to stand up for themselves or protect their loved ones or do what they believe in their hearts is the right thing to do, then they would do it. If they wanted to be heroic, they would find ways to be heroic. Even without supernatural powers. She waggled her fingers in mockery of said powers. It's easy to say you want to be a hero, but the truth is, most people are lazy and complacent. They have the Renegades to do all the rescuing and saving, so why should they bother? It's easier to just call the hotline than turn the other way and pretend it's not your problem to solve. Her words tasted bitter, even on her own tongue, not because they were pessimistic, but because they were true. Because of the Renegades, humanity was becoming weak and pathetic, as she had once been weak and pathetic, waiting in the darkness of that closet, listening as her sister's cries were silenced. So hopeful, so trustworthy, believing with all her heart that the Renegades would come. But they were false idols, liars, and cheats. Maybe if she hadn't been waiting for the Renegades, she wouldn't have hidden in that closet. Maybe she could have put her parents' murderer to sleep sooner. Maybe she could have saved Evie. Or maybe one of the neighbors would have heard the commotion and come to help, rather than assume someone else would take care of it. Maybe. Just maybe. "What do you propose?" said Adrian, slipping his free hand into his pocket as they meandered past a series of food vendors. "Should we open a hero training course open to non-prodigies? Teach them ethics and martial arts and, I don't know, bravery? Do you think you can teach someone to be brave?" Nova felt the side of her mouth lift, just a little, in some relief that he hadn't outright refuted her argument against heroes. A hero training course would be a start, but it would only go so far. As long as there are superheroes, there will be people who rely on them far too much. I think humanity would be better off if there were no prodigies at all. For a moment, she'd almost said renegades, before remembering who she was speaking to. But on further inspection, she realized it was true. It wasn't just renegades who had caused so much trouble for humanity. It was the villains, too, though they'd only been reacting to centuries of hatred and discrimination. How much better off would the world be if there were no prodigies at all? "I agree that dependence might be a problem," said Adrian, with some amusement. "But no prodigies at all? That might be taking it a bit far." "I don't think so. What about all the things the Council has built over the past 9 years? All the things the Renegades do for this city, and the whole world for that matter? All things that non-prodigies would have built if we weren't around. All things that people would be doing for themselves. If there was no council, they would have re-established their own government by now, or at least be trying to, putting together their own patrols and law enforcement, writing their own laws, building their own infrastructure." He cast a sideways look at her. "The world would be falling apart if it wasn't for us. The world was fine before prodigies got involved with it. It would be fine again. As it is, it's always going to be this way. Prodigies will always be at odds with one another, always fighting for power and dominance, and normal people will always suffer for it." Adrian cocked his head, and she could see him contemplating her words for a long time. "You're serious about this?" "Yeah, I am. Not that it matters, but I do believe humanity would be better off without us, without prodigies or villains or the renegades. Society would sort itself out, just like it has 100 times throughout history. But it would do it a lot faster, and with a lot less turmoil, if it wasn't for our interference." Adrian held her gaze for a long time. "That's bleak," he finally said. Nova shrugged. "It's the truth." They were quiet as they passed by the roller coaster, listening to the creaks of the tracks and the screeches of the passengers. Switching the doll to his other arm, Adrian finally released an exaggerated breath. "Well, now that we have that important philosophical discussion out of the way, what's next?" he pointed. "Roller coaster, tilt-a-whirl, are you hungry?" Nova smiled, the knot in her chest quickly unwinding. "Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't we supposed to be looking for somebody?" "You're absolutely right," Adrian tapped a finger against his lips. "And I think we should look for her," he pointed, "on the Ferris wheel." Nova followed his look to the colorful ride. "Yeah, that seems like a really likely hiding spot for a supervillain. Maybe not, but it will give us a good view of the park, and we can plot out a strategy from there." It was an excuse, and not a particularly good one. Nova found her heart beginning to stutter as they made their way through the crowds. Because, for the first time since they'd arrived, she began to wonder why Ruby and Oscar and Dana hadn't joined them. She began to wonder why Adrian had asked her to join him, and not one of his more experienced teammates. She began to wonder whether this whole day wasn't really about finding Nightmare at all. But thinking that Adrian might have ulterior motives only led her thoughts down a path that made her palms sweat and her pulse flutter. She was picturing those small gondolas with her, Adrian, and the doll crammed into one of them. She was imagining their hips pressed against each other, his shoulder tucked against hers. Or would it be so tight that he would put his arm around her? Her skin tingled with the very thought of it. How was it that something that would have been unthinkable weeks ago was now so easy to imagine? "Nova?" "Ferris wheel," she said, then cleared her throat. "Sure. Okay." They had not gone far, though, when there was a chorus of high-pitched screams. "Renegade!" Nova turned to see a dozen children rushing toward them out of a yellow-striped circus tent, over which hung a sign that read Party Central. The kids themselves were wearing an assortment of masks and capes like those Nova had seen at the parade. To her surprise, they did not run toward Adrian, but her. And it took her a moment to remember that she was the one in the uniform. "It's her! It's the one from the trials!" screamed a girl, to which a boy beside her responded, "Yeah, the one who beat Gargoyle!" She looked at Adrian, who appeared baffled himself, but the look quickly turned into a warm smile. "Hey, kids, you're right. This is Insomnia." "Insomnia," said the boy. "That's right. I was there that night. I gave you the hero sign for sure." "Oh, thanks," started Nova. "Will you come to my birthday party?" She looked down to see a small black-haired boy with a missing front tooth grinning up at them. He was the only kid in full superhero regalia, a Captain Chromium costume. His party hat read, in bold letters, Captain Chromium's Sidekick. "It's a superhero theme! Come on!" Nova found herself being drawn toward the tent. She looked back at Adrian, bewildered, but relieved to find him trekking after them. He saw her expression and started to laugh. They had just stepped into the overhang of the tent when Nova managed to shake the kids off her. "Hold on," she said, raising her hands. "Yes, I'm Insomnia, but he," she pointed at Adrian, "is the real hero. You should definitely pester him instead." Adrian lifted a challenging eyebrow at her, but it only took a heartbeat for the children to swarm around him. The birthday boy bounced on the balls of his feet. "You do look familiar. Are you a renegade too?" "I am," said Adrian, disgustingly composed. Nova glared at him. "What can you do?" asked one of the girls. Adrian looked around, and Nova followed the look. The small tent was crammed with long picnic tables covered in plastic cloths and folding chairs sporting clusters of balloons. On one table sat a homemade cake and a small stack of presents. There were adults, too, the parents of all these children, Nova guessed, many of whom had ceased their conversations to stare at the new arrivals. "What can I do?" said Adrian, and Nova saw his hand inching toward his pocket. His eyes brightened as he knelt down on one knee so he was eye to eye with the birthday boy. Tell me, what's one present that you really, really want for your birthday this year? The boy immediately blurted out, "A bike!" A bike? Adrian glanced up at a woman who resembled the boy. Is that all right with you? All right with me, said the woman, looking pained. It's not exactly... I can't afford. She looked helpless, like it broke her heart to not be able to answer this one wish for her child. I would love to give him one, if I could. Well, said Adrian, pulling out the marker, let's see what we can do. Chapter 40. Nova found herself loitering on the edges of the tent, watching the party with a mix of delight at seeing the children's innocent enthusiasm, but also a fair amount of pity when she thought of how very misplaced that enthusiasm was. Renegades, she wanted to tell them. They'll break your heart in the end. Except she couldn't convince herself that this renegade would. The birthday boy had been wobbling on his bike for several minutes now, and had even managed to lift his feet from the ground and take half a turn around the tent before he panicked and crashed into a table. Unhurt, thankfully. And as soon as the other kids saw what Adrian could do, they began plying him with requests. Draw me a teddy bear, a lollipop, an airplane. Until the tent was full of gifts, all in matching canary yellow pulled straight from the walls of the canvas tent. Adrian never said no, not even when the requests became more and more outlandish. Now a treehouse with cannons! A treehouse with cannons and also a moat being guarded by a robotic shark! And he never seemed annoyed, even as the kids pressed in around him, leaving him little space to actually draw the things they wanted. Excuse me? Nova glanced down. The birthday boy's older sister, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, stood at the table beside her. Don't look at me, said Nova, lifting her hands. My abilities are negligible compared to his. The girl blinked, and it occurred to Nova that she probably had no idea what the word negligible meant. She was trying to come up with a synonym when the girl asked, I was at the trials. Nova blinked. Oh, that, right. You were amazing, said the girl, a little breathless. You didn't even use superpowers. No, that's the thing. My power is not, she glanced at Adrian. Not showy like that. Yeah, but that's what was so great about it. The girl's ears had gone pink. I'm not a prodigy, but seeing you, it sort of made me think that maybe I could be a renegade too, you know? Nova opened her mouth, but hesitated, unsure how to respond. She doubted the Renegades would ever recruit someone who didn't have at least a little bit of a superpower. But Dana and Adrian had both suggested that she could stay on the team even if Max had stolen her ability. And if that was possible, maybe a non-prodigy could someday be accepted too. She thought back to her conversation with Adrian. He thought they were inspirations to the people. He believed that the existence of superheroes could encourage everyone to be more heroic. Nova had been adamant that he was wrong, but seeing the way this girl was looking at her now, she had to wonder. So instead of rejecting the girl's dream, she leaned forward. Can I tell you a secret? The girl inched closer, nodding giddily. You don't need to be a renegade to be a superhero. The girl's head listed to one side. That sounds like something my mom would say. Nova laughed. Sorry. I mean, it's true, but it's also sort of a cop-out, isn't it? Did you get any cake? Startled by the change of topic, Nova shook her head. No, but I don't. I'll bring you some. My mom made it. It's really good. The girl scurried off before Nova could decline the offer. Nova watched her go, bewildered, when she heard Adrian's voice cutting through the giggles. Absolutely not. No one's getting a life-size pony. I'm drawing the line, kids. He was holding his marker overhead as if it were the prize the children were grabbing for. Despite the fake annoyance in his voice, he was grinning. No, he was beaming, lit up from the inside. He caught her eye, and Nova's insides clenched. She had been aware that he was handsome from the start, but something about him in that exact moment went far beyond handsome. She told herself it was the lightning in the tent. It was half delirium because she hadn't eaten any lunch yet. It was just Adrian. With that ease that Nova couldn't comprehend. A brightness that seemed at odds with everything she'd ever known. "Here you go!" A piece of cake appeared in front of Nova's nose, and she gladly diverted her attention, her cheeks burning. Never had she been more grateful for a piece of cake that she didn't actually want. "Thank you," she said more effusively than might have been necessary. She took the plate and stuffed a bite of cake into her mouth. She checked the time on her communicator band. Ingrid would be in position soon. She glanced back at Adrian, who had looked away from her and was, of course, drawing a pony onto the tent walls. We actually have to go," she said, shooting a smile at the girl, then gobbling down one more bite of cake, which was, in fact, delicious. "Thanks again." She rose from the bench and made her way through the cluster of children. Adrian spotted her and paused with the pony half-finished. "First," said Nova, "you might want to check with the parents before giving any of these kids an actual pony. Second, we should probably move on." "First," said Adrian, "you missed a sprinkle." He reached out and brushed a thumb across the corner of Nova's mouth. She froze, the touch sending a quiver through her insides. When he pulled back, a small orange sprinkle was resting on the pad of his thumb, which he popped into his mouth, eyes teasing. "Second, you're absolutely right." He turned away and finished sketching the pony, but when he pulled it from the tent wall, it was not a living creature, but a simple toy horse. "And we're calling that my big finale, kids," he said, capping the marker and moving away from the tent walls to a chorus of disappointed groans. I know, but heroism awaits." He paused to wave at the birthday boy and the parents, thanking them for their hospitality, before grabbing Nova's wrist and pulling her from the tent, laughing. "You're welcome," said Nova, still a little shaken, her cheek tingling where he'd touched her. He beamed, shaking out his wrist. "Much appreciated. That was fun, though." "It's hard not to have fun when you're so popular, I expect." He scoffed. "Like you wouldn't know." He imitated a girly voice as he squealed, "It's Insomnia! She be Gargoyle! We love her!" Rolling her eyes, she smacked Adrian in the arm. "Hey, where's the Dread Warden?" "I gave him to the birthday boy. Did you know he really likes superheroes?" "Truly? I couldn't tell." He grinned at her, and against all her better judgment, Nova found herself grinning back. When she managed to look away, Nova saw that they'd reached some of the kiddie rides, tiny choo-choo trains and dinosaur-themed roller coasters on each side. "Somehow," she said, "I don't think we're going to find Nightmare here." Ignoring her, Adrian asked, "Which ride did you operate?" "What?" "Oh, a lot of them. We would rotate." "Have you seen anyone today that you used to work with?" Gulping, Nova glanced at the ride operators. According to her paperwork, she had worked here as recently as a couple months ago. Surely, if that story were real, she should have recognized lots of the employees here. "Not really," she stammered. I didn't usually work Thursdays." They circled around to the back corner of the carnival, where the old, deteriorating structures of the park could be seen beyond the chain-link fence. Nova's jaw tensed as she stared at the weedy walkways between carnival games, at the roof of the funhouse looking like it was close to caving in. "Are you hungry?" said Adrian. She nodded, but they had come too far. All the food stands were back toward the more popular areas of the park. Dragging in a breath, Nova pointed. "There's a popcorn stand this way, past the—" She licked her lips. "Past the gallery." The gallery was a long wooden tunnel that divided the children's corner of the park with the faster, more adventurous rides on the other side. The paneled walls of the tunnel were hung with old photos of the carnival's history, from when it had been first founded nearly 70 years ago. As they entered the tunnel, Nova gravitated toward the first collection of photographs, feigning curiosity as she read the caption beneath a photo that showed a clown posed behind a group of kids. The next photo showed the horse statue at the park's entrance from back when it was brand new. The third photo, a woman in a paper hat handing a cone of cotton candy to a man in a suit. It was all very old-fashioned, very quaint, before the age of anarchy, before the rise of the Renegades. A different place, a different time. "Amazing it's lasted this long, isn't it?" said Adrian, strolling along the opposite wall. Nova stayed where she was, hoping he would see it, hoping he would find it on his own. "Amazing," she breathed. She continued down the row of photos, slowly, expectantly. She was no longer seeing the photos. She'd seen them plenty the night before, anyhow. Happy families boarding the rickety old roller coaster. Happy couples stepping into the gondolas in the tunnel of love. Happy children waving from the carousel. Nova. She knew immediately by the tone of his voice that he'd found it. She stilled, closing her eyes, and exhaled. "Nova, look!" She turned and found him staring at the picture. The picture. The one that had taken her 3 hours to alter, using a photograph Honey had of the funhouse taken during Winston's time. She had carefully put it in the place of the original photograph the night before, when the carnival was silent and still. For 70 years, the funhouse that had been abandoned and left to rot in the back acre of the carnival had been called simply and uninspired the Funhouse. But here, in this photo, painstakingly edited, the name had been changed. Nova came to stand beside Adrian, peering at the framed black and white photograph and the letters over the yawning entrance. Not the Funhouse, but the Nightmare. "Coincidence?" said Adrian. "Maybe," she responded. "It's just called the Funhouse now, right? I wonder when they decided to change it." She said nothing. He looked at her, and she could already see the conviction there. He did not think it was a coincidence at all. "Do you think we should go talk to your old boss about it? Maybe he could tell us when the name was changed, or—" He trailed off, and it was clear he was grasping for any sources that might lead to a real clue, no matter how tenuous the evidence was. "I doubt he would know much," said Nova. "It was the Funhouse during the Age of Anarchy, so the name must have been changed a really long time ago." She swallowed before adding, "I think we should just go check it out." Adrian did not hesitate for long before he nodded. "You're right. Let's go." "Are we supposed to call for backup?" "We haven't found anything yet," he said, sounding almost, but not quite, amused. "But we will at the first sign of trouble. Agreed?" She curled her fingers at her sides. "Agreed." As they left the gallery, Nova could sense that everything had changed. The lightness and ease that had been emanating from Adrian all day was replaced with tension and renewed focus. She saw that he was holding his marker again, almost like a weapon, though she wasn't sure when he had grabbed it. She found her own hand curling around the hoops of her belt, though why she should be anxious made no sense. She knew exactly what they were about to find. There was no gate that they could see along the perimeter of the chain-link fence, so Adrian clamped the marker between his teeth, clawed his fingers through the wire mesh, and climbed over. The metal rattled from his weight, but he was a nimble climber. He dropped down to the soft dirt on the other side and glanced back to check on Nova. But she was already to the top herself, perched delicately on the metal crossbar. "Look," she whispered. Adrian did, his body stilled for only a moment, before he walked forward and crouched down beneath a patch of soft dirt. He pulled back the weedy grass at its edges, revealing the crisscrossing paths of boot prints. The treads of thick rubber soles denoting a clear pathway between the far corner of the fence and the abandoned rides in the distance. It had been the last clue Nova had decided to leave, early that morning, not an hour before the park was meant to open, wearing the boots she'd found remarkably comfortable as Nightmare, even if she had to admit they were not on par with the footwear she'd received as part of her Renegade uniform. She had trudged back and forth, hoping to suggest a path frequently traveled. Nova hopped down to join him. He took the marker from his teeth. "They're fresh," he said, standing and peering toward the funhouse. She could see the debate evident on his features before he lifted his wrist toward his mouth. "Send team communication. Insomnia and I are at Cosmopolis Park. We think there might be a connection between Nightmare and the abandoned funhouse on the back acre. We're going to investigate. So far, there's been no sighting of the villain, but we're preparing for an altercation and might need reinforcements." He ended the message and let his arm hang. "Do you think she's in there?" "It would be a good place to lay low." Adrian started trudging through the overgrown pathways. They passed a graveyard of broken-down rocket ships and cars from one of the original roller coasters, now with prickly blackberry bushes sprouting around their metal carcasses. Though their paint was faded, the bright colors were still at odds with the dreariness of this corner of the park. The rusted tracks and mechanical gears, the broken bits of fence rails and food carts. Adrian paused at a ticket booth that had once been white, but was now so covered in filth and water damage it was difficult to tell. He sketched 2 sets of handcuffs onto the wood siding. He handed one to Nova and tucked the other set into his pocket. It occurred to Nova that if this day had really been about finding Nightmare from the start, he already would have had these with him. She stared at his profile as he set the point of the marker against the ticket booth again. "Adrian?" Hands stilling, he turned his head to look at her. She swallowed. "Was this a date?" His lips parted, at first in surprise, but then in hesitation as he searched for a response. Pulling the marker away from the booth, he used the capped end to scratch behind his ear. "Well, this was the first time a girl's ever won me an enormous stuffed Dread Warden doll, so you tell me." Her cheek twitched. That wasn't a real answer. "I know." They stared at each other, and Nova's heart started doing acrobatics inside her chest. "Would you have said yes?" said Adrian, "if it was?" "No," her brain said, emphatic and aggressive. "No." While something else whispered back, "Maybe." But Nova, suddenly a coward, looked past Adrian's shoulder and plastered a startled frown to her face. "I think I just saw something." Adrian spun around, simultaneously reaching his arm out to tuck her behind him, which was so obnoxiously gallant Nova found herself wanting to both shove the arm away and also take his hand into hers. In fact, as she stared down at the fingers that were just barely brushing against her own, she had the most absurd notion to lace her fingers through them and lift his hand to her mouth to place one single kiss against those knuckles. The flash of fantasy paralyzed her. "Where?" said Adrian. "Inside the funhouse," said Nova, the words feeling robotic and rehearsed. "Oh, wait, I think that might have just been that creepy doll up on the balcony." She lifted her eyes to the remains of a mannequin on the second floor. It was wearing a sodden clown costume, though someone had long ago taken its head. They watched, unmoving for a long while. "Maybe we should go inside and look around?" she said. Adrian nodded. "If we do see Nightmare, you know not to let her touch you, right?" She shivered, looking again at his dark skin, his lithe fingers, touching her, but not really. "I know," she murmured, and moved back just enough to break the hesitant contact. Reaching up, Adrian began to draw onto the side of the ticket booth again. Nova closed her eyes while she waited. She focused on her breath, trying to drown out the surge of sensations flooding her body. She needed to stop thinking about handsome smiles and small touches and kisses and dates. If Adrian liked her, really liked her, it was only because he didn't really know her. He would never like the girl beneath the lie. He would never like Nova Artino. And it didn't matter to her anyway, because she could never fall for a renegade. That word shattered the cloud of doubt that had gathered around her, and she opened her eyes, solid again in her resolve. He was a renegade. He was her enemy. He might have come here today with ulterior motives, but then so had she. "Ready?" he said. She started, her skin prickling with apprehension. He had drawn himself a gun. On closer inspection, she realized it was a tranquilizer gun. This alone might have given her pause, except she had so recently seen him shoot. She doubted she had much to worry about. She gave him a fierce nod. "I'm ready."
Chapter 41. The funhouse, what the photograph had shown to once have been called the Nightmare, was a rickety 2-story building covered in peeling white and orange paint. Its few windows sported crooked shutters and slatted boards long ago nailed across them. There was no glass. Spider webs, some as thick and dark as yarn, were strung across the overhang of the wraparound porch. As they passed beneath it, Adrian glanced up at the headless clown. He assumed it had once had a head, but it was hard to know for sure. The place was so creepy it was only with exaggerated imagination that he could picture what it must have once been, a place of amusement and whimsy, a place that people didn't enter while their stomachs filled with dread. The porch groaned beneath his weight as he stepped up to the double-door entrance, where a mural of twin ballerinas had been painted to welcome in the visitors. One of them had a speech bubble that read, "Welcome to our funhouse," and the other, "Enjoy your stay." And Adrian could just picture their little heads spinning around as he pushed open the doors, their tinny voices adding with a haunting cackle, "Or else." But the mural was just a mural, and there were no eerie voices when he and Nova stepped into the first chamber of the house. There was no noise at all beyond the distant carnival music coming from the amusement park they'd left behind. This first room was without windows, and he held the door open long enough for them to get their bearings, though they could not see very far into the old attraction. A wall was built only 6 feet in front of the door, encouraging visitors to move quickly beyond the foyer and into whatever lay beyond.
"Someone's been here recently,"
said Nova, pointing at the ground, where clear footprints could be seen passing through the years of accumulated dust. Nova reached into a pouch at her belt and pulled out a small device. She gave it a snap, and it began to glow luminescent yellow. She tossed it into the next doorway. "That's neat," said Adrian.
"Exothermic microflares. I make them myself."
He smiled at her. "If you happen to run out of them, I could also draw a flashlight." She scowled as she stepped forward into the shadows. Adrian let go of the door and it creaked loudly, then shut with a resounding click, trapping them inside with the stale, silent air. He followed Nova around the bend and through a series of switchback paths that looped back and around on each other a number of times. Nova left her microflare as they passed it, perhaps as a way to track the direction they'd come, lighting another and then another as they made their way through the narrow lanes. Adrian trailed his left hand against the wall to keep them from treading back over old ground, and though the maze seemed a little childish, he could imagine how disconcerting it would have been to try to traverse it in pitch blackness. After turning into two dead ends, they found themselves at the end of the maze, standing before a long hallway that was made up to look like the corridor of a quaint old house. Two small square windows donned lace curtains, and the walls were covered in blue checkered wallpaper. They stepped out into the hallway, and the floor tilted beneath them. Nova gasped and tumbled to the side, knocking into Adrian. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her as his back crashed into the wall. They froze, neither daring to move, while the hallway settled around them. He could feel Nova's heartbeat pounding, and when she met his gaze, her cheeks were flushed. He couldn't keep his fingers from curling just slightly into the fabric of her uniform. Nova let out a self-deprecating sigh. "Heads up, the floor moves." Adrian grinned. "You don't say." To his disappointment, Nova pulled herself away, leaning on the wall for support instead. "It's activated by weight," she said. "If we both stick to this side, we should be able to keep it pretty steady." "Wow, you really are good at physics." She glowered at him. "Now you decide to become sarcastic?" Cheeks twitching, Adrian followed her through the corridor, each of them keeping their footsteps as close to the wall as possible to keep it from swaying beneath them again. At the end of the undulating hall, they pushed through a hanging curtain, and Adrian spotted two shadowed figures rushing toward them. He yelped and grabbed Nova's elbow to pull her behind him when his brain caught up with his eyes and he realized he was staring at their own reflections. At least, their own distorted reflections. One of the floor-to-ceiling mirrors was curved to make Adrian appear short and squat, while Nova's was altered to look 8 feet tall. He exhaled. "Sorry, this place might be making me a little jumpy." Nova pulled her arm away and turned to face him, settling her hands on her hips. "For the record, while it's very charming that you keep trying to protect me, I would like to remind you that I actually know how to defend myself." He grimaced. "I know. It's just instinct." "Well, stop it." He held his hands up. "Won't happen again." He hesitated. "I mean, unless I'm pretty sure you're about to die, then I'm absolutely going to rescue you whether you like it or not." Rolling her eyes, Nova headed into the Hall of Mirrors, which was another sequence of corridors that wound back and forth, so that at times they were surrounded by countless versions of themselves reflecting into infinity, and at other times, the optical illusion of the hall made it impossible to see where the next break in the mirrors was, so that it felt as if there were no way out. At one point, Adrian found himself gaping at a version of himself in which his legs and head were shrunk to doll proportions, leaving his torso to stretch eternally between them, when from the corner of his eye, he could have sworn he saw Nightmare herself dart past his view. He gripped the tranquilizer gun and spun to chase after her, promptly crashing into a wall. When he did make it around the corner, he saw only Nova frowning at him. "What's wrong?" Blinking, Adrian shook off the vision, realizing that it must have only been her that he'd seen, his own imagination getting carried away with another distorted reflection. "Nothing," he said. "How do we get out of here?" They fumbled around for another minute until they found a staircase. Adrian noticed small holes in the floor as they made their way up, and he suspected they were intended to blow bursts of air, probably up into the skirts of unsuspecting girls. But whatever mechanism had caused it must have been out of order, and they made their way to the top without incident. Adrian stared down the next corridor. It was wider than the one downstairs. There were no windows here, just dark wood floors and a collection of framed oil paintings hung on the thick striped wallpaper. Mostly portraits of stoic-looking aristocrats. Stacked up against the nearest wall were dozens of burlap mats. Adrian stepped out first this time, preparing to catch himself, but the floor held stable. They made their way forward, side by side, waiting to discover what new surprise this room had to offer. "I think they used those burlap mats for slides," said Adrian, peering at a painting of a man with a wiry gray beard. He frowned. There was something off about the picture, something about his eyes that made Adrian pause. Had he imagined them moving, tracking him and Nova across the hall? An optical illusion, probably, but he couldn't quite resist stepping closer to it when he heard a loud ka-thunk and Nova screamed. He spun around just in time to see Nova disappear through a square trapdoor. Adrian launched himself forward, trying to grab her, but the door snapped shut. All he'd caught was the sight of a metal slide leaning back down to the floor below. "Nova! Nova!" He fell to the floor where she had fallen through, trying to dig his fingers into the edges of the trap door to no avail. Standing, he stomped around in the same spot, but the door did not give. "Nova!" From down below, he heard her calling, "I'm okay!" At the same moment, the painting in front of Adrian popped open and a head launched itself forward. Adrian cried out, lifting the gun, and fired. The tranquilizer dart shot past the disembodied head, clunking harmlessly into the wall beside it. Chortled a high-pitched mechanical voice. "You've lost your pal! Oh, boo-hoo! But don't stop now! The only way out is through!" The head bobbed a second longer, and Adrian could see it was attached to a springy base like a jack-in-the-box toy. It was painted like a clown, with garish red lips and a black diamond on its cheek, and he wondered if it was supposed to be the missing head from the doll outside. The picture frame slammed shut. Inside the wall, he heard the click of gears as the mechanics reset themselves. He swallowed and realized he was shaking. "Adrian?" Nova yelled from below. Panic ebbing, he tucked the gun away and dug out his marker. "Hold on, I'm coming down to you." Kneeling over the floorboards again, he started to draw a trapdoor of his own. "No, wait!" He paused, tilting his head to listen more closely. "I think there might be 2 routes through this place," Nova yelled. "We should keep going, check them both out." He frowned. There was nothing appealing at all about being separated, especially when this really might be Nightmare's secret lair. Though the longer they stayed, the more Adrian questioned how anyone could stand to spend more time here than they had to. Finally, Adrian forced his shoulders to release some of the mounting tension. "Okay," he yelled down to Nova. "I'll meet you at the exit." She didn't respond. Perhaps she had already moved on. Adrian took a moment to draw himself a new tranquilizer dart and loaded the gun before leaving the corridor. He opened the door at the end and froze as he found himself standing in a hexagonal room where each wall bore an identical green door. "Fine," he muttered. Letting the door shut behind him, he turned and marked it with an X so he would know he'd already been this way. He pulled open the first door to his right, revealing a plain brick wall. He reached out and knocked and, determining that they were real bricks and not an optical illusion, shut the door and marked it. He opened the next door, and his pulse jumped. The room before him was painted, floor, walls, and ceiling in swirls of black and white, making it appear that the room got smaller and smaller as it stretched out before him. But this was not what had given him pause. Rather, the optical illusion was broken up by 3 things: a sleeping bag, a pillow, and a large black duffel bag. He stepped into the room, eyes darting over every surface. He half expected Nightmare to appear from some dark corner, but there was nowhere in here for her, or anyone, to hide. Adrian crouched beside the duffel bag and pulled back the zipper. Inside, he found a change of clothes, a pair of sneakers, and the bazooka-sized gun Nightmare had used to throw those ropes around him during their fight above the parade. It was all the confirmation he needed. Standing, he raised his wrist and sent a quick message to Nova, asking her to meet him back up on the 2nd floor. Then he alerted the council, informing them of what he and Insomnia had found. He had just sent the message when he heard the squeak of floorboards. He stilled, holding his breath to listen. After a long silence in which he could once again catch the tinny notes of faraway carnival music, he heard another groan of ancient floorboards. Returning to the door, he peered into the hexagonal room. Trying to guess where the noise had come from, he adjusted his hold on the gun and stepped across to the opposite door. He opened it slowly, silently, grateful when it did not creak on its old hinges. Inside was a narrow hall, just wide enough for one person to walk through. It was pitch black, but for a series of tiny round holes on each wall, placed at varying heights in sets of 2. Adrian stepped forward, and the door shut behind him, throwing him into near blackness. He approached one set of holes and bent down to look through. On the other side of the wall, he recognized the corridor with the portraits where Nova had fallen through the trapdoor, and quickly realized that he was staring through the eyes of one of the paintings. His blood chilled as he recalled the peculiar sensation of one of the paintings watching them. He turned to the other wall and found himself staring into another crooked room where the walls were painted to trick the mind into thinking it was walking downward and pitching to the left, while the floor itself was slanted the opposite direction. There were doors at each end of the strange room, and as he stared, the door to the left opened. He waited for Nova to appear, but instead a figure in a black hood swept into the room. He stifled a gasp, his lungs squeezing painfully in his chest. Nightmare. He had found her. Without pause, Nightmare stalked purposely to the next door and disappeared into the hexagonal room. Adrian listened as doors opened and slammed shut. Then he thought he heard her shuffling things around in the room where he'd found her bag. His brow knitted. Did she know her location was compromised? Was she preparing to run? He set his jaw, determined not to let her get away again. Breaths coming in short bursts, he readied the gun and slipped back into the hexagonal room and paced across to the other door. His hand landed on the handle, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed the black X he'd drawn onto the next door, and the next. Wouldn't Nightmare have noticed? The gun was yanked out of his hand, and a foot slammed into the back of Adrian's knee, knocking him to the ground. He drove his elbow back, catching her in the stomach. Nightmare grunted and pitched forward, crashing into Adrian's shoulder. He went to shove her back, but in that same moment, she had grabbed onto the hem of his own jacket and yanked it upward, trapping his arms in the sleeves. She shoved him to the floor, and he landed hard on one side. As he struggled to rid himself of the restraining jacket, he heard a door open and slam shut, her footsteps pounding away as she ran. With a furious cry, Adrian ripped his jacket off and threw it on the ground. He was panting, though more from frustration than anything else. Snarling, he grabbed for the door he thought she'd gone through and found himself staring down a long, horizontal cylinder. There was no sign of Nightmare. Snarling, he raised his communicator. Sketch to HQ. Calling for backup. I've located Nightmare. She's on the run. I'm pursuing her now. He ripped off his t-shirt then, revealing the top of the Renegade uniform, and ran. He stumbled through the cylinder, which didn't even surprise him when it started to pitch and roll under his feet, then through an obstacle course of swaying rope bridges and down a spiraling staircase, through a gallery of animatronic marionettes that thankfully did not come to life as he weaved between them, then up another optical illusion ramp until he finally shoved his way through a set of double doors and found himself outside. It was darker now than when they had entered. Dusk came on fast this time of year, and already the shadow from the funhouse stretched long across the overgrown grasses in front of him. He paused, his eyes darting in each direction, searching and listening for any signs of Nightmare, or Nova for that matter, but this desolate corner of the park seemed as abandoned as ever. Nova. He didn't want to worry about the fact that he hadn't seen or heard from her since they'd been separated, but now that he knew Nightmare was close, fears began to crowd into his mind. What if Nightmare had found her? What if? There were too many what-ifs to waste time on any of them. Right now, he either had to find Nightmare or he had to find Nova. He jogged down the exit steps and peered around to the back of the building. He saw nothing, heard nothing. Frowning, he turned back to the funhouse. Was she still inside? No sooner had he had this thought than his eye caught on the shadow of the funhouse stretching across the ground and the hooded figure standing at its peak. Adrian's eyes shifted upward. Nightmare stared down at him, calmly posed at the edge of the pitched roof. Her hood was pulled down low over her face, and with the sun behind her, she appeared almost like a shadow herself. She had a weapon in each hand, his own tranquilizer gun and a revolver. She lifted the revolver. Adrian glared and crouched, preparing to launch himself up toward the roof when she fired, and missed. By a lot. The gunshot was still ringing in his ears when it was replaced with an amused chuckle. "I thought I trained you better than that, Nightmare." Adrian whirled around. Directly across from the funhouse exit, perched on the stage of an old puppet theater, sat the detonator. Chapter 42. Nightmare's bullet had not hit the detonator, but rather had struck one of two drooping marionettes that hung inside the theater, marking it right between its eyes. Though Nightmare hadn't hit either the detonator or Adrian himself, he had a feeling she'd hit the exact target she'd been aiming for. Whatever message she wanted to send, though, left him baffled.
"You have a lot of nerve showing your face here," said Nightmare, her voice low and muffled behind the mask.
Adrian felt his forearms tingling, as if the tattoos themselves were preparing themselves for a fight, though he still found himself reaching for his marker. Habitually or instinctively, he wasn't sure. But when he lifted his gaze back to Nightmare, she appeared to be staring at the detonator, not him. "What?" said the detonator, bobbing her crossed leg up and down. She wore the same outfit she had at the library, though Adrian saw that she had bandages wrapped around her upper arm where Nova had shot her as she tried to run. "I'm not allowed to stop and say hello to a dear friend."
"You," Nightmare said with a growl in her tone, "cost me a valuable connection when you went after the librarian and all the goods he'd stockpiled. Do you know how much work I put into trading with him? How long it took me to cultivate that relationship? All for nothing thanks to you."
Adrian took a step back, moving out of the path between them. When neither paid him any notice, he stepped back again, then again.
"Blame me all you want for your sorry misfortunes," said the detonator with a one-shouldered shrug. "But let's not forget that you started this all when you decided to go after Captain Chromium, the head honcho himself. If you hadn't been so careless, the Renegades wouldn't be after us at all, now would they? They wouldn't have gotten your gun, they wouldn't have traced it back to the librarian, and it would be business as usual, now wouldn't it? Except they didn't attack us after the parade, did they? They took the puppeteer and they let the rest of the anarchists off the hook. It wasn't until you got lazy and impatient when you decided to take a risk you shouldn't have. You know what I think?"
Nightmare raised the gun again.
"I think the anarchists will be better off without you."
She fired again, and the detonator cried out and fell backward off the lip of the small wooden stage, disappearing into the tiny theater. Adrian dived behind a rotting canoe, a leftover he assumed from the Tunnel of Love. Nightmare kept shooting, letting off 4 more bullets until the revolver clicked over spent. When Adrian lifted his head, he saw that the front of the wooden theater was peppered with holes in splintered wood. The marionettes were swaying on their strings, and there was a splatter of something dark against the backdrop, but he couldn't tell if it was blood or dirt. Nightmare holstered her gun and leaped from the roof, landing cat-like on the ground where Adrian had stood moments before. She hesitated, staring at the theater. Adrian couldn't see her face around the drape of the hood, but he sensed her waiting, bracing herself. His tranquilizer gun was still in her other hand. Clenching his jaw, he uncapped his marker as quietly as he could and drew himself a new gun against the side of the canoe. It was a hasty drawing, made messy by years of dirt crusted onto the wood, but he was glad to be armed again when it was finished. He sketched out a handful of extra darts and stuffed them into his pocket. He had just finished when he heard the melodic clunking of hollow wood. Looking up, he saw the detonator pulling herself up, shoving the marionettes out of the way. She collapsed over the ledge of the theater booth. When she looked up, her face was contorted in pain, her eyes seething with fury. She hauled herself up onto the ledge, then tumbled gracelessly down to the other side. The entire front of her shirt was covered in blood. More was dripping down her midriff and coating the bands around her arms. Her nostrils flared as she forced herself up onto shaky legs. She cursed, then spat into the dirt between her and Nightmare. She stumbled forward, one shaky, plodding step. Blue sparks began to crackle at her fingertips. Nightmare shifted back, stepping up onto the bottom step of the funhouse.
"Ace never should have taken you in,"
said the detonator. The sparks began to converge into something no bigger than a tennis ball at first, but growing fast.
"You might have had potential once, but now you're nothing but a disappointment."
She took another step forward, then groaned, dropping hard to one knee. Adrian brought up the gun, resting his hands on the edge of the canoe. He aimed first at the detonator, then at Nightmare. He wasn't sure what to do. They were fighting each other. They might kill each other. The detonator, he suspected, wouldn't last long with those wounds, but he still needed Nightmare alive. Gritting his teeth, he targeted the detonator again. The bomb hovering over her palm was as big as her head now, and still growing. His eyes narrowed. Even at the library, he had never seen her compose an explosive device of that size. She was smiling now, a crazed, gleeful smile. Adrian squeezed the trigger. The dart disappeared into the grasses behind her. He cursed. The detonator laughed.
"Now you just wait your turn over there, sweetheart. I'll get to you next."
The explosive was bigger than a basketball, glowing in bright, swirling blue.
"Ingrid,"
said Nightmare, and the slight quiver in her voice brought Adrian's attention back to her, even as he hurried to load another dart.
"What are you doing?"
Adrian hesitated. There was something familiar about her in that moment, something that gnawed at him. Had she ever, for a moment, appeared vulnerable when he had fought her before? He didn't think so.
"If I'm going to die," said the detonator, "it's not going to be alone."
Nightmare shifted, an almost imperceptible change. Her stance widened, her head tilted down. Her shoulders tensed as she turned, ready to launch herself off the stairs and away from the funhouse. The detonator hurled the bomb at her. Nightmare was a moment too late. The explosion knocked Adrian onto his back, a flash blinding him, washing out the sky overhead, leaving him trying to blink the shadowy stars from his eyes. His head rang. His whole body vibrated from the impact. The world smelled of smoke and dust. Coughing, he rolled onto his side and took off his glasses, rubbing the lenses on his uniform to wipe away the dirt. He was still plagued with sparklers in his gaze when he put them back on and pushed himself up to his elbows. The canoe had been turned over onto its side, and he wondered how much it had been protected from the surge of shrapnel and flying rubble. Half of the funhouse was gone. Broken floorboards and a few of the interior rooms were left exposed, including the metal slide and the hall of mirrors, which was now littered with broken glass. Wooden beams and siding and roof shingles were scattered across the ground in all directions. The pitched roof was toppling inward, ready to cave onto the mound of smoking wood and plaster beneath. The detonator had fallen forward onto her stomach. Her hair and clothing had turned chalky gray from all the dust, and the blood from her wounds was clumping in the dirt around her. She was not moving. Adrian searched for any sign of Nightmare, who had been standing in the very spot where the great mountain of debris was smoldering. She could have been buried beneath, or, more likely, she could have been blown apart by the explosion. Shaking, Adrian got back to his feet and tucked the gun into the back of his pants. He stared at the exposed insides of the funhouse. A few small fires were scattered throughout the wreckage, sending plumes of black smoke toward the darkening sky. Somewhere inside, he could hear the Jack-in-the-Box laughing. His heart started to pound erratically. Nova! His disbelief was quickly overcome with denial, and he lifted his wrist. Nova! Insomnia! Where are you? Report! Stumbling around the canoe, he picked his way through the remains of the building, searching the corners of its crumbling skeleton. Nova! He was trying to navigate the destroyed outer wall when his eye caught on something shining beneath a fallen window shutter. He kicked the shutter out of the way, stooped, and picked up the slim, molded piece of steel. Nightmare's face mask. Turning it over, he saw that one side of it was streaked with blood. A tittering laugh made his skin prickle. Adrian tossed the mask aside and turned to see the detonator on her hands and knees, still chortling. She spat, then sat back on her heels and wiped the dirt from her mouth. She was drenched in blood. He stared at her, stunned. He wasn't surprised that she would survive the explosion. From what he'd seen at the library, she appeared to be immune to the blasts of her own bombs. But she had been shot so many times. She had lost so much blood. How was she still alive? And laughing? With a delirious grin, the detonator climbed to her feet. She seemed to wobble for a moment, but then she shook out her matted hair and her stance solidified.
"I don't know who's more gullible," she said, rolling her shoulders. "Nightmare or you?"
Adrian was too distracted for her taunting. He found his attention constantly shifting around the park, hoping to see some sign of Nova. The detonator clapped her hands together, knocking off some of the dust.
"That was fun, wasn't it? That little spat of ours. It was all staged for your benefit, you know, so I hope you were entertained."
He frowned. His pulse was beginning to race again, his instincts humming with warnings, but also curiosity.
"You see,"
said the detonator, swiping her fingers through the caked blood on her abdomen.
"Fake blood. She was firing blanks. You know, Queen Bee thinks she's the only savvy actress around, but I think I've proved otherwise."
Adrian shook his head. "What are you talking about?"
"Don't you see? We planned this all to make you think that we were both dead, so you would stop looking for us. Get it now?"
He stared at her.
I know. You're thinking, so why is Nightmare actually dead then? And why am I giving up our villainous plan now when we almost got away with it?"
She staggered forward, and though she didn't seem to be in pain, she wasn't moving as gracefully as normal either. Adrian wondered if creating a bomb that size had drained her.
"It's too bad, really. I liked Nightmare, always have. She was a lot like me in a lot of ways, always willing to do what had to be done. But I could see the writing on the wall. It was only a matter of time before she betrayed us, betrayed all of us, and I couldn't have that. So she had to go. Problem solved."
Adrian was still frowning, still confused. "Is this," he started, dismayed, "a villain speech?" Ingrid laughed.
"Maybe so. It's horrible to go through all this plotting and have no one around to appreciate it. Besides, you'll be dead soon, too, so it's not really going to matter."
Adrian reached for the gun, but he had barely gotten his fingers around the handle when a glowing blue marble smashed into the ground at his feet, blowing a small crater into the earth and knocking him onto a pile of splintered siding and wooden studs. A sharp pain tore through his tricep and he cried out, tearing his arm away from the nail that was sticking up through one of the old trim boards. Hissing, he scrambled to sit up. The detonator sauntered closer, gathering more power around her hands.
"It's time to finish what we started at the library."
Adrian snarled and clenched his fist, drawing on the power of the cylindrical tattoo on his forearm. Within seconds, his arm from fingers to elbow had begun to glow molten white. The detonator paused. Before Adrian was entirely sure this would work without being in the Sentinel's armor, a long metal cylinder emerged from his skin. He fired, striking the villain in the chest with a single bolt of blinding energy. She was blown back, smacking hard into the puppet theater. The mannequins trembled and clacked together. The cylinder retreated into his flesh, and Adrian clambered to his feet, trying to find purchase on the shifting piles of wreckage beneath him. He staggered forward, retrieving his gun. The detonator coughed and placed a hand over her chest where the beam had hit her. Her breathing was raspy and labored as she met his eyes. "Fine. Let's finish what we started at the library," said Adrian. "No, actually, let's finish what started 10 years ago." He came to stand 6 feet away from her and raised the gun, confident that even he could hit her from this distance. "Nightmare knew who killed my mother, and you just took that one lead away from me. But you're an anarchist, so maybe you have some answers too." In response, she began to laugh again, dazed and maniacal.
"The Sentinel," she gasped. "You're the Sentinel? Oh, that's rich."
His eyebrow began to twitch. "Who killed Lady Indomitable?" Her cackle turned to a wheeze as she studied him.
"You're going to threaten me into submission with what? A tranquilizer? Life imprisonment?" She smirked. "I seem to recall you were eager to negotiate with the librarian. Don't I get the same treatment?"
He held her gaze, considering, trying to discern if she really had the information he wanted, or if this was just her trying to play him again. And even if she did know, could he really bargain with her after everything? "No," he said. "The Renegades are done negotiating with anarchists." Stepping forward, he dug the handcuffs from his pocket and yanked the detonator's wrists forward, binding them together. He could just see the amused twinge enter her eye when he pulled out his marker and began to draw lines crisscrossing her hands.
"What are you doing?"
Rather than answering, he finished his work, then pulled the chains from her skin, securing her hands and fingers tight enough that she would be unable to produce any more explosives. She peered up at him, her lip curling.
"And how do you plan on keeping me silent about your little secret?"
"I don't," he said. The Sentinel's mission was to find Nightmare. With her dead, it no longer matters who knows the truth. He didn't entirely mean it. His secret had turned out to be more complicated than he would have imagined when he'd first concocted the idea. But he wouldn't allow this anarchist to lord the knowledge over him. He wouldn't allow her to have any power over him at all. "Adrian!" He looked up as the sound of wing beats thrummed in the air. Thunderbird dropped out of the sky, a lightning bolt crackling in one fist. She eyed the detonator with surprise.
"Your message said you found Nightmare."
"I did," said Adrian. "She's dead. And Nova..." He turned back to the funhouse again, or what was left of it, as more chunks of material broke off and crashed down to the rubble below. It had been ages since he'd seen her. He wanted there to be some explanation. Maybe she'd gone for help. Maybe the effects of being near Max had finally caught up to her and she'd fallen asleep in some safe, secure alcove somewhere. But he knew it was desperation talking.
"Oh, Nova," said the detonator, dragging his attention back to her. "I already dealt with her."
He tensed, unwilling to believe her. She was only taunting him, only trying to get a reaction, but that haughty look, that careless smirk... Adrian roared and threw himself at her, seeing nothing but livid flashes as those words repeated in his head. "I already dealt with her." Thunderbird caught him by the arm and slowed him down just long enough for another, infinitely stronger arm to clamp around Adrian's chest and haul him backward. He fought to free himself, but was spun around. Two hands clapped onto his shoulders, and he found himself staring into his dad's eyes. Captain Chromium's eyes. "Adrian!" he yelled, scanning him up and down. "What happened? Are you all right?" "No!" he yelled back, because shouldn't it have been obvious? Had he not heard what she just said? But he knew his frantic, furious thoughts weren't really what his dad was asking about. Hugh Everhart pulled one hand away, looking down at his fingers wet with blood. Adrian had already forgotten about the scratch from the nail. It was nothing, not when Nova was... Where is Nova? He yanked himself away and spun in circles, seeing Evander as he shot a series of white lights into the air, brightening the field surrounding the funhouse. Then he spotted Kasumi, and a moment later Simon too, shifting into visibility. The council, the whole council was there. Was it for Nightmare or for him? Then, too, he spotted Ruby and Oscar and Dana running through the abandoned park calling his name.
"Mercy mine," said the detonator. "What an all-star show this turned out to be. It's so very nice of all of you to join us."
Though she was slumped against the wooden theater, her arms latched securely on top of her stomach, she was still grinning as she peered around at all the new arrivals. "Why, this has worked out even better than I expected. All 5 council members." She clicked her tongue. "What will people say once they realize that you were right here? You were so close, and you still couldn't save them."
"What is she talking about?"
said Hugh. Adrian shook his head, frowning. "I don't know. This was all a setup. She killed Nightmare, something about how she thought Nightmare would betray the anarchists. And she tried to kill me, but I don't—" A distant explosion rumbled the ground beneath their feet. They all turned to see a plume of black smoke erupting from the amusement park on the other side of the fence. Oscar and the others froze and turned. They were the closest to the explosion, and they hesitated for only a moment before Dana burst into a swarm of butterflies and soared back toward the fence, Ruby and Oscar chasing after her as screams spread through the park. Adrian stumbled forward a few steps, blinking in disbelief. The sun had set. The carnival was alight with twinkling lights and flashes of color from the rides and booths, and it was almost impossible to tell at first, but as he stared, he could detect a faint blue haze emanating from the whole carnival. Dozens, maybe hundreds of small blue spheres blending in with a cacophony of twinkling light bulbs. Even as he watched, they continued to brighten, their vibrant sapphire glow gradually overwhelming the multicolored hues of the park. But she was here. The detonator was here. She was captured. She was bound. How could she— His thoughts trailed off, answering themselves. She had done it at the library, too. She had set a bomb against the basement wall and detonated it from the other side of the room with nothing but a snap of her fingers. She didn't just make bombs to be tossed around and used up like hand grenades. She could be much sneakier, much more calculating than that. The detonator. It was right there in her alias. Adrian looked at her confined hands, his gut sinking in horror. The snap had been for show. She could detonate those bombs with nothing but her thoughts. Tsunami sprinted off toward the park while Thunderbird took to the sky, soaring in the direction of the explosion. A second later, another blast shook the earth, and in the distance, the pillar that held the giant swings toppled over mid-rotation. It spun out like a top, launching hapless riders into the fence and across the pavement. The detonator was laughing again, staring up at the sky, dazed and content. "By tomorrow morning, they are going to hate you," she sang. Another explosion destroyed a leg of track on the roller coaster. Thunderbird changed direction, rushing to get the coaster before the riders plummeted off the edge. And that faint blue haze grew brighter. Bombs everywhere he looked. What if she set them all off at once? Adrian clenched his fists and felt a surge of power rush into his forearm again, but the energy beam had been designed to stun, not to kill. And the only way to stop her, to be sure the rest of those bombs would never be detonated, was— A gunshot rang across the grass. The detonator's head snapped back, hitting the boards of the theater. The world seemed to still, hovering in a space without time. Then the detonator slumped down. Adrian released his breath and watched her topple onto her side, leaving a smear of blood on the wood. Real blood. Adrian flexed his fingers, dissipating the building energy, and peered into the shadows of the funhouse. Nova pushed aside a blockade of wood scraps and crawled out of the rotating cylinder that had crashed down from the second floor and landed not far from the exit doors, or where the exit doors had once stood. She was holding a handgun. Her hair and skin in the iconic gray bodysuit were caked with dust. "I found this," she stammered, shaking the gun a little, "in a duffel bag." She sounded worried, as if anyone would care that she'd stolen the gun that had stopped the detonator. Breathless, Adrian glanced back out toward the park. Thunderbird was at the crest of the roller coaster, holding back the train of carts only a few feet from the gap in the tracks. The rest of the carnival was in pandemonium, with civilians screaming and running in all directions, though he could imagine Dana and the others had reached the sites of the first two explosions by now. Clouds of smoke were still swelling over the park, but the blue glow was gone. The rest of the spheres had extinguished, evaporating back into the atmosphere. "All right, everyone," said Simon, always the first to snap out of his shock. "Let's get as many patrol units as we can here pronto to help with the injured and start getting this place cleaned up." Adrian ignored the order, turning back to Nova. His entire body was trembling with relief. "Nova!" She stood amid the debris and tried to shake some of the filth from her hair. Then she looked at him and stumbled down the steps, tripping on a fallen beam. Adrian leaped forward, catching her before she collapsed into the wreckage. It was, he thought, a reasonable jump, even if he had used the springs on his feet a tiny bit. But if anyone noticed, he wouldn't care. "You were in there the whole time? Great skies, Nova, do you know how worried I was?" She dropped the gun and sagged into him. Her expression was dumbfounded. "I pulled the trigger," she murmured. Captain Chromium barged his way toward them, clearing a path in the rubble. "You thought faster than any of us. For all the times I went up against the detonator during the Age of Anarchy, I never knew she could pull a stunt like that. By the time I realized how to stop it, I suspect a lot more people would have been hurt." Nova peered up at the captain and swallowed. "Nova?" said Adrian. She switched her attention at him. "I'm going to be chivalrous right now and carry you to safety." Her expression softened. "Okay," she breathed. "Really? You're not going to fight me on that?" Her only response was to slump into his arms. Adrian set his cheek against the top of her head, briefly enjoying the closeness of her, the knowledge that she was okay, that they were both okay. Then he bent down and lifted her into his arms. "You know," said Evander, casting orbs of white light in Adrian's path so he could see clearly as night settled over the park, "this is proof that not every prodigy deserves their powers. It's because of villains like her that we need Agent N." Nova pressed a hand against Adrian's chest, swiveling her body to peer at blacklight. "Agent N? Is that what you call the Sentinel?" "The Sentinel?" Evander smiled secretively and shook his head. No, it's not a person. It's more like an antidote. And once it's ready," he crossed his arms and glared at the detonator's body, "the world will become a much safer place." Nova shifted again, and Adrian sensed her trying to squirm out of his hold, but he tightened his arms in response. "Nova, what's wrong?" "Nothing," she said quickly. "I just want to know what he means." "What he means is confidential," said Simon, sending a warning look at Evander, who returned an exaggerated roll of his eyes. "Oh, honestly, they'll all know soon enough." "It isn't ready," said Simon. He looked apologetically at Nova. "Fine," said Evander. "Just suffice to say that we will never have to worry about these villains ever again. Pretty soon all prodigies will be renegades, or their powers won't be tolerated at all." Nova cocked her head. "What are you—" "No, that's enough," Hugh interrupted. "Simon is right. It's still confidential. And besides, you all look like you could use some rest." He fixed a stern look on Nova. "That goes for you too, Insomnia." The drone of vehicles drew their attention toward the fence, and Adrian saw squads of media vehicles rushing past the delivery gate of the carnival. Journalists began to pile out. The remaining members of the council released a collective groan. "I'll fend off the reporters," said Hugh. "Let's get something to cover the detonator before they get any photos of the body. Adrian, Nova, you head back to HQ, get some medical attention. You can give us your report tomorrow." Nodding, Adrian began striding in the opposite direction, away from the media vans. But they had barely cleared the graveyard of roller coaster carts when Nova stopped him and scrambled out of his arms. "This Agent N," she said, startling him. "Do you know what it is?" He blinked at her. His mind was still exhausted, still trying to compute everything that had happened. "No," he said slowly. Nova crossed her arms and glared at him. Adrian sighed. I've heard them mention it a few times. I know it has something to do with Max, something to do with all those tests they run on him, but that's it. That's all I know, I swear. He reached for her hand. Nova, are you all right? Were you hurt at all? She looked down at their hands, and after a moment, Adrian did as well. Though he'd spent the first half of that afternoon trying to work up the courage to hold her hand, this was the first time he actually did. When she didn't move away, he inched closer to her and dared to take her other hand, too. I thought you were dead, he said, saying the words that he'd refused to admit in his own mind. But he realized now that it was true. Beneath the denial and the refusal, he thought she was dead. Nova licked her lips, drawing his gaze toward them. You never answered my question, he said. What question? If I asked you on a real date, would you say yes? She seemed to tense. Her fingers tightened around his. Are you asking? Adrian hesitated. She was watching him closely, her blue eyes curious but also nervous. Nervous. Somehow, seeing his own uncertainty mirrored back at him helped to ease the anxiety knotted inside his chest. He tugged her closer until their toes were nearly touching. She didn't resist. She didn't look away. I'm asking, he said. Rather than wait for an answer, he craned his head and closed his eyes. Nova stepped back, jerking her hands away. Adrian's eyes snapped open. Even from the faint light coming from the carnival, he could see that her cheeks had gone red. She wasn't looking at him anymore, but staring back toward the funhouse. My uncle will probably be watching the news, she stammered. He'll be worried. I should get home. Before Adrian could venture a response or offer to walk her back, she turned, scaled the nearest fence in half a heartbeat, and was gone.
Chapter 43. Caution tape had been strung across the entrance to the Blackmire Way subway station, where Ingrid had blown a gaping hole into the wall the day the anarchists had fled. Nova ducked beneath it and pressed one hand to the side of the stairwell as she made her way into the shadows. Her feet felt heavy. Her body ached. But she had a singularity of purpose now. Something she should have done 24 hours ago, before she was distracted with plotting fake deaths and renegade investigations and the all-encompassing hunt for Nightmare. Nightmare, her alter ego, who had been officially declared dead, according to the accounts she'd picked up peering into apartment windows and staring at the news on their TV screens. Her death was headlining the news that night, though it was almost matched by reports of the casualties at Cosmopolis Park. So far, 36 casualties were confirmed, but no fatalities. Thunderbird was being heralded as a hero for rescuing the riders aboard the roller coaster. Ironically, Insomnia was receiving praise too, for having killed the detonator before she could cause more destruction. The rest of the Renegade organization, however, was already being criticized for not having responded quickly enough to the threat. Once it became too dark to see even the faint gleam of the metal rails, Nova pulled a microflare from her pocket, snapped it with her teeth, and tossed it over the edge to the platform below. It hit concrete and rolled for a bit before coming to a stop feet away from the ledge. This had been Winston's platform, but his tents were gone, carted away by the Renegades. Evidence of some sort. Probably Nova would be expected to tag them for data and catalog them in the database one of these nights. She wondered whether they'd ever found Honey's trunk of clothes, or what they had decided to do with all the chemicals and poisons Leroy had left behind. Had they been confiscated? Or destroyed? Perhaps they were all at headquarters. Probably, if she'd been doing her due diligence as an adequate spy, she would have known the answers to these questions by now. Her boots hit the bottom of the steps, crunching on chunks of gravel and debris from the tunnel that had been collapsed by another of Ingrid's bombs, while renegades chased after them. Dust covered the space, so thick that it almost felt like entering a lost tomb. Tomb. The word stuck in her head, and might have made her laugh at the irony if she wasn't so drained, so ready to do what she had come here to do, and start preparing for what would come next. What would have to come next. A new plan, a new strategy, a new focus going forward. Her stomach had been in knots since she'd left Adrian. The day had wreaked havoc on her state of mind. There had been far too many moments when she'd been caught up in his spell, his charming smiles, that adorable wrinkle between his brows, his infuriating, impeccable goodness. For a short time, she'd almost enjoyed being with him. And not just that. She'd enjoyed being a renegade. But the words uttered so casually by Evander Wade had brought reality crashing back down around her. Not every prodigy deserves their powers. It's because of villains like her that we need Agent N. Agent N. An antidote, he'd called it. An antidote that had to do with Max, the bandit, the kid who could steal powers, who had stolen Ace's power. And suddenly, she had known. She knew why they were running so many tests on Max. She knew what they were developing behind closed doors. The Renegades wanted a way to rid prodigies of their powers, a way to punish any prodigy who didn't join them. The very idea of it made her blood run cold. Because, yes, maybe someone like Ingrid Thompson caused more harm than good, especially after a night like tonight. But where would that line be drawn? When someone refused to join the Renegades or attend the trials? Or when a prodigy disobeyed a law enforced by the council, though the people had yet to receive any sort of vote or representation? Or maybe they would decide to remove powers based on the potential for violence or damage or even disloyalty. She did not know where the line would be drawn. And she did not trust the Renegades to draw it, especially knowing that the anarchists would be the first to be targeted. She couldn't allow it to happen. Ace had fought to save prodigies from oppression, and here the Renegades wanted to force them into a new type of harassment, a new form of persecution. Nova had long believed that the world would be better off if there were no prodigies at all. Superpowers would always lead to conflict, the weak versus the strong, and so long as the people relied on superheroes to take care of them, they would never learn to stand on their own again. It was a downward spiral she feared they would never get out of. And maybe, just maybe, this all would have been fine, except the Renegades hadn't held up their end of the bargain. They promised to protect people, but crime still happened every day. People were still hurt. People were still killed. And yes, the Renegades must shoulder the responsibility for this. But the people didn't even seem to understand that their own despondency was as much at fault. They saw the Renegades as heroes, the anarchists as villains. They saw prodigies themselves as only good or only evil, leaving the rest of humanity somewhere in the realm of neutral. There was the potential for evil everywhere, and the only way to combat it was if more people chose goodness, if more people chose heroism, not laziness, not apathy, not indifference. But nothing would change so long as the council was in charge. This, she knew. They would go on getting stronger. The people would go on getting weaker, and no one else would recognize how flawed this system was until it was too late. During her time with the Renegades, Nova had started to lose herself. But not anymore. Years ago, there had been a little girl who believed the Renegades would come. How had she strayed so far from the betrayed hopes of that little girl? How had she forgotten the dreams and intentions of Ace Anarchy, who had saved her, who had dreamed of a society in which all people were free of tyranny? He had failed. But so had the Renegades. They had failed her family. They had failed her. And they would go on failing until someone stopped them. Nova made her way back through the tunnels as these thoughts crowded and tangled inside her head, occasionally lighting a new flare to guide her way. She had just reached her old train car when the darkness began to converge before her. Rivulets of inky blackness seeped down the curved concrete walls, dripping into the languid shape of a long cloak, a hood, a scythe. Nova paused. She had seen little of Phobia since they had fled from the tunnels, and at times she wondered if he had chosen to return to the one place he felt most at home once the Renegades had given up their search. Though she could not see his eyes beneath the overhang of the hood, she could feel him studying her, his breaths making the fabric of the hood flutter ominously. "You have always feared failure," he said, and his voice seemed even raspier than normal. "But it is an especially strong fear tonight." Not really interested in the psychoanalysis," she said, moving to pass him. He shifted the scythe, hooking her with the blade. Nova scowled. "And also a fear that all will be for naught." Nova rolled her eyes and waited for him to finish. "The detonator is dead." His voice quieted. "You fear that you will come to regret this." "You just let me know when you're done." Phobia brought the tip of the blade up to Nova's cheek and used it to turn her face toward him. "These doubts, these insecurities, they will come to serve you well, Nightmare." He lifted his head toward her. "After all, one cannot be brave who has no fear." She stared into the shadows where a face should have been. Utter nothingness stared back. Leroy had once told her that Phobia did not need a body, because he was the embodiment of fear. She still wasn't sure what that meant. "Yeah," she said, taking hold of the scythe handle and pushing it away. "You've said that before." She walked past her train car, and when she dared to give a cursory glance back, Phobia had dissolved back into the shadows. Nova turned her back on the car that had been her home for so many years and paused to gather herself. Her hands had begun to shake, but she wasn't sure why. She wasn't afraid. At least, she didn't think so. Surely Phobia would have deigned to tell her if she was. Nervousness, perhaps? Or even dread, to have to confess all the ways she had failed up until now. Phobia was right about that, at least. She had always been afraid to fail, which is why she wasn't going to let it happen. Sucking in a deep breath, she approached the old graffitied poster and angled it away from the wall. She slipped into the tunnel. This time, she did not bother to turn on any flares. There was only one path here. She could find her way just fine by the feel of rough stone scraping against her elbows. The journey through this narrow, damp passageway had seemed to take eons when she was a fearful little girl fleeing from the cathedral. But in the years since, the journey seemed to get shorter every time she made it. Perhaps knowing that it wouldn't go on forever. That there was indeed an end to this cramped, filthy passage made all the difference. She knew she was getting close when the air stopped smelling of stagnant water and rats and started to smell like death and slow decay instead. She reached the end of the tunnel and pressed her hand against the simple wooden crate that served as a makeshift door, shoving it aside just enough for her to slip into the cathedral's tombs. Inside the door, a tray had been set with a meal for one. A goblet of red wine and a cloth napkin, a china plate holding a triangle of hard white cheese, a sprig of grapes, a hunk of bread. A white taper candle was burning in a silver candlestick. She could taste the sulfuric tang of a recently lit match, and the candle was tall enough still that Nova could guess the meal had not been left there for long. She wondered if Phobia had delivered it, or if one of the others had been making pilgrimages too. She felt guilty that this was the first time she'd come since they had abandoned the tunnels. Stepping over the tray, she passed the familiar stacks of old stone sarcophagi, their inscriptions so covered with cobwebs and dust they were impossible to read. She passed beneath an arched doorway that had words from a dead language carved into the top, past the wall of rubble and broken stones where Ingrid had long ago closed these tombs off from the cathedral above. She arrived at the bones, stacked so thick and deep they made a wall from floor to ceiling. Mostly skulls, but there were other things too, femurs and ribs, and even the tiny little finger bones that, for whatever reason, had scared Nova the most when she was young. Nova looked into the empty eye sockets of those countless skulls of saints and clergymen and warriors, or whoever all these people were. She found herself wondering, as she had countless times before, if any of them had been prodigies. If so, had they dared to use their powers, or had they kept them secret? In their time, had their gifts been seen as miracles, or did even the devout feel the need to disguise who and what they truly were? That was one thing that everyone had to agree on when it came to Ace Anarchy. Because of him, prodigies no longer had to hide. At least, most prodigies no longer had to hide. Nova settled down onto the floor, folding her legs beneath her. She stared into the faces of death and felt death peering back at her. She took in a shaky breath and said the words that seemed impossibly simple for all that they meant. The helmet isn't destroyed. The words echoed in the chamber, and though it was an almost imperceptible change, she could have sworn that some of the skulls turned to look at her with increased interest. The Renegades have it. They keep it locked up because it's still intact, and they're worried that someone will try to use it again. But I think, her voice dropped to a whisper, I think I can get it back. The wall of bones began to tremble, softly at first, enough to dislodge bits of dust, to send a couple of those tiny digits rolling across the floor toward Nova's knees. As one, the bones pulled back, like the curtains framing the stage of a grand production. They moved quietly, languidly. The chamber beyond had little in it, but what it did have was luxurious. A 4-poster bed draped in velvet, a writing desk stocked with linen paper and the finest pens. And books. So many books, the librarian would have wept with joy to have seen them. Though Ace had loved the cathedral, he had always felt happiest when he was down here. It was not so macabre as people like to believe, he said. He liked the peace, the solitude and the quiet. He had told her once, his eyes twinkling, that being here kept him grounded. And so, it was with some irony that Nova looked into the small chamber and saw Uncle Ace levitating 3 feet in the air, legs crossed and face serene. He reminded her of a monk in the middle of a meditation, except that his eyes were open, gazing at her with the same softness and warmth that had always served to remind her of her father. I knew you would do well, he said, his lips curling into a smile. My little knight.